Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite. He never eats the cats or the dogs, Adam Friended.
Yes, but I have a Haitian friend.
Oh my God! I can't.
Look at that! I got a piece of shit out of you.
Oh shit! Right in the beginning.
That was sarcasm. I was being sarcastic. Okay,
wow.
That was sarcasm. Just in case you didn't know.
Wow.
I actually saw a video saying that Haitians do not eat cats or dogs. That this is not a traditional dish in Haiti.
Of course not. Yes. Yeah. Right.
So I did a little research. I know Sitch and I were fighting. You guys got to go back to the. What was it? The Thursday stream last week? Oh my God.
Thursday, yeah. Yes. Yep.
It was fun. It got super heated, but it was all in good fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was right and you were wrong. So, you know.
Yeah. Typically that's
the way it is.
That's how Sitch feels. But, you know, he's entitled to his lived perspective.
Okay. So anyway, today we will be watching 2 videos, maybe 3. There was a third one I wanted to watch, but it's like got so copyrighted to heck that I don't think we're going to be able to watch it. First, there was Kamala Harris again. So, you know, proven us wrong. Kamala Harris is doing a bunch of interviews, I guess, or press events, which I kind of didn't expect her to do. And her last one she just did with none other than the goddess herself, Oprah. Oh my God.
Right. Yeah.
How did it go?
Well, look, I haven't seen this. I only saw the horrendous clip where she talks about shooting somebody as they walk through the door, which
interesting.
And then says her staff is going to clean up the mess later, which, I mean, look, Sitch, I was raised a middle-class kid. I was used to my parents constantly getting themselves in trouble and saying, "Oh, my staff will take care of this for me." Mm-hmm. That's a typical middle-class response, right?
You know,
that makes you seem very human.
It's funny because I thought that was probably one of her best answers in the entire conversation.
The staff will clean up my mess?
Because it was the only time that she said something that felt real. Like she said something, she went off script, she said something, and she's like, "Oops, I probably shouldn't have said that." You know, like to me, that line is so interesting because it's just kind of like, I think, a little bit of an insight into what's going on behind the curtains in terms of showing what I've always said, which is that I think the reason she's acting so awkward in these conversations is because she's so terrified of going off script, of saying something that her staff hasn't explicitly signed off on.
Yes, it is interesting in a politics peeking behind the curtain kind of thing.
Yes.
But it is super unrelatable from a moral perspective, right? Like you've got people that come in. Well, like if you get yourself in trouble at work, do you have people that come in and clean up for you?
I don't know if I don't think people will perceive it from that way. Like, you know, if Donald Trump said, you know, they're eating the dogs and cats and then said, "Oh, you know, my staff isn't going to like that. They'll, you know, try to fix it later." Like, I don't think people would perceive it through the lens of sort of, "Oh, well, I don't have a staff to clean up my boo-boos," right? I think people see it through the lens of, you know, these are candidates running. They're going, you know, "Oh, they said something off script," you know, and then their staff behind the scenes is going to be all mad about it. Like, I don't think people are going to see it the way that you're seeing it.
Well, first of all, I am a person. I'm a human being.
And are you sure?
And I actually do see it this way.
Do you have evidence of this? Can I see your birth? Can I see your long form birth certificate to make sure that you're actually not born from a baboon?
Not currently. You're going to have to take my word for it. But
okay.
Look, I do think it reeks of, you know, I am not responsible for my own actions.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, we'll see.
Yeah. Look, if obviously people who are voting for Kamala Harris are going to give her a pass on it. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's no big deal," because look, she could literally, you know, toss shit into their face, and they would say, "Oh, please, more, thank you, Kamala Harris," right? Well, but I look, we're at a war for the independent voters, and I just think, I mean, you make a mess up like that with Putin, and you're like, "Oh, my staff will clean that up later."
Let me ask you a question: So if someone is pretty committed right now, I'm sure the majority of Americans are pretty committed, whether they want to vote for Kamala or Trump already, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the American
people don't think that, like, 80% of the people that are going to vote have already decided who they're going to vote for.
I think 60% of the people have already decided who they're going to vote for because
Hmm.
there's a
Mm-hmm.
30% base on the Republican side and a 30% base on the Democratic side. That are 30% of the electorate is going to vote blue no matter who. Obviously, they're going to vote for Kamala
Right.
Harris. But I think the reason why she's doing these interviews is because they keep doing internal polling and saying, you know, tell me one word about Kamala Harris. And the person is like, I don't know. Like they know nothing about Kamala Harris.
Okay, so we'll just use 30%. We'll just use those numbers. Okay. So if you have
Okay.
30% of the population is going to vote for Kamala already, no matter what, 30% is going to vote for Trump no matter what. I mean, do you think there's anything Kamala or Trump could do at all that could get those 30% to not vote for them? Is there any piece of shit or pee that that the candidates could throw in the face of these constituents that they would not vote for them already?
No, 60% of the
Yeah.
electorate is locked down. But there's the battle is for
Right.
that 40% of the electorate that's still undecided that
I don't
will
think it's, I
vote
think that's a
or
little
not
high.
vote.
I think it's 20%. That's my gut intuition that I pulled out of the ether. I'm going to say
Okay,
20%.
look, you're
Boom.
entitled to your gut
Throwing it
intuition.
down. Right.
Your gut intuition. The statistics show that like 60% of the electorate is vote blue or vote red no matter who.
Mm-hmm.
So I, you know, obviously I'd be guessing as well on what the undecideds are, but I do. And look, I've heard tons of people say this in reporting that the problem Kamala Harris has is the American people don't know who the hell she is.
Right.
So that's a giant problem.
One of the clips I wanted to watch that I don't think we're able to on Bill Maher show is kind of interesting, which Bill Maher has a theory that he has like the reverse 2016 theory. So, like in 2016, there was this idea that a lot of people, were too embarrassed to admit to pollsters that they were voting for Trump. And so they lied to pollsters or they just didn't, answer polls and they went in the voting booth and voted for Trump secretly. Bill Maher thinks the reverse of that's going to happen. That there's a bunch of people who are like in red states or Republicans or whatever who hate Donald Trump but are too embarrassed to admit it. But then they're going to go in the voting booth and vote for Kamala Harris. How do you feel about this theory?
I think there's so much social pressure out there right now. I think there's going to be a lot of lying going on both sides, who people are actually voting for. So, but I don't know that it tips in favor of one candidate or the other.
Okay. It felt kind of like a wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, obviously he supports Kamala, so he's like, his wishful thinking is, he's talking to friends and family and they're telling him, oh, there's no way I could vote for Kamala. She sounds like a ditz. But he's like thinking, oh, well, secretly they're really going to vote for her because Trump is so bad. I think secretly they might be thinking, yeah, I'm just going to vote for Trump. But I'm going to keep it on the DL because I don't want my friends and family to think I'm a racist or in favor of insurrection or against democracy or any of the the insults that are being hurled around for Trump voters.
Well, and see, maybe I can't find a shorter clip that we'll be able to watch and won't get a copyright hit because there's one part of the conversation that was very interesting about how, on the panel was a MSNBC host, Bill Maher, and someone who I believe is a Republican but doesn't like Trump and is not going to vote for Trump. But they're not 100% committed. They're not committed to vote for Kamala. They're sort of like, I don't really know what she supports. And so, they're having this conversation about like, oh, what do you do in these circumstances where Donald Trump complains about, everyone calling him Hitler and this creating violence and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the guy who was kind of undecided, who was a New York Times writer, he was saying how like, he was trying to make this point that even if you want to keep saying Donald Trump is Orange Hitler, that's obviously not persuasive to the undecided voters because they've heard that and they've been hearing that for years. So why don't you try to make a different argument to appeal to those people? And it's very interesting because Bill Maher and the MSNBC lady, they literally can't
wrap their head around it.
Yeah, like they can't perceive that. They just kind of get angry and they keep saying, no, no, no. We have to call a spade a spade. We have to say that Donald Trump, is an insurrectionist, is evil, is Hitler. you have to say what it is. And it's funny because it's like, okay, like I get that, but if it's not persuasive, then what are you doing? Like everyone's heard that message. All those people that are persuaded by the message are going to vote for Kamala Harris already. So what is the value of just slamming that button again and again and again ad nauseum?
I am not convinced that Kamala Harris is not a idiot. Like she is not really past the this is an intelligent person.
Well, she's not
test
really
for
hitting that
me.
button though, which is kind of interesting, right? She herself doesn't really hit that button so much.
Look, you can. I live in freaking Hollywood. Okay, look, I've interacted with a million actors. Okay, I ran a screenwriters lab for 10 years. Some of these actors, like you get to know them, right? You know who is like really smart and who is not really smart, right? But you put an amazing script in these actors' hands, and man, they can convince you. Oh, this guy's a fucking genius, right?
Right.
Well, it's the script writer that's a genius. It's not the person. It's not the actor, right? I'm like, oh, look, well, the actor, yeah, obviously that actor's not very bright. I don't know that that's not what's going on with Kamala Harris. Like her acceptance speech at the DNC was great. Great performance. Very intelligent, right? But then she gets in these one-on-one interactions and she says just horrible stuff and talks in like nonsensical gibberish for 20 minutes.
Well,
she's faking it.
It's so abundantly clear when she's talking that she's so afraid of deviating from a script. And that's what's I've never seen anything like this, where a candidate is so afraid of deviating from a script to this extent.
Right.
And it was fascinating because, I watched this and then I watched, Donald Trump was on Gutfeld. And, I'm listening to it and I don't like Donald Trump and he's saying a bunch of things that are like lies and shit. But he's sitting down there and he's having a conversation like the way a normal person talks. Like yes, he repeats some things that I've heard before about, when he was golfing and, when he was almost getting shot and all that stuff. But like he'll have like central points that I've heard before, but like the way he gets to them is sort of the natural flow of a conversation when he's talking to people. And it's so just and I don't think Trump is by any means some excellent conversationals or anything, but it's just so strange to hear Kamala talk in this very weird, robotic, like pre-programmed way. And this is what's going to happen is that if Kamala loses, you're going to see everyone on the left is going to turn on her the way they turn on Hillary Clinton and say, oh my God, it's all her fault. She ran a bad campaign. She was a bad candidate, blah, blah, blah. Like all these people that were all like, oh my God, she's the most brilliant person ever. They're all going to suddenly like do a 180.
Oh my God.
It's going to take like 6
evil.
months, but it will happen because it literally happened with Hillary Clinton. But it'll take like over the course of like 6 months to a year, they'll all flip and finally acknowledge like all the problems with Kamala Harris that they were pretending didn't exist because they were so desperate to win.
She is a terrible fucking candidate.
Yes. But then if she wins, even if she wins, I think people will still acknowledge it over the year, but they'll just say, well, it worked. So it was fine for us to kind of like delude ourselves into this thing. And it's strange because personally, maybe this is not politically effective. Personally, I'd be more okay with people being like, yeah, I'm just going to vote for her because Donald Trump sucks and is evil and I'll vote for standard Democrat policies. But I acknowledge that Kamala Harris like is running this campaign, or like at least I don't think she's running her campaign poorly, but the way in which she interacts with people is so bizarre, and that she definitely needs to work on that.
Yeah. When the Cuban Missile Crisis comes down and she has to stand up to the generals like Kennedy did, what does she do?
She
folds
question.
Like a fucking card table is what she does. Question. She fucking folds.
Well, no, we don't know.
She folds like a card table.
We don't know. We don't know at all because I don't really know what her personality is. I don't know what she actually believes at all. I don't know if she's moderate. I don't know if she's far left because it just seems like she flip flops to whatever wins her at the moment.
She's like this. Staff, give me the script. Screenwriters, please step in.
Right. So it's very strange. So, okay. So anyway, we're going to watch her on Oprah because we're not going to watch the whole thing because it's super long, but we're going to jump around to whenever she talks. And it's very interesting things that she says. And then after that, we're going to watch Jordan Peterson was on Bill Maher's Club Random podcast. And it was it was like a breath of fresh air. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, because a
Wow.
lot of it was old. I could feel the old Jordan Peterson like coming back. And I was like, oh my God. It was
Was
very
he
nice.
schooling Bill Maher? Bill Maher has his moments, but sometimes he does slip back into the progressive bubble a bit.
I I like Bill Maher, but he has a big problem. Okay. And his big problem is that he's very, very, very egotistical. And so if he hears something that is outside of his preconceived worldview, he's like, it's fucking
Okay.
stupid. Like he doesn't
Right.
even entertain the thought a lot of the times. So I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
bad.
his big, but you do have to give Bill Maher tons of credit for the fact that even though he hates Donald Trump, and even if you love Donald Trump, he is one of the few people on the left who is still, you want someone who is still firmly says, I'm on the left, but I will call out the woke, progressive, insanity, socialist, crazy people.
Oh, hell
Like
yeah. Yeah.
if you had, a dozen more Bill Mahers in the media, then the woke stuff probably never would have been able to even take off in the first place. So you
Yeah.
definitely do need those people.
Yeah. We're making massive progress.
Right.
He's
But I thought,
he's doing the right thing. He's doing
but
good work.
you'll like the conversation because a lot of it is in the beginning is like the anti-theist argument.
Oh,
Harkens back,
nice. Oh, I
harkens back
can't
to
wait.
one of your core issues from back in the day. So
I can't wait. I can't
yes.
wait. Excited.
Okay. So first let's watch how did Kamala Harris do on Oprah. Oh, before we start though, so someone posted a video and it showed that there was like a teleprompter at some point of this conversation.
Right.
And people were pointing saying, "Oh my gosh, this is showing that Kamala is using the teleprompter, blah 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 blah." I'm not. You'll see when you watch this. I don't think Kamala is using a teleprompter. I think Oprah was using a teleprompter when she was like introducing people. I don't think Kamala's using a teleprompter because it seems very clearly to me, and part of why I think this is interesting and worth watching, is that Oprah herself is getting annoyed with Kamala Harris's answers to these
I know.
questions.
I
Which,
know.
if there was a teleprompter, she wouldn't get annoyed because it's like, she knows exactly what she's already going to say.
She's like, girl, you're fucking up so bad.
Well, I'm curious if Oprah is going to be like, listen, let me fix you, Kamala. Let me pull you aside and tell you how to actually talk like a human being in these settings.
Right. You think she would have done that early on, though? I mean, they had to have they had to be in the same room when they're planning the DNC, right? Oprah spoke at the DNC.
Did she? I forgot. I don't think I
Yeah.
saw her
Yeah, she did a
speech.
big speech at the DNC.
That doesn't, well, I don't think that means that she had some kind of interaction with her.
I mean,
Oh,
why wouldn't they?
they probably just had like a handshake, something behind the scenes. These people are gonna act completely
No
differently
way.
behind the scenes. They go, "Oh, hey, what's up,
No
Oprah? Oh my
way.
God, I love you." Ha ha ha
No.
ha ha. Okay,
They
bye. Gotta go. Right?
they're
Like,
texting on a daily basis, Sitch.
I don't think so. Too many people have this worldview that like all these people are behind the scenes. Like P Diddy, connected to all these people, find them constantly. When I think there's these very short interactions, and you have these very short interactions combined with the fact that they're, as I've always said, people gaslight themselves. So they believe like the hype. And then suddenly when they interact with them in that setting, it's like, oh my God, the reality sits in. And they're like, holy shit, what's going on? Because if that was the case, I don't know why Oprah would act kind of annoyed in these parts of
Because
these
she gave
conversations.
her hours and hours of her time before this ever
Right.
took place, and she's completely screwing it up. That's
No, no,
why.
no, no, no. But I'm saying, but the annoyance to me is like, is that, but it's also out of surprise because that
Yes.
she's acting this way.
Look, you've been having dinner at my house every night for a month now,
I don't think
Kamala,
so.
and you can't even do this simple interview.
I'm skeptical. But anyway, let's
Why
jump
are you
in.
talking about shooting people coming into your home?
Step up,
Well, the moment you heard, I mean, I really have been saying to people, it felt like a veil dropped and you sort of stepped through that veil. Did you feel like that?
I felt a sense of responsibility, to be honest with you. And with that comes a sense of purpose. But I mean,
So to be clear, the question that she's asking about is, she's like, when you accepted the nomination from the Democrats, when Biden dropped out, you seemed to change to become a new person. Okay,
so they're beginning with lies from the very beginning, huh?
Right. So that's sort of the framing here to see like, okay, so Kamala Harris is supposed to explain, her evolution to be the new presidential candidate.
What was the big change? I haven't seen any kind of change.
I don't know.
Out of Kamala
Oprah
Harris.
described it as stepping into her power, which could mean anything, right?
I mean, somebody wrote her a good DNC acceptance speech, and she did a good job of reading it. I don't know how that's a personal change.
I think it's perceived from going from being someone who you really didn't hear much about when she was VP, kind of hiding in the background, to obviously now everyone's focused on her because she's the presidential candidate.
To hiding in the background as a presidential candidate. Interesting. That's a huge change.
There you go.
That's a giant evolution. What is this, her third interview?
I think third or fourth.
And we're all here and you all are taking time out of your busy lives, everyone here, everyone on the screen, because there really is so much at stake. I have spent the majority of my career being concerned about the well-being of other people.
Yeah.
As I've said, in my career as a prosecutor, I never looked at a victim or a witness and asked them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
Are you okay? I know when I heard.
That's such a bad, why are they doing that? Have they focus tested that? Like, even bringing it up makes you think, oh, well, she thought about it. Like, who would think of such a thing?
I vehemently disagree with you.
Okay.
I think the line is fine. I think it was a fine line when she said it in her DNC speech. It's just, and as Oprah's about to say, like, I've heard this before. We've all heard this line before. She has like this handful of lines that she just repeats again and again and again and again and again in every situation. And that's what makes it weird.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I think the line itself is fine. Pro unity. I don't ask if I'm going to be the uniter. I'm going to ask if everyone's okay.
Look, it's this idea, as a prosecutor, it's just your job not to ask that kind of thing. That's like a baseline thing, right? You're not going above and beyond your call of duty. You're just basically doing your fucking job. So it's like coming out and bragging, oh, I did my job as I'm supposed to do my job. It's like, okay, so what?
It's just an example. I think you're being a little too hard.
She's basically saying, I'm not corrupt. Aren't I great? I'm not corrupt.
It's just as it's supposed to be, and it's a metaphorical truth. If we're gonna channel some Jordan Peterson here, just to explain how, I'm gonna treat the country this way. I'm not gonna ask people if they're Democrat or Republican. I'm just gonna say what is the problem, and I'm here to solve it for you.
Right. Okay.
Now now you could say, okay, she should say what I just said after she makes her remark to sort of bridge the analogy if it's not clear enough for you. But
as a prosecutor, I was never corrupt. Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for sharing. Okay. I just gave you the best. I assumed you weren't corrupt, but I'm glad you're mentioning it now that you aren't corrupt. Okay, thank you.
As a prosecutor, I never looked at a victim or a witness and asked them, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
Are you okay? I know when I heard that. Touch me.
And traveling this country and knowing what is at stake in terms of fundamental freedoms, what's at stake in terms of fighting against hate and those efforts to divide us. And I do know that I'm in a position to do something about it. So I felt a great responsibility. And the incredible power of the people, right? Who, I'm not the only leader in this. We're all leaders in this. This is so much bigger than me. It's about who we are as Americans. And it's about making clear what we stand for. And what we stand for is about the ideals upon which we were founded, including the importance of freedom and the importance of independence and the importance of dignity and purpose. But it is also about what we stand for in terms of our values. I think of it this way.
I think a lot boils down to values. I just said values are on the line here. Yes.
It does. I mean, think about it, Oprah. The idea that some would suggest, and that my opponent and it suggests, which is that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down. Come on. The real measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. And it's important for us, absolutely, to articulate that.
So it's like, this is the problem that I think a lot of people have with Kamala that aren't on board with this, which is that, I don't know, like, she just said nothing but platitudes for the last 2 minutes when asked this question. And this is like a very softball question. You could say whatever you want. The question is about, what did you do when you were thrust into this position of responsibility to be the presidential candidate, right? And you could take that question in any way you possibly want. And, even when Donald Trump talks, and if he can say things that are completely untrue, like, he invokes a clear vision of what he believes the problem is, or what he thinks people want to hear the problem is, which is, immigrants bad, Biden administration bad, they ruined the country. Like, he's painting this clear picture in your mind of sort of the set of values or the set of concepts that you would associate with his campaign. With this answer, which we hear so often, it's just like a blank. I don't know what any of this means. It feels like the stereotype, like comedy of a politician in a comedy movie who's just saying nothing, right?
Right.
Like, the sake of us is our values, our freedom, we're individuals, like
our dignity.
What is it? It's like, okay, what does this mean? It's so weird. It's so utterly strange to me.
Even on the middle class taxes, where they're both claiming to have the same policy, right? They want to lower taxes on the middle class. Trump takes it up a notch. He's like, no tax on tips. Service workers are middle class, right? Elderly person on a fixed income getting Social Security, they're middle class, right? No tax on Social Security. Like, he explains how he's going to get taxes lower on the middle class. She doesn't say anything about that.
But even if she doesn't explain it, she could still be like, the middle class in America has been squeezed for too long. We need to raise up, these people. We need to make the rich pay their fair share. We need to, do whatever things that the Democrats have been saying for like the last 10 years. There's a bucket of things that you can kind of draw on that the Democrats and Democrat candidates usually say for the last 10 years in these sorts of situations about, how to fix America, as a whole. And it's so fascinating to me that she doesn't draw on any of them.
I don't think she can. I don't think she's smart enough to.
No. I don't believe that. This is all intentional. This is all hyper intentional.
What makes you think that she is smart enough that if her staff just got out of the way, she could go to that voluminous number of policies that they have at their disposal and just rifle through them to pick up some great response?
Because I've heard her talk for years, and she said that she's talked like a normal human being in these circumstances before. In 2017 and 2015, 2019, even if she's saying things I disagree with, she had some point. It wasn't just this empty platitude speech that we've got. This to me feels like, okay, the concept here is you're going to be the unifying candidate. You don't really want to offend anyone, so you're just going to say essentially nothing.
Can we watch one of these speeches this week during the week?
Sure, we can. Yeah, sure, we can find.
So I can see this. Look,
speech, yes.
You can go back to Barack Obama's speeches, and you're like, oh wow, yeah, they hold up. You're like, this guy knows what he's.
Listen, you're not
going
to get an Obama level speech, but you're going to get a speech of a person that talks and has ideas and thoughts, and you go, okay, I understand where what they're talking about.
I'm trying to assess intelligence, level of intelligence. So I want a speech that convinces me Kamala Harris is not a ditz.
Okay.
That's what I want.
We'll find one for the week to watch.
All right. That'd be great.
Ever since the debate, we feel for our fellow citizens in Springfield. Do you not think about the fellow citizens in Springfield, Ohio, the Haitian families, the non-Haitian families, everybody having to deal with this lie that has endangered the lives of Haitian people and anybody who looks Haitian?
Now, this is straight identity politics here, right? They're basically gonna talk about this small minority population that we should be completely concerned with because their dignity has been harmed, instead of the policies that are going to affect the majority of the American people. And this is why people hate identity politics right here. Like, let's all step aside and talk about the dignity of the Haitian people. Look, I don't disagree that it's bad to create negative stereotypes of people. I don't necessarily know that we should base our political campaigns on it. Like, why is this an issue in the political campaign?
Well, first of all, number one, it's an issue because the right made it an issue. Okay. I don't know how you can't blame the left for this. It's like for years we've had this weird situation where the left would push on some weird shit, you know, we need to let everyone into whatever bathroom, we need to let kids be able to identify as whatever gender they want and get surgeries and all those other things. And then when the right pushes back on it, the left goes, oh, why do you care about these niche issues? Why do you care about these small issues? That's weird. That's weird for you to care about this thing that's happening to a small number of people with their culture war issues, right? And to me, it's always been like, well, that's a ridiculous argument because, you know, the left is the one that's been pushing in the first place. The right is simply reacting to it. This is a reverse of that. The right is the one that sort of pushed the story, the internet right, and then Donald Trump, obviously during the debate, pushed this concept, this story about the eating the pets thing, which turned out to be completely untrue. The woman that started in the first place acknowledged that it was just some like rumor, urban legend or something. And so now it's just they're eating crow. So I don't agree with you whatsoever.
Doesn't change the fact that this is identity politics, and the vast majority of the American people don't care about the dignity of the Haitian people.
Well, first of all,
doesn't change any of that.
First of all, people on the left do, because they perceive it like, okay, if this group of people is being attacked for some sort of racist thing, either I can be attacked for a racist thing, number one, or they just go, oh, I don't like racism, and this smacks to me as of racism.
If they perceive of it as a racist attack, I don't think moderate voters are going to perceive of it that way. I think this is strictly identity politics, catering to the left. That's what's going on here. That's the way I perceive it. Obviously, you perceive it differently. So,
well, I don't
think this is a way to win independent voters. I don't think independent voters are worried about their own economic circumstances. They're not worried about the racist stereotypes of the Haitian people.
So, okay. I don't know. Your reaction to this is so strange to me because it's like,
yeah, because I hate identity politics.
Okay, then you should hate the right for starting it in the first place.
We fundamentally disagree on this.
They 100% started a lie, and the left is responding to it. This is why it's like so strange to me.
The difference is, do you think they started the lie because they want to denigrate they want to create racist stereotypes? Do you think they created the lie because they want to create racist stereotypes?
The right,
we disagree on this.
Wait. Okay. It's very, very simple. All right. So the left, they're going to push issues that they think helps them, right? In the election, like abortion. Anytime there's something related to abortion, they'll be like, oh my God, look, abortion story. This is going to get people, they perceive it as, if we push this abortion issue, we're going to get people to vote for us because they don't want their, abortion rights taken away from them, right? This is why they always press this button.
First of all, give your definition of identity politics, because we're having a disagreement over
We're not even there yet. Just listen to what I'm saying. Okay. The right, by the same token as the left with the abortion stuff, is pushing the immigration issue because they look at the polls and they just look at the temperature of the country and they go, okay, we know that people currently in America overwhelmingly on both sides believe that there's an immigration problem in this country. And when there's an immigration problem, who are people more likely to blame? They're more likely to blame the left for the problem, because the left has been historically a much softer on immigration than the right. And so then when you have a story like this go viral about, someone on social media says, oh my God, there's a bunch of Haitians, in some small town, and they're eating pets or something, a bunch of people are going to run with it because on an intuitive level, they know, okay, if I can blow up this story and people believe this crazy story about they're eating the pets, that's going to possibly scare more people all across the country to say, oh, well, I got to vote for Donald Trump because I don't want a bunch of Haitians or I don't want a bunch of immigrants moving to my neighborhood eating my pets. That's why the story is being pushed. You agree with that, right?
But it's not identity politics.
Okay, I do not care if you're going to define as identity politics at all. It's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you think they're so you think they're doing it deliberately to create a negative stereotype of immigrants?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And
do you disagree with that?
I think they're doing it to create safety concerns around their voters, definitely, but they're not doing it like the identity politics is about the identity portion of it. And they're not doing it to bolster some identity group on the right.
They're doing it. Wait. Okay. First of all, you agree that everyone who's Haitian in America is catching strays from this attack.
Yes,
right?
Of course they are.
Okay.
Yes.
So from that perspective, it already is an identity politics attack. The same way, like, I'm assuming you would agree that if feminists came out and they said all men are rapists, is that not identity politics?
Of course, men are going to be catching strays.
Okay,
yes.
So I
do
don't
believe,
understand how it's
obviously,
any different than that.
Well, my problem with it is that they're blowing it completely out of proportion.
Okay, wait, that's fine. I can agree that it's being blown out of proportion, but that's
okay.
A different
that's all
issue.
I was saying.
Okay.
Like now we're going to sit here. We're going to talk about this incident that they're basically doing just to create an identity politics framework for the election. This whole argument is the right is racist. That's what it is. It can all be boiled down to the right is racist. That's exactly what this argument is. Is it not? Do you disagree with that?
No, that is the point of it. Yeah.
Yeah, of course it is. That's the point of identity politics.
Yes,
they're basically saying, look, you have a identity group here that's been denigrated, been disrespected by the right. You should get mad and vote for us because of it. But it doesn't change. It doesn't change inflation. It doesn't solve the immigration crisis. It's bullshit. And I don't like it. I
agree with you. It's not going to solve any of those problems. And it was really fucking retarded of the right to make this a big issue and to detract all the energy away from the actual issues in the first place. Because they blew it up for their own purposes. It backfired, and now the left is blowing it up for their own purposes.
But look, if the right lets it go, but the left won't let it go, after a while, you got to say, okay, well, this is the left's, getting things out of proportion.
Well, this is just, I mean, obviously on both sides of the political aisle, when one side says something that they think they can use against them, they're going to grab that and they're going to hold on to it as long as they possibly can to try to throw out as much red meat as possible.
And look, I love the Haitian people. Okay. I don't think the Haitian people are eating people's dogs and cats. Okay. I think the story is complete bullshit. Right. And I do think obviously some Haitian people are going to catch strays when a former president comes out and says this derogatory thing about their community. Right. I fucking hate stereotypes. But at some point, you have to realize, okay, we're in a presidential race here. I care more as an independent voter about your policy prescriptions than I care about you protecting the dignity of the Haitian community. Okay, look, we can work on protecting the dignity of the Haitian community after this election, right? I don't need 25 minutes on Oprah Winfrey about how Donald Trump has disrespected the Haitian community so that you can skate on not answering any kind of policy questions.
I mean, it's like 1 or 2 minutes, but okay.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes. 2 minutes we could be talking about the housing crisis. We could be asking follow-ups. Look, this is all it's all bullshit. It's all total bullshit. That's all it is. All it is. And this is designed to create a negative stereotype of the right as being all racist. That's exactly what they're doing. So they're working on, they're like, look, we got an opportunity to bolster our stereotype of the right, that they're all greedy racists.
Yeah. The right played directly into it.
Okay, so look, you're assigning blame to the right. I'm assigning blame to the right. Like they shouldn't have done it, but at the same time, like the left blows it all out of proportion. It's like there's like it's like when somebody, steps on the back of your foot and takes the back of your shoe off and you act as though they punched you in the face. Like, let it go already.
Well, I think I agree that in terms of like it's being blown in proportion just because with this specific claim, it got memed to hell with like all the funny songs and everything. So I think that sort of detracts away from its power of creating negative stereotypes is the fact that it's like a joke. It's become a joke because it seems so absurd. I'm assuming. I don't know.
Well,
I'd be
that's
curious
good, right?
on that. Well, that is good, even though it's completely unintentional. But I'm curious if you did like polling on this question about, what do you think about immigrants or Haitians eating pets? If it's actually changed in any direction because the claim was so memeified. Does that make it more like sticky in people's minds, even though it's silly, or does that make it seem more like preposterous? I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, it totally seemed preposterous and hilarious to me, but we're going to clutch our pearls and grab our fainting couches on Oprah Winfrey for, I guess, 2 minutes. Look, I don't want to oversell it here. It feels like 45 minutes because I hate identity politics. It's like nails on a chalkboard for me. It's like, okay, Donald Trump shouldn't have said that. And it's crazy. And why is he, it would be more interesting to me if they were like, oh, is a presidential candidate, do we really want a presidential candidate that falls for bullshit on the internet? Like, then they're making an argument that's not identity politics.
Right.
But no, they're going to do this. They're collectivist thinkers. They're going to be like, we have to protect all of the dignity of all of our collectives here. And we're going to come out and protect your dignity. We don't give a shit if you can't afford to buy milk or eggs. Okay. We're worried about your dignity. And that's why I hate identity politics. I think you're reading into it too much.
I think you're reading it too much. I think it's just very simple. What you said earlier, just hit the racist stick. Donald Trump, Republicans, racist, racism bad. I think it's just that simple. So,
yeah, but they are saying that you've been disrespected. How does what Donald Trump say affect the price of eggs for Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio?
I understand that
it doesn't.
Not an economic issue.
Yeah, of course it doesn't. It's a dignity issue. It's a total dignity issue.
Everybody in America feels for that. And everybody in America, left, right, middle, has concerns about immigration. Yeah. And I'm told that Justin, where are you in the audience? Justin.
Hello.
In our audience.
Hello, Madam Vice President.
You live in Michigan.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't love saying hello, Madam Vice President.
I do.
Is that horrible? I'm hearing like horrible audio. I don't know if it's on my end.
That's on the YouTube. That's not.
Is it really?
Yes. Well, it's in the original video because I'm hearing it too. And so this is the official video from the channel.
What is up with that?
I don't know. I thought it was my headphones, but I guess that's not.
What's your question? It's an immigration question.
My question for you is, when you become president, what would be your specific steps? Yeah, of course. What would be specific steps to strengthening the border?
So,
see, look, you started that whole tangent at him, and it wasn't even the question. It came up for 10 seconds so that they moved on.
No, this guy completely made my argument. He's like, okay. He's like, before you guys drift off into the identity politics.
Oh, is that what he said? Is that what he said?
Basically.
Okay.
He's like, let's talk about the actual issue. Why do we have such a problem with illegal immigration in America?
Okay. Interesting.
Look, these elitists over here.
I think you jumped the gun a little bit. Okay.
Sitch, yeah. These elitists over here sitting on the stage. All they want to talk about is the dignity of these groups because that means they don't have to do anything for them economically.
I mean,
identity politics is bullshit. Go ahead.
I'm guessing here that at least Oprah and probably Kamala already know all the questions that they're going to be asked in advance. Okay. I don't think it's like a surprise what question this guy's going to ask.
Okay. So. Now they know all the answers, right?
Well, you would hope, but that's kind of what's strange about the whole, interview / interaction. So we'll see what Kamala's answer is to this border policy question.
Oprah and Kamala have not prepared at all for this interview. They barely talk to one another, but she's got all the answers from Oprah in advance, all the questions in advance.
What?
Well, before you said that Oprah and Kamala barely talk to one another.
Well, no, I said I don't believe Oprah has been coaching Kamala on how to do interviews.
Can we back it up and listen to the identity politics part one more time?
Sure.
Perfect.
So everybody in America, left, right, middle, has concerns about immigration.
Yeah.
And I'm told that Justin.
Oh, wait. Before that.
Yeah.
Everybody having to deal with this lie that think about the fellow citizens in Springfield, Ohio.
So she frames it completely as identity politics.
Well,
she's like,
let's
all
these
people have to deal.
Okay.
Like that.
Ever since the debate, we feel for our fellow citizens in Springfield. Do you not think about the fellow citizens in Springfield, Ohio, the Haitian families, the non-Haitian families, everybody having to deal with this lie that has endangered the lives of Haitian people and anybody who looks Haitian? Everybody in America feels for that. And everybody in America, left, right, middle, has concerns about immigration. Yeah. And I'm told that Justin, where are you in the audience? Justin.
Hello.
In our audience.
Hello, Madam Vice President.
You live in Michigan.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't love saying hello, Madam Vice President.
I
do.
So she does frame it in identity politics, dealing with the stereotypes for the Haitian people.
Well, first of all, I noticed two things. Number one, I think I know what that sound is. I think because I heard at some points in this conversation, Kamala touches her chest, and you can hear she's hitting the lapel mic.
No way! Holy shit! Really?
So, and I was watching the clip here. I think that what's going on is that when Oprah moves her hair, when she moves her head, her hair is brushing against her lapel mic, and it's creating this audio gap.
Wow!
In that sound. So I think that's what's going on here from that very important policy perspective. Actually, so hearing the whole question, I have a completely different take of what I think transpired, because the end part of that question, there's two chunks of that question. The first chunk was, look at all the horrible things about the negative Haitian stereotypes. And then the second part was, it doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right or the center, there's an immigration problem in America. Okay.
Right.
So I think what's going on now that I've heard this for the third time is that Oprah wanted to ask a question or have this guy ask this question about immigration. But the Democrats on the left are very afraid of being called evil racists because they've been saying, if you care about immigration, then you're an evil racist. So starting the question by saying, isn't it horrible what happened to the Haitians? Isn't Donald Trump racist for saying this stuff? But now let's talk about immigration. It's like a way to say, oh, listen, I'm on your side. I'm not an evil racist. Here's your throwing out the stake for the racist bear to say, look at the racist over there. Now we can have a conversation about how there actually is an immigration problem.
Right.
That's the point. That's how that question was worded.
Right. Yes. That's probably the case. They're probably saying, look, we're going to talk about immigration, but we're going to do it without creating racist stereotypes. How do we do that?
Right.
Yeah.
What's your question? It's an immigration question.
My question for you is, when you become president, what would be your specific steps? Yeah, of course. What would be specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. My background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state. So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on. Okay. I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border and ensuring the safety of the American people. Sadly, where we are now can be traced most recently back to the fact that when the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. And here's what that border security bill would have done. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. And let me tell you, those border agents are working around the clock. It would have just been about giving them some support and relief, which is probably why the border agents actually endorsed the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl. And I'm looking at people from all over the country here, so I don't need to tell the folks who are watching this what fentanyl has done to families, to kids in our country, and the need to take seriously stemming the flow coming into our country and addressing that extraordinary and tragic issue in terms of its effect. The bill would have allowed us to have more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. And it would have been part of the solution. And Donald Trump called up those folks and said, don't put that bill on the floor for a vote. He blocked the bill, and you know why? Why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And he has put his personal political security before border security. Because understand, even in the intervening months, what that bill would have done to give support to folks who care about this issue. And this again gets to the point about what does leadership really look like? And is it about you or is it about the people? Right. Is it about running on problems or fixing problems? My work and my career has always been about saying, let's fix problems. Let's address the needs, because we know it's within our capacity to do that.
So to answer Justin's question, now that that bill has gone and hasn't passed, will you reintroduce that?
Absolutely. And when I am elected president of the United States, I will make sure that bill gets to my desk and I will sign it into law.
Okay. So first of all, it's interesting how Oprah's like, at the end of that very long answer, Oprah's like,
let me help you.
Okay, so yeah, let me assist you here. So are you gonna, like, are you saying you're gonna pass that bill, which is kind of funny. That would be like the key piece of information. It is very fascinating to me that no one brings up the fact that, including Kamala, that Biden passed an executive order that essentially does what the bill, or does big parts of what the bill did. Now,
right.
I believe the Biden administration is being sued by pro-immigration organizations to try to get that executive order thrown out or be denounced as illegal. So we'll see. I'd be because if that happens, then that would kind of prove the whole thing. You know, the Republicans have been saying for, oh, you just use executive order, you just use an executive order. That would prove that not to be the case if this ends up getting thrown out. If it doesn't get thrown out, I'd prove them correct. Apparently, you could just do it with an executive order, at least the asylum problem. So that's number one. But number two, this is why Kamala is such a bad candidate. It's so weird. Everything that she just said in that answer, we've all heard like 3 or 4 times from her, almost word for word. She just has the same canned answer again and again and again. And it's baffling to me because, and I remember we talked about this a few months ago, post the horrible Biden debate, okay? I believe it was after that horrible Biden debate, we watched a clip or talked about a clip where Biden was discussing the immigration problem in America. And even Joe Biden, whose brain is like half melted, gave a better fucking answer to this question than Kamala. Because he actually did what you're supposed to do when you're running for office and you're a good candidate. He explained what the problem was. He said, the problem is that, we have all these people showing up at the border requesting asylum, and there's not enough people to adjudicate the asylum process. And so they end up, getting put into the country and getting lost, or they, have these super long, come back in 10 months and blah, 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 blah. There's all this problems with the asylum seeking system is just completely overburdened. And we need to be able to basically shut down the border to either or do both of these things, which would be to turn away people who are just, quote, seeking asylum on the border, as opposed to them, going to the U.S. embassy in their country, which is what they're supposed to do in the first place. And also to, just increase the number of people to adjudicate on these cases so they can either give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. I believe most of these cases overwhelmingly are given the thumbs down so that people will get turned away. So if even Joe Biden with his half-melted brain can like explain the problem and then explain what the bill does, like why can't Kamala Harris do that too? Why does she have to just give this canned answer again and again and again about how she was a prosecutor and she prosecuted the drug, mules and blah, blah. Like, it's just so
That's unrelated
vapid.
information too. Yeah. Vapid is the right word. Answer the question. Answer your own question. Why can't she do it?
Well, I think it's because she doesn't want to offend anybody.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I think so. Well, what else would the answer be?
She's stupid, obviously, would be the easy answer, but
no, I mean, you could tell her, you could just tell her, say this about the asylum, problem, and she could just say it.
What is going to be offensive about that answer?
Because I would wager her staff is they're trying to say, like, listen, when you talk about asylum seekers, okay, you're talking about people who are running away from, or supposedly, like in the Democrats.
So she doesn't want to bring up asylum seekers because
right, people that are running away
freak out. Yeah.
from like harmful situations, terrible situations, whether it be violence or even economic, poverty situations. And how can you be so cruel and turn these people away from our borders?
Right.
Right. They just want to come here.
They're probably not lying. Even though most of them are probably lying. They're just economic migrants.
Right. But even if they're just economic migrants, they'd say, how, you're so cruel to turn away like impoverished people who just want to come to our country and work. Right.
Right.
And
okay.
they probably focus tested that and they said that doesn't work. What works is, and we even looked at that. Remember, there was that thing that showed like her campaign had focus tested like the 4 different answers. And the answer that pulled the highest was the, well, we got to stop the drug traffickers and the evil criminals from coming across the border, right? Which is part of why Donald Trump has chosen, his message when he talks about immigration is they're sending the criminals, they're sending the rapists, right?
Right. So if I care about immigration, what confidence do I have that Kamala Harris is not just going to fold to her party? What confidence do I have that she's going to stand up to her party on immigration, actually pass something that's going to be good for America?
Well, with the immigration one, I guess you could say because the Democrats have already done the executive order, so I don't see why I don't think they're going to go back on that.
Right.
And she said that she would pass that bill. So.
The follow-up question that I would ask is, if the Republicans stopped you from passing the border bill for their own political gain, like what's to stop them from doing that once you're elected?
Right, right. Well, that's always the problem whenever these people run for president. They say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. And it's like, okay, well, like 90% of the things you're talking about would require Congress to pass a bill, which, the other team is not going to let you pass a bill just because they don't want to give you a win, regardless of what it is.
And then I would just say, if I care about immigration, shouldn't I just vote for the Republicans? Because obviously they're not going to stand in their own way passing an immigration bill.
Right. But then the Democrats are just going to go against it, probably regardless of what the bill is, because they're going to say, oh, it's racist again now because it's the other side.
So then they're going to be standing in the way of it for political gain.
That's the way it works.
Okay. Well, look.
If there's a Democrat president, the Republican are going to say this bill is open borders, blah, nonsense. And then if the Republican is president, the Democrats would say this bill is evil and racist. Like that's just
so basically
neither side wants to get. None of these people have a principled bone in their body. They're afraid of giving the other side a win.
Right. Yes, I completely agree with you. But as a voter, if you do care about immigration, which is more likely to get you some sort of relief on the immigration issue? Is it going to be Donald Trump or is it going to be Kamala Harris?
It'd be a safe assumption to say that Donald Trump is going to be much stronger on controlling the flow of immigration in the country than Kamala Harris. That's a pretty safe assumption. Yeah.
Okay. And look, I agree. The answer was completely meandering. Oprah comes in there for the save at the end. Like, why isn't Oprah running for president, Sitch? Well, what's going on? Why is she answering all the questions?
This is like if Kamala had just explained the asylum problem and explained how whatever bill she wants to pass solves that problem, and then she could end it with saying, we had this bill, Donald Trump, tried to stop it because he'd rather run the problem than fix the problem. Like that's a fine tag, but don't make that the whole answer.
Yeah. Nobody's going to ask the follow-up though. I would just This is a thing. Like, as soon as you start asking that follow-up, they're not as comfortable making that, oh, the Republicans stopped us. Like,
right.
Stop rewarding that the Republicans stopped us answer, right? Oh, so the Republicans stopped you. Aren't they just going to stop you when you're in office then?
Right.
How does that change anything? You're saying that they stopped your Biden when he was in office. How are you going to get around the Republicans?
Yeah, no, it's a weak answer. That's why I said, like, have the tag just be like the character attack on Donald Trump. He wants to run on it and not solve it. But if you make that the whole answer, it plays into exactly what you're saying. You just come off looking weak and feckless. Because, like, well, if Joe Biden as president couldn't get passed, why does Kamala Harris as president get it passed? Like, what's the magic difference that happens unless, the Democrats get a complete majority in both the House and Senate, which I don't know what the polling's going to look like, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, totally unlikely.
But we really would love to know what your plan is to help lower the cost of living.
Yeah, first of all, thank you both for being here. And yours is a story I hear around the country as I travel. And in terms of both rightly having the right to have aspirations and dreams and ambitions for your family, and working hard and finding that the American dream is, for this generation and so many recently, far more elusive than it's been. And we need to deal with that. And there are a number of ways. One is bringing down the cost of everyday necessities, including groceries. So that's why I'm taking on, for example, price gouging. Which is when, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices, and there needs to be accountability and consequence for that. So
See, she undercuts her own answer here. She's like, most companies are fine, so that's obviously not the problem. Right. But I'm going to attack the thing that's not the problem.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Like, that's a good point. It's a very weird answer. And also, whenever this gets brought up and you get kind of the people on the Team Blue Russian, and they say, how dare you criticize Kamala's lack of answers or policies or whatever? She's only been a candidate for 2 months, 3 months, however long it's been. And it's like, okay, but, she said this price gouging thing multiple times. It's on her website now, in the policy section of her website. What does it mean? Like, what does it look like? How does Kamala determine, what is the plan to determine whether price gouging is taking place? Because she even says it's not most companies, it's just a small amount of these bad actors. Like, what does that look like? How do we identify that? And then what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, and how much is that going to fix the problem? If you're saying, look, that's a tiny part of the problem, then maybe you need another solution than just go after price gouging.
Yeah.
She doesn't know the answer. I have no faith. Look, at least Trump has an answer that seems plausible, right? Bring down energy costs. Energy is a huge input into all products and services.
It's not a plausible answer, though.
You don't think it is?
Well, it is if he has his only plan for bringing down energy costs is drilling more oil wells, which, again, as I've said a billion times, is not going to do anything for years.
Whether or not it will actually work in the real world is separate from the logic of the solution.
Right. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
She doesn't even have the logic of the solution.
Well, no, the logic, you're right. She undermined the logic is supposed to be, and this is, again, why I say it's so she's running in such a weird way that I don't understand. Except that she's just trying to be
90% of the companies are price gouging. It works logically.
Right. She's trying to be as inoffensive as possible to both people and, like, big corporations, I guess. Because you're right. Like, the standard Democrat, price gouging answer would be there's a bunch of evil big companies and they're all ripping you off. Right. And that would, whether it's true or not, there's a logical story that tells that people could latch onto.
Right. I don't think that's the case.
Right.
So I don't think that's true. I don't think this answer is complete bullshit. And I don't think it's going to work.
I'm going to be taking on price gouging. But it's also about dealing with what we need to do around home ownership, right? So as someone mentioned during this film, look, I grew up a child of a mother who worked very hard. She raised me and my sister. And
I think they should do like a meeting where they ask Kamala a bunch of like test questions, and every time she says "I grew up," they hit her with a ruler, like on the knuckles.
Yeah, look, you shouldn't be saying "I." You should be talking about the American people.
Right, but it's like just stop telling this stupid story about how you grew up as a middle class person.
Yeah,
no one cares about you or your lawn or anything. Just stop it.
Can you imagine you're going in to hire an attorney, like, you know, in some sort of legal matter, and they're like, "I grew up a middle class kid." You're like, "Get the fuck out." Next.
It's interesting because it definitely plays into the gender dynamic differences between like the parties and sort of how Kamala's trying to appeal in a much more feminine way to women, because that is a very female centric worldview in terms of how to address the issues. To say, listen, I understand where you're coming. I empathize with you. Let me explain my backstory in detail so you understand that I've been where you've been, right? That feels like a far more feminine sort of strategy to engage with the topic, as opposed to just being like, this is what I'm going to do for you, which is a more like masculine approach to the issue.
Yeah. Okay.
And she saved, and by the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy a home. And we grew up actually for a long time in an apartment on top of a child care center that was owned by the woman we called our second mother, because she helped my mother raise us. And she was a small business owner, Miss Shelton. So I'll bring all this together.
I just have to point out, okay, evidently this question is being posed by a couple, a married couple, and you have the woman doing everything she can to send signals to Kamala Harris that this is interesting and she's very involved. And her husband is just like, get to the fucking point.
It's literally exactly what I said. There's the sex difference on display in terms of the story and the information. Well, first, and I mean, also, it's interesting because you look at like they look like they're living in a nice place.
Of course, yeah, it looks, yeah.
But it's weird because like so Kamala's sort of like doing her trying not to laugh, smile thing, but it's like what part of the story is supposed to invoke this emotion? She's just talking
this
about
is
how
not
some
an
other
emotional
woman,
story. Yeah,
right.
It's not a touching story. We've heard it 75 times. Yeah, nobody cares. It has nothing to do with the cost of eggs in Ohio or Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Right.
To tell you, the way I think about it is, one, when people work hard and have a dream of buying a home, we should give you the opportunity to be able to do that, which is why part of my plan is for first-time homeowners, buyers, to have a $25,000 down payment assistance to buy your first home. Because people just need to be able to get their foot in the door, and then you'll do the hard work. Part of my plan is what we need to do.
I mean, I think those people are living at home, it looks like, so I don't know if that's going to help them, but
yeah, they're like, oh, that's great. Our home value is going to go up. Well, who knows? Maybe they're renting it or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Small businesses, because my second mother was a small business owner, and I love our small businesses and our small business owners. They are not only business leaders, they are community leaders. They mentor, they hire locally, and we have so many entrepreneurs in our country who have great ideas, incredible work ethic.
This is so weird considering that all the small business owners, all the mom and pop shops kind of got driven out of business by Walmart and the big conglomerates, right? Doing all those cost cutting, lowering prices. This question is literally about how do we lower prices? We bring the mom and pop shops back where everything is more expensive. That's how we lower prices.
That's a very good
point. It's like
point.
so stupid.
Yeah.
None of this makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ethic, but not necessarily access to capital, because not everybody like my...
Wait till she trots out the $25 minimum wage to lower prices, Sitch. Oh, it's going to be great.
My opponent was handed $400 million on a silver plate that he filed bankruptcy 6 times on. And so part of my plan is to give startup small businesses a $50,000 tax deduction to start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000.
And that line there makes me think she has no idea what this tax deduction is.
I don't know what it is. I don't understand. She never explained like what exactly is it like when you first start a business, you get tax? Is it just a general every year you have your yearly annual tax deduction and it's being increased? Which if that's
Yeah,
what it is, I mean, that's good, but that's not really going to help you start up a business, right? That's
yeah,
going to maybe help you maintain a business.
You have to owe $50,000 in taxes to get the deduction, which means you have to have $250,000 in sales. I don't know about you, but when you start that restaurant, you're gonna be lucky if you have $250,000 in sales in your first year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it over 10 years you get to take this tax deduction? It's not, and that's not, they're not giving you $50,000 to start the business. That would be like, we'll give you a 0 interest rate loan to start a business, right? That's giving you $50,000.
No, well, I think the sad truth is no candidate, no political party here has any fucking clue or idea how to lower prices. And it's not going to happen. Prices will not go lower. They're stuck because, you have Kamala and her plan is the price gouging, which she will never explain. And I think is not going to happen because there is no explanation to it whatsoever. So that seems like a total bust. And then you have Donald Trump's plan is to increase tariffs, which is going to raise prices. And then now he's talking about forcibly lowering, putting a cap on credit card interest rates, right? Which should increase inflation again. So we have two candidates have no clue how to lower the prices. So there's like fucking no chance whatsoever prices are going to get lower in the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Unless it's just completely out of the political hands and just completely a market solution, which maybe that's possible, but
people have to be using their credit cards because they can't afford to, like, they're using it as a stopgap because they don't actually have the income to be able to pay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Inflation is a stubborn one.
Yep.
So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny business.
So supposedly, like, inflation, according to the Federal Reserve, and people always are critical of the different metrics that they use. Supposedly inflation is back down to like between 2 and 3%. 2% is what they go for. But the problem is things are still far more expensive than people can buy on the current wages that they have. So we're still kind of stuck in people depleting their savings or using credit cards just to be able to do their monthly expenses.
Well, there's two things. Number one is when they talk about inflation being, quote, back down, what they mean is like inflation, the growth of inflation is back down to normal levels, right? It's not
prices are prices are staying at the same level, even though they're elevated.
Right. It's not like, people want this to get prices back down to where they were 4 years ago before everything got jumped up 10 to 20%. That's
people
what
would love
want,
that.
right?
Yeah, people would.
But then
love
number two,
that.
I saw a very interesting poll. I'm gonna see if I can find it again. I don't remember where it was, but it essentially said that a lot of people's perception, I think even the majority of people's perception about the economy was that they were like, it was like they could kind of handle a lot of the economic problems, but they just perceived other people couldn't, right? And I think we have a scenario where I don't know how people's wages are in terms of how much they've increased or decreased or become stagnant, but it's just very clear that people go to the grocery store and they just see, or they go to a restaurant, they just see how much food prices has drastically, gone up.
Right.
And that's like what everyone is reacting to, which makes that and property and gas and stuff. So,
and inflation is kind of a one-way trip because, like, if you're working for one of these big companies that makes the products, right, the cost of everything is going up, you're going to talk to your employer, I need a raise, a cost of living raise. Well, as soon as they start giving out those cost of living raises, then all of a sudden it's more expensive to manufacture the product. They can't just all of a sudden lower the price of the goods. Their employees are fine, but until you get a raise, you're stuck on the other side of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business, right?
Yes.
You know where I'm going.
See, it's so funny because Oprah probably doesn't know this either. Like, Oprah just conceptually, she thinks, oh, this is like giving someone $50,000 to start a business. That's not the policy. That is not the policy.
Right, but it's interesting because it seems like Oprah kind of throwing a little bit of shade on this policy,
and
then
by saying 50,000 is not enough to start an Oprah
well, she's saying it's
business.
a teeny tiny business, but then see, and this is why I don't think Kamala is like stupid. She fires back with a zinger at Trump that completely changes everyone's like detracts from the criticism, and everyone laughs at Donald Trump. Which you wouldn't, like, if you're just an idiot, you wouldn't have the ability to do that on the spot.
Right. Okay.
Because listen.
That's to start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny business.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business, right?
Yes.
You know where I'm going.
Well, I don't know if Oprah was responding to her plan, the 50,000, or just the current 5,000. Maybe she was just responding to the current $5,000 thing. So maybe it wasn't a jab at her, but
no, that's definitely a jab at Donald Trump. It's funny,
the concept of a business is obviously a jab at Donald Trump, saying his concept of a plan to fix healthcare.
Right. So. Yeah.
That's a good line. It's a funny line.
That's right. And
it's still on paper with the $5,000.
Right.
It's still on paper.
It just hasn't happened, right? Part of
She did. Do you think Oprah got the Trump joke? It seems like maybe she didn't.
Of course she did. Everyone got it. Yeah.
Okay.
To speak to you guys and your family and your dreams is what we need to do around giving middle-class families tax breaks. And so part of my plan is also to extend and expand the child tax credit to $6,000 so that you can, in the first year of your child's life, have the resources to be able to buy a crib and a car seat and clothes for your baby, knowing that's such an extraordinarily important time in their development, and you shouldn't have to worry about how you're going to take care of their basic needs. All of this and more is part of what I plan to build, and I call it an opportunity economy. And it's basically about creating opportunities, knowing so many people have the ambition, have the aspirations, are working hard, but just need opportunity to reach their goals and their dreams.
I saw you smiling with that $25,000 credit for the home. I saw that smile on your face and the $6,000. Thank you all so much. I want to just introduce too.
It is interesting to me that the Democrats, or Kamala as a Democrat candidate, has moved, like, the messaging is so different than it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was, Bernie Sanders, the billionaire class is, trying to destroy the middle class. We need to raise the middle class, like all this stuff. And everything that comes out of Kamala's mouth is this very, like, we need to give people, it's almost like the Republican neoliberal line from 20 years ago. Like, we need to give people opportunities to succeed, right? Because usually the Democrats are like, we need to increase the minimum wage. We need to, create unions, like all that. It's so fascinating. All that talk is just gone from Kamala.
Well, they can't talk about increasing the minimum wage with the inflation up the wazoo.
Why not?
The response to that was always, you're going to cause massive inflation. No, that was a counter argument.
I agree, but do people know or care about that? I don't know. I don't think people like understand the concepts of how all this stuff, comes into practice.
Yeah.
I think it's that Kamala is very clearly, her campaign, I should say, is very clearly trying to appeal to like everyone. And so by trying to appeal to everyone, they end up appealing to like almost no one. Like, she's trying to not scare off the big business donors, but also appeal to, working class people. And so that's why we get these kind of like vague answers. Or, I mean, I'm fine with the child tax credit. It's like good and all, but it's interesting to me, the change in rhetoric from the Democrat candidate to a much more like, I guess, a much more moderate position on a lot of these issues, except for the price gouging thing, though that is so vague that, who knows what it means.
Was there more to the question that the people asked? Are they not homeowners? Or is she just assuming that they're not homeowners?
We can go back and I don't think she says that she's a homeowner. So,
because Oprah is basically saying, "Oh yeah, you got that 25,000 free money. I saw you smiling at."
Right.
I don't know where they're trying to buy a home though.
That's a BRB if you want to read a super chat.
Okay. Well, I'll just back up to the, see if I can actually get their question.
Affording life right now.
For so many in Philadelphia, Rachel and Garrett say they have to watch every penny.
When I think of middle class, I think about people who are able to just get up and go and do things.
Isn't this, I hate to be like a nitpicker, but they have to watch
High
every
cost of
penny.
living is their top concern this election.
Okay, let's listen to this whole intro here.
18 to 34 say that the cost of living is their top issue ahead of the election. Let's take a look.
So 18 to 34s are like, shit is out of control. I can't afford anything, which, yes, things are way too expensive now.
Groceries are extremely expensive right now.
I don't understand how people are affording life right now.
For so many Americans, the high cost of living is their top concern this
These houses are freaking huge.
election.
Rach, we have $435 to last us till the end of the month. Okay?
What?
In Philadelphia.
Okay, so the guy says we have $435 last the end of the month.
Rachel and Garrett say they have to watch every.
Okay. He's saying he has to watch every penny, right?
Right.
Look at that $1,500 gaming chair he has there. Garrett. Garrett, did you really need to spend $1,500 on a gaming chair?
And he's got the LED keyboard, and he's also got like an LED mat underneath. Like, is that what's going on with that mat, that cooling mat underneath?
Look, I'll try to be charitable here. I don't know that this is a $1,500 gaming chair. I know gaming chairs are extremely overpriced.
Listen,
and I don't think they're worth it. So
it's a good investment. You need a good chair when you're sitting.
You need a good chair, but I don't think the gaming chairs are particularly good. I think.
Okay.
Penny.
When I think of middle class, I think about people who are able to just get up and go and do things within their means and like not extravagant things, but be able to get up and go to dinner whenever they want, or maybe take that trip, that long weekend trip. We don't have that luxury.
By a long shot, her tax plan is phenomenal. No glaze.
Kamala Harris just delivered her new economic plan, and boy, oh boy, is it good for small business owners.
Holy shit, you guys. Kamala Harris is going to announce tomorrow a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers.
I can't believe this, such propaganda.
Well, but see, playing this actually makes her answer even worse, because they all just say what she then says in her own answer, right?
Yeah, you're
They're
exactly
just setting all
right.
the talking points. So, but I mean, I don't know what, from an economic perspective, I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do. If you have a situation where you have inflation, so the prices of certain goods have gone up 10 to 20%, and then, people are feeling the squeeze, but you don't necessarily say, okay, well, we want all these people's wages to get to raise, because then that would presumably make prices, everything go up again. So how do you solve this problem? What do you do?
You force people's wages lower. Look, you have a bunch of.
I don't know if that's the solution.
You have a huge number of government employees, right? You control the wages on them. You just tell everyone, listen, this inflation is getting out of control. We're going to lower your wages by 30%.
That's a horrible.
We're going to take a lot of aggregate demand out of the marketplace. As soon as people can't afford to buy those groceries, the grocery suppliers are like, oh, we got to cut our prices. We got stuff rotting on the shelves here. No one can afford it.
Right. So then they drop prices, and then they have to fire people to drop prices, and then unemployment goes up, and then the economy goes down, and then you lose the election. Because
no, the government employees are still hired. They're not getting
well, no,
fired.
because but even
they
what
just
you're
lower,
saying,
the companies come in and they're like, listen, we got to lower our prices. We're going to have to lower your wages. Now their wages go down to the same where the government employees' wages are.
Well, or
and all of a sudden they're like, okay, look, as long as I can afford everything, you can lower my wages. So then they lower their wages.
I don't think that's.
It would work.
That's obviously ridiculous.
It would work. People are going to freak out about
that's
it. That's
obviously ridiculous. Yeah.
But that's the cycle that you need, right?
Well, no. Well,
look,
this is where
wages came down and prices came down. They did in our thought experiment. They literally did.
No, but you get into the problem where if wages haven't gone up, but prices are still up, then what's going on there? There's obviously some problem.
Wages are the origin
That's where the
of the
price gouging
level.
accusation comes in. Is that if the prices of the product of the actual products hasn't increased and the wages haven't increased, then where's all the extra money going to?
Price gouging, right?
Well, that's the left's answer to it.
Wages are the start of the price level. That's where everything begins.
Right.
Right. People kind of figure what they're going to pay for things by what they're making. But now we're in a situation where people just are not making enough money to even pay for the necessities. Yeah. So wages have to go up.
Okay. When I am elected president, I will make it a top priority to bring down costs and increase economic security for all Americans.
Well, Rachel at Garrett.
Okay.
Okay. Squeeze Louise for $20 says Adam's elephant is on some shit today. There you go.
I hate identity politics. It drives me crazy. It's like, I'm so sick of it. I want to talk about things of actual substance. And I feel like identity politics is a giant dodge that the Democrats use all the time. And I'm tired of it. I'm so sick of it. So, and look, Sitch and I, just to be fair to Sitch and I are using kind of different definitions of identity politics. What's the definition that you're using?
Identity politics is just using someone's identity, often their racial identity, but not always, their identity as like the focal point of all of your political conversation. So it's like, okay, as your identity group, you have to vote one way or the other. You have to be afraid of other identity groups. It's a mean to divide the identity groups, essentially.
So, and the identity politics definition that I'm using is from Francis Fukuyama. He wrote a book called Identity, also wrote The End of History, which is a very famous narrative about, you've probably heard the term getting to Denmark, which is a Fukuyama thing.
I don't think anyone's heard that, but
he's, it's that our societies are all evolving towards a liberal, capitalistic, democratic system. So, but he says identity. Okay. He says that in a, when you've got this administrative state, the people are in kind of an identity crisis, and that the politicians step in and they're like, we're going to protect your identity, the dignity of your identity. So that's the definition of identity politics I'm using. So it's very specific. And a lot of times the politicians will use this as a dodge because it's very easy to say, look, I'm concerned about the dignity of the Haitian community. I don't care if they're living on the streets and have to eat cats and dogs to live, okay? I'm more worried about their dignity in the eyes of other groups. So, and look, like representation in movies and stuff like this. Obviously, representation in movies is about the dignity of whoever is getting the representation, right? So that's classic identity politics.
Let me read the Britannica, the Dirty Brits definition of identity politics.
Okay.
See how you feel about it. Identity politics, is political or social activity by or on behalf of a racial, ethnic, cultural, religious, gender, or other group, usually undertaken with the goal of rectifying injustices suffered by group members because of differences or conflicts between their particular identity or misconceptions of their particular identity and the dominant identity of a larger society. Identity politics also aims in the course of such activity to eliminate negative misrepresentations of a particular group that have served to justify their members' exclusion, exploitation, marginalization, oppression, or assimilation to the point of erasure.
Yes, that's, a better word than injustice, and you'd get straight to Fukuyama, is indignity. So,
right, but I would agree with all this entire definition except for one part.
Okay.
Which was the part that says rectifying injustices suffered by group members because of differences or conflicts between their particular identity and the dominant identity of a larger society. So by adding in that dominant identity of larger society, they're embedding P plus P equals R into the definition of identity politics. That's the only part I disagree with.
Right.
Because so they're basically saying, well, if you say all white people bad, that's not identity politics because white people are the quote dominant identity. So, but if you got rid of that, part of the definition just saying it's about these injustices or perceived injustices of groups based on their identity in conflict with other identity groups, then I would agree with that definition. That's what I say identity politics is.
Right.
That's what
They're
I'm saying,
basically signing off on the conflict as long as the conflict is against the majority group.
Well, in this definition, but I'm saying in my definition, if you just got rid of that, I would agree. It's just if you take a group of people and you separate them on the basis of some identity and say, listen, that you're going to have a bunch of conflict with this other identity group, right? On the basis of your identity, that's identity politics. It's saying that there's identities that are clashing with each other and creating this conflict. Usually, now I would remove political because obviously that would encompass everything if you include political. But I would say specifically like race and gender and things of that nature.
Right.
So
it is wedge politics too. Classic wedge politics. Because you're pitting one identity group against another when you could just say, look, we're all Americans. That's a dominant identity group.
Right. Well, okay. So here's an example. So example would be like, okay, if you say the price of things is too high in America, we need to lower them. That's not identity politics because yes, everyone pays more. Right.
Exactly.
That'd be a broad-based political message.
Yep. Yeah.
Which I would hope that would be the majority of. I mean, that's what you want, ideally. So. Spencer Harmon for $20 says it's voodoo culture. It's a sacrifice culture. To confirm the power from the sacrifice to eat the sacrifice. Saying it's not reported, confirmed doesn't mean it's not happening. It's a cultural problem. So. Spencer, what you're saying is very bizarre to me, okay? Because when you talk about, there are definitely people that practice voodoo, there are people that practice Santeria, and they do make animal sacrifices. That is something that happens in America every day, yes. But it's, to my understanding, and for people that I've known firsthand that have been engaged in these sorts of things in Florida, it's, chickens or ducks or something to that effect. I've never in my entire life ever heard of people using cats and dogs, especially stealing cats and dogs or picking up stray cats and dogs for such sacrifices. So you can't just make this claim and say, oh my God, it must be happening because, there's some kind of animal sacrifice culture. You actually have to have some kind of evidence for that claim.
And Haitians, part of their culture is cats and dogs are pets. They take them on as their pets. So they have the same kind of apprehension about sacrificing a cat or a dog that we have.
Yes, exactly. RBGH fan for $20. Thank you so much. Says the U.S. leads the world in immigration with 20% of the world's immigrants, not including illegals. It's not racist to manage them. Price gouging is only possible if you have monopolies. Are the Dems the party of antitrust? That's it. Well, if they used to be, I have no clue what their position is nowadays. So, I mean, it's weird because, like, again, see, this is where if Kamala was a more adept politician, she could explain what the price gouging is, where she thinks it's coming from. She could make a claim about saying, like, well, these food producers have some kind of monopoly. And I believe that they're raking in record profits while, not actually having to pay more for, the raw materials, and they're not increasing wages, and they're just sucking in the profits and giving it to their shareholders or just giving it to the CEOs or whatever, right? Like she needs to make an argument. And I mean, it could be wrong, but you need to make an argument and explain the policy.
You and I completely differ on this perceptually because you think, the cameras are off. This is all off the record. We're going to have a conversation with Kamala Harris, and we could start having an intelligent conversation about economic policy. We could say, look, like just a little exchange that we had about the wages, right? I'm throwing out, well, if we start lowering people's wages, it's going to restrict demand. And when the producers aren't selling their products, obviously the only choice they have is to lower their prices, right? Whether or not we could have that conversation with Kamala Harris is an open question for me. Like, I'm not sure she understands the concepts that we're dealing with.
That's fine. Listen, I don't blame you or anyone for having that perception because she refuses to, excuse me, because she refuses to show that that's not the case, to actually explain anything in a way in which you go, oh, she knows what she's talking about.
Right. Like if you just asked her a broad question, said, look, there's this much money in the economy and we double our production, twice as many of every good. So we have a magic button and the goods just increase on the shelves. What's going to happen to prices?
They're going to go down, obviously.
Well, look, you're very perceptive. I'm wondering what Kamala Harris would say.
Well, I don't know.
Just a very basic
we don't
question.
know. Right. We don't know because she refuses to elucidate on anything. So
look, you and I both have a model of the economy in our heads that I'm not convinced that she has. Look, in a lot of people, and we've both come to this conclusion. We talk about it on the show. A lot of people are just word thinkers.
Right.
Like they can't build a conceptual model in their head just to save their lives. And I'm just wondering, I keep thinking, is Kamala Harris one of these people? Like question. If you're one of those people, you do what everyone does. They learn to fake it.
Right.
They learn to say things that, make it seem like they might know what the concept is, even though they can't grasp it. And that's how you get these word salads.
Well, it's interesting.
Well, I know the words related to the concept.
Because, I don't know. We'll watch. I'll try to find some interviews for us to watch during the week. Because my perception of this is really just Kamala is capable of this conversation, and she's doing herself this massive disservice by being paralyzed into terror and anxiety to answer any question in a realistic way, in a real way, and not just give these canned NPC pre-programmed responses.
What I would give to be a fly on the wall of that debate prep, because someone is having these private conversations with her. And I mean, maybe Oprah is. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you understand economics. I don't know if Oprah understands this stuff. Her back and forth on how to start a business with her makes me think Oprah doesn't know. She's just in the dark.
And yeah, as for the immigration thing, yes, obviously the U.S. and any country can decide how to manage, both immigrants that are legal and illegal in terms of what the voters want. Yasuke Nagasaki for $20 says, all you need to do to help Americans buy houses is to A, build more houses, and B, decrease the demand by deporting illegals. Handouts from the governments will just increase inflation and hurt Americans in the long run. Well, obviously you need to build more houses, and yes, doing things to give people money so that they can buy houses will just increase the demand, thus increasing the prices, which would defeat the entire point.
Why
I would imagine.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd imagine deporting people would have some effect on lowering prices. I'm kind of skeptical about it having a substantial effect because usually when people are talking about buying houses, these aren't sort of the house stock that, all the quote, the illegals are running into the country buying up, right? Or you could just simply they're renting. Usually they don't usually have money to buy a house. I mean, you could argue that, if I guess you could say there are other ways to deal with it, which would be number one, you stop these sorts of rent-seeking behavior of large corporations buying up a bunch of houses just to rent them out. Number one. And number two, you could even start to impose restrictions. I would imagine you say if banks want to give out loans to people, I don't know, maybe they should make sure that they're citizens before they do that. If you want to kind of tamp down on that behavior. So
I would look, I mean, you'd have to do some kind of study, but I'm really curious about all of these illegal aliens that everyone wants to deport, because my gut intuition is that they are lowering the prices of goods and services because they're working in manufacturing jobs. And look, if
they're driving down the price of wages.
Yeah, look, if they're
it's true.
If they're literally roofers and framers and construction workers, you're like, do we really want to throw out the people who are literally building the fucking houses? We want to build more houses, right?
That's a really good point. Because if you have a bunch, which I don't, by the way, I don't agree with those from my own moral perspective, but from a purely economic perspective, if you have illegal immigrants or even legal but low-wage migrant workers building homes for lower wages, then if you deport them all, you're going to increase, yeah, there might be a less demand, but you just skyrocketed the cost of building a house. So
the problem for me is assimilation, where I think the Democrats do a horrible job. They don't even want to talk about assimilation. They want to talk about cultural appropriation, and also lowering wages for American workers. So those are the things that bug me for most. Obviously, if you're changing the culture because there's so many immigrants flooding into your city, then that's an assimilation problem.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned. So,
100%.
But look, a lot of people, that's mostly what they're concerned with too. Like they don't mind immigration as long as it's not changing the culture tangibly. But a lot of people who want to come here, they want to come here because they have the idea that America is a place of opportunity, and they're kind of on board with that capitalist liberal democracy culture anyway.
Well, this kind of the problem is that the left has sort of destroyed, unfortunately, in the last 10 to 15 years, the left has sort of gone on this rampant America bad sort of, I don't know, binge. And it's making it so, yeah, like why the fuck would anyone want to assimilate to a culture when half the country, especially the part that controls, most of the media, most of the movies, is saying America is evil, America is bad.
Well, and racist.
Racist, right. And that's, so yes, the issue, I agree 100%, the issue should just be assimilation. We need to promote the idea that America is great again, if you want to say it that way, that, America is the shining city on a hill, and that we should all strive for this kind of unifying American identity. So we go back to the time period of people who want to come to America and say, you're going to speak English, you're going to identify as American. American identity is the based identity. We don't need all this hyphenated identity nonsense that we sort of adopted in the last, 10, 15, 20 years.
Yep.
TB for 100 Ronin says, Miss Harris doesn't know the answer to any policy questions. Just be opaque, say dreams and aspirations 1,000 times, be not Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, and be a minority. She might win. What the fuck? S-class forever. Well, thank you. And, this really, to me, shows sort of how bad a candidate Donald Trump is, because I can't imagine this routine working on literally any other Republican at all. Like even the worst Republican, like even Mitt Romney, or I don't know who, or something like Bob Dole, like even the Republicans that lost elections, I just can't imagine them losing to this routine. I feel like it's unique to Donald Trump's ability to maybe lose to this.
It's ridiculous that he got baited so easily in the debate. So ridiculous.
Well, that's who he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, are joining us.
You can't wait until.
What's up?
Okay, so they're going to talk about abortion stuff. So.
Oh yeah, we love to talk about that on the show. Oh my.
Well, actually, here, let me make it worse for you. Okay, let me play. So this woman, she gave a little speech at the DNC.
Right. Oh no. Okay, let's hear it.
Let's play her little DNC speech first.
How she almost died because she couldn't get an abortion.
No, it's worse than that.
Oh.
Is that how she was raped?
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
Why are you applauding that? Jeez, you people are evil.
Well, what do you mean? They're applauding that she survived, Adam, obviously.
They're applauding that she was a victim.
Okay.
That
I don't think so.
Endured something that you had to survive.
Well, they're applauding the fact that she survived it, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive.
What are you doing, Sitch?
Listen, this is why the Republicans lose so bad on this issue. Okay,
this is
they have to contend with this messaging. That's why the Democrats are going to push this button as much as they can.
This is terrifying.
Yeah,
terrifying.
Yep.
Look, a 12-year-old girl does not know how to deal with a pregnancy.
Yep.
So it's going to be difficult. This is oh my God.
That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parents' child?
Listen,
my God, Sitch.
Republicans they need to just they need to just be like, okay, every state will have a rape exception, rape and incest exception.
Oh, they should bring that bill up tomorrow. Are you kidding me? They should.
It's such a bafflingly retarded issue that they're just going to lose on every time. So, I mean, I get the I get the pro-life argument about it, but from a political perspective, it's just such a massive loss of an issue. 80-90% of the country is not on board with not having these exceptions.
99.9% of the country is not on board with this shit.
I don't think it's that high because there's polling on it, but it's like in the 80 to 90% are on board with exceptions for rape and incest. And it's interesting that you get some states so they don't do it just because some contingency, has a lot of political power in a handful of states. So
this is just horrifying, completely horrifying.
There are other survivors out there.
Oh, I wanted to say, look, Donald Trump knows that this is a horror show. Donald Trump does not want to respond to this. Donald Trump has pretty much been trying to tell the Republican Party, look, you can't just put up the bill, right? We got to change our position on abortion if we want to continue to win elections. Do you disagree with that?
It's interesting because, the perception is that Donald Trump has this so much sway over the base of the party, which I think he does have a tremendous amount of sway over the base of the party. But even he totally cucked out on the abortion stuff because, they're asking him about the amendment in Florida, which, they asked him about the amendment in Florida, and he said that his initial response was that he thought 6 weeks was not enough time.
Yeah, and he changed
for people to get an abortion at all. And so he was going to vote in favor of it. And I believe that the amendment in Florida raised it to the Roe v. Wade or something, the 20 to 24 week period or something. And then he got so much backlash, I guess, from people on the right that the next day he flip-flopped and was like, no, I'm going to vote against it. So
yeah,
he should have just, I think he should not have been a cuck. I think he should have just stuck by his position and said, I told you that I was going to bring it back to the states. That's exactly what I did. Once in the states, people can vote however they choose for their state.
Yeah, but he wants to win the election. He knows those voters have to show up.
Right. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
He's cucking to the extreme abortion people.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-abortion people.
Who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you.
Okay, so we can go back to, let's go back to Oprah here. So let's see.
You're done torturing me. Thank you.
I'm done torturing you. So let's see, so she basically, she stands up and she, says the equivalent of all that stuff. We'll see what Kamala Harris's sort of response is. They also
this is like the softball question, obviously.
Right. So, okay.
Case came to light through the reporting of journalist Kavitha Surana with ProPublica. And so listen to her story.
2 years.
Oh, this is, okay, so this story is interesting. So I'll say something after we watch it.
28-year-old Amber Nicole Thurman, a medical assistant and a single mother to a 6-year-old boy, found out she was pregnant. Amber had just secured her own apartment and was thinking about going to nursing school. She made the decision to terminate her pregnancy. A strict abortion ban had recently taken place in her home state of Georgia, which caused Amber to travel to North Carolina for the procedure. Traffic made her miss the appointment, so the clinic gave her medication, what are known as abortion pills. Once back home, Amber experienced profuse bleeding, vomiting, severe pain. She eventually passed out. Her boyfriend called for an ambulance. At the Georgia hospital, Amber's condition deteriorated quickly. In a rare occurrence, it was discovered her body had not expelled all the fetal tissue and an infection was spreading. Official Georgia State medical expert analysis of her case says Amber should have received a life-saving D&C, but doctors waited 20 hours before deciding to take her to surgery. Amber's blood pressure had taken a dive. Her organs had started failing. In the operating room, her heart stopped. On the way to surgery, Amber's last words to her mother were, "Promise me you'll take care of my son."
Okay, obviously from a political perspective, very persuasive, right? Very persuasive rhetoric, very powerful message. From a fact claim, see, this is part of why I get annoyed with politics, because I looked into the story and it's entirely unclear why this lady died, why this tragedy occurred. Because essentially what happened was she took, an abortion pill that's supposed to it seems like, because the reporting on the story is so bad, because it's all very biased one way or the other. So it's hard to get the specific details you need. But it seems like she took an abortion pill. She expelled, majority or some amount of, the fetus or the fetal tissue, didn't expel all of it. And then her body went into sepsis because it was dead. And she had this dead material inside of her that was toxic and killing her. And so when she goes to the hospital, they say, okay, why didn't the doctors, they knew what the problem was. It was very clear what the problem was. Why did the doctors wait 20 hours or 20 plus hours to literally just remove this tissue, this dying fetal tissue, or this already dead fetal tissue from her body? And the pro-abortion side of things, the pro-choice side of things from the ProPublica article, they claim that the doctors didn't do it because they were afraid that doing this procedure would run afoul the anti-abortion laws in the state. Now, this seems a little confusing because it seems like that doesn't make any sense, at least from a logical perspective, because if she's already taken these abortion pills and presumably expelled some amount of the fetal tissue and is dying of sepsis, which should mean that whatever's left in her is dead because that's what causes the sepsis, why would they be afraid that removing the rest of the fetal tissue would run afoul of the abortion law? That doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. And so you have a situation where and so they didn't get a comment from the doctors about why they didn't do this procedure quicker, which partly makes sense because they want to, save their own ass and not get sued into oblivion for malpractice.
Yeah, their insurance is probably not letting them comment.
Right. So, but this is sort of the problem, is this a situation where either A, it was just standard malpractice, the doctors are retarded, the hospital totally dropped the ball for some reason that has literally nothing to do with this abortion law, or B, is it a situation where the abortion law is written vague enough that the legal team at the hospital, fucks up and intervenes and basically prevents doctors from doing the life-saving procedure? And that should mean that Georgia needs to either A, rewrite the law to make it crystal clear what is allowed and what isn't allowed, and B, also make sure that they work very closely with hospitals to inform them, what is allowed in these sort of life-threatening situations, and to give a lot of grace, I guess, to doctors so that, people that need, life-saving treatments can get them without, being afraid of the law. And it's entirely unclear. And because of the politics of the conversation, we'll never probably ever get to the bottom of this.
Right. Yeah.
So,
sucks.
It's unfortunate. Yep.
could do to help her. We trusted the healthcare professionals to do their job and save her, but they failed her.
Well, I think the most powerful thing that you've said here, Ms. Jeanette, is that your daughter is not a statistic. She had a life. She was loved by her sisters, loved by her family, loved by those who knew her, and she's not just a statistic. And we are happy to speak her name tonight in this room, talking about what this country needs in terms of reproductive rights and freedom. What do you want to say, Madam Vice President?
I'm just so sorry. And the courage that you all have shown is extraordinary, because also you just learned about how it is that she died. And
they just recently learned, yes.
How?
Yeah.
And Amber's mom shared with me that the word over and over again in her mind is preventable.
Yeah.
Preventable. That word keeps coming to her.
Mm-hmm.
And this story is a story that is sadly not the only story of what has been happening since these bans have taken place. And, you know, so just to step back in terms of how we got here, the former president chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overdo the protections of Roe v. Wade.
Mm-hmm.
And they did.
Well, before we get into that part of the answer, the thing that was kind of interesting, I guess, to me is, so I know I skipped over the family talking, but, you know, the family's kind of telling their story. You see, like, people in the crowd are, like, crying and, you know, everything. So it's a really horrible story. And I hear this story, and I guess I probably do what I think most people would do, which is like, okay, you start to visualize like how horrible it would be if you were in that situation, right? And I'm like, you know, the panic, the anger and rage you'd be like in a hospital where you're like trying to demand treatment, you know, of your loved one to prevent them from dying and everything. And it's so interesting to me that Kamala can't tap into any of that emotion, that like this is like any of that raw emotion of terror or anger, you know, in allowing this needless death to happen. And it's just like she just gives this very slow, empty response. This is just nothing. There's just nothing there emotionally.
That's a great point. Like either one of us could probably go on for 15 minutes about it. Easily.
Yes.
Easily. Yeah. The rage, the emotions playing out in the hospital. Oh my God. It's got to be gut wrenching. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I was like literally thinking like, oh my God, what would I do? I have to like scream at the doctor to try to first explain to me what the fuck the problem is. Because if you're in these situations, a lot of times they're like super don't want to tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Because they're worried about legal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Right. And then if they like, just to get, if you could possibly get to the bottom of what the fuck's going on here, like literally you'd have to run, you'd like have to just cause such a fucking firestorm of chaos in the hospital until you could maybe talk to someone on the legal team to try to like fucking go through the law with them at the hospital to try to get them to provide service for your loved one, right? If that's even the problem.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, so I'm like just thinking of like this horrible situation I'd be in, and just, you know, Kamala can't give me like an ounce of this human emotion to this tragic situation.
Yeah, she's just sorry.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder if she's ever been in a hospital with a loved one.
Right.
Did as he intended, and in state after state, including yours, these abortion bans have been passed that criminalize healthcare providers. In a couple of states, prison for life, Oprah. Prison for life in a couple of states for a doctor or a nurse who provides health care. And so it seems very apparent
even when the mother's life is in danger.
But see, here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. So is she on death's door before you actually decide to give her help?
Mm-hmm. That's the problem.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. That you've got to prove you're on death's door.
Like literally a doctor or a nurse has to say, she might die any minute, better give her now care. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise I might go to prison for life in some cases. Mm. Think about what we're doing in terms of saying that certain people who are in these state houses, and then starting with the former president of the United States, think they're in a better position than a doctor or a nurse to determine when their patient needs medical care. This literally, and Amber's story highlights the fact that among everything that is wrong with these bans and what has happened in terms of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, it's a healthcare crisis. It's a healthcare crisis that affects the patient and the profession. And going back to Hadley's story, and Hadley, you've been so remarkable in telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it. And both of these stories really, I mean, the courage for it out of pain, for you to tell these stories to help other people is just extraordinary. And Hadley, you've been so remarkable. You know, Oprah, I don't know if you know this, but when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather.
Yes, we heard that story on the DNC. Yeah. Yes.
And
Jesus Christ.
More about herself, I know.
What is it's so weird because, like, okay, so the Democrats and the left has a very good message on this, which is, you know, this should be up to you and your doctor, right? Get the government out of it. That's a good message. It's a winning message because it, you know, kind of harkens to what the right says about a lot of issues. So you kind of get, you know, I think extra philosophical points there for that. And I don't know, it's so fascinating to me that she just seems so afraid to say anything that she hasn't said to like a committee somewhere or something behind the scenes. She literally has to bring up the story that we heard from the DNC about her friend was sexually assaulted, which has nothing, like, I mean, I know she talked to a girl that was raped, so I get why she's bringing it up, but it's like, okay, stop making it about you, right?
Yep,
it's what you said.
Deal.
What you said before, you know, it's not about you. It's not about you. And even Oprah, and I don't know, I don't think I'm reading into it too much. I think even Oprah is like trying to send these signals to Kamala, like, stop repeating yourself. Yes. She's like, yes, I heard this at the DNC. We heard this. We know this thing that you're going to say. Say something else. Say something real. Say something authentic.
Something new. Yeah.
I mean, listen to, like, just listen.
I don't know if you know this, but when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being molested by her stepfather.
Yes, we heard that story on the DNC.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
it's just like,
shut up.
Yes, we heard this story. Like, this is like the Democrats' like easiest winning issue, and you're just fumbling it so substantially.
Even when she's praising the girl there for an extended period of time, she's not really going any deeper into the story or anything. It's just like empty platitudes. You're so strong. You're such a survivor. You're the best. You're great. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay. Like, I wish someone could have been there for you. I wish I could have been there for you. I wish I could have been in the room so I could have come to your defense, your legal defense. I could have been there with the system failed you, and I want to make sure that we build a system that will never fail another girl like you again, ever. Yes.
Right.
Right?
No, anything. It's very interesting to me because, like, when the left, so like like a lot of people on the left's response to this would say, yes, but Donald Trump sucks. And it's like, okay, I agree with you. Donald Trump does suck. But when I listen to Donald Trump, like, and this is what's fascinating to me, when people who don't like Donald Trump, they listen to Donald Trump because they despise him so much. It's like they're in a headspace where they're literally just hearing a demon say the worst things that they've ever heard in their entire life, right? They cannot even comprehend it on any sort of level. And even though I don't like Donald Trump, when I'm listening to him, I can understand and hear like the appeal. I can hear what's happening when he's talking, right? I can turn off the fact that I don't like Donald Trump and I can hear what he's saying.
He responded to, remember when JD Vance did the cat lady thing, the people without kids? Remember his response on that? Like some
exactly.
people, very human.
Yes, he's able to, even if you despise Donald Trump with all your heart, he's able to sell something to a lot of Americans. He can sell his answers to a lot of Americans. And you're right. In that interview, he did give a very good answer to the JD Vance cat thing, where he was talking about how difficult it was for a lot of families with IVF and to try to have kids. And that,
well, no, I was talking about when he was talking about, you know, some people don't find a loving relationship like they have. I think
he said, wasn't it, didn't he say that in the same answer? Or am I mixing up two different answers?
I don't remember the IVF being a part of it, but he was saying, look, it's very difficult to make a relationship work sometimes. Yes. And if people go their whole lives and they don't get a fulfilling, loving relationship and they end up, you know, having a cat, we shouldn't denigrate those people. I mean, it was super human, very human response. And you're like, oh, Donald Trump gets it. He gets it. He understands not everybody can be in some sort of loving relationship.
I know. And when I heard it, I was like, wow, surprisingly good answer from Donald Trump. Like, you know,
but
not what I expected at all. Yeah. Right. It's just like, what is going on with Kamala? She's completely unable to be human in any of these interactions.
Yeah, it's making me wonder if she is autistic or a psychopath, or like she doesn't feel. I mean, look, I just heard a little bit of that DNC thing, and it's torture. Oh God, that's torture for me. Oh, it's impossible for me to not have empathy for this poor woman, right?
Yeah.
But Kamala, it's almost like, even to her answer to the people who lost their family member from the failed abortion, I mean, at a point there, she almost seems like, oh, this is like, it becomes cutesy, her deciphering how the law works. I'm like, wait a second. This is not like a cutesy moment here.
Well, she answers it in a very passive, aggressive sort of, again, maybe we get back into like the feminine versus masculine way of interaction. She answers it in a very passive, aggressive way. She's like, are they telling us this is what the law is? As opposed to being like, this law is crazy. We need to change this. As a leader, I'm going to change this thing. Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. She doesn't explicitly say this is what the law permits and doesn't permit, and we need to change that. You're right. She's like, the law is ambiguous.
She's responding to it almost like your girlfriend that you're telling a sad story to. And I mean, when I say girlfriend, I mean like a girl telling another girlfriend, like another girl, a story, as opposed to like you're running for fucking president. Like, I know you're talking to Oprah, okay, but you're still running for president, and you should have a very, I think, like strong leader-like answer to this question and kind of vibe that you're going for. You need to project leadership quality in this race. So.
And you had the courage then to go to her and say, you've got to come to our house.
And she came to stay with us. I called my mother, she came to stay with us. And the idea that these same legislators who would be saying, you know, criminalize healthcare providers are also saying that after a person's body has been violated, that they have no right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That's immoral.
Yeah. I think it's not just immoral.
See, look, like that's like the first, finally, you're getting some like bit of anger, some bit of some kind of human emotion that you would expect to hear in this situation.
Right.
And it comes like to the tail end of it.
Here's what I want to say. I just don't believe that those legislators, that the government has a right to be in your womb. They have no right to be in your womb with decisions about your womb.
And one does not have to abandon their faith.
Right.
Or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do.
Absolutely.
Right? If she chooses, she will talk with her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling her what's in her best interest.
Well, this is a long healing process for this family. And we thank you, and we hope that by being amongst people who heard you and heard your daughter's story will be meaningful you in this journey to healing. Thank you so much for being here. Okay.
Okay, so let's move on ahead here to the next segment.
Yes.
So this is a whole thing where this young girl was at a school shooting. She was injured but not killed. And they're kind of talking about gun control and all that, they're kind of relaying the horror story and all that stuff. So that would be associated.
The courthouses, I think that if a child knew that he would get caught, the likelihood of him trying would be, there may be another target, but it wouldn't be us having to worry about schools being hardened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Doug has said it so eloquently, which is we just need to apply common sense. And look, I think for far too long on the issue of gun violence, some people have been pushing a really false choice to suggest you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I'm in favor of the Second Amendment, and I'm in favor of assault weapons bans, universal background checks, red flag laws. And these are just common sense. These are just common sense.
I thought it was so powerful at the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate,
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes. I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
Yeah. But you have been a gun.
Okay, this interaction to me is the most interesting interaction in the entire interview, because in the beginning of it, Oprah's like, I thought this, she's like literally trying to cut her off from repeating herself by repeating her for her. Okay. She's like, when you said this thing at the debate, that was pretty good. And then Kamala starts to say the thing and she's like, no, I just said that you said that. Okay. He's like, I know.
Probably should not have said. No, these are just
so powerful at the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
So she's like, oh my God, please stop repeating yourself. And then you didn't like this, but I did like this because I felt like this is the only time we got something that felt real from Kamala, something that was not a canned response at all.
Look,
saying that she would shoot the person that breaks into her house.
Right. I would shoot the person, I think is good. The follow-up where she tries to take it back is the bad part. It's
Right.
like, that's where she completely steps in it. Like, you break into my house, you're getting shot. And then she's like, oh my God, I've said the wrong thing. And she tries to backpedal and says her staff will take care of it. That's the weak part of it.
Yes, no, I agree 100%. But that to me confirms everything I've been saying about the fact that she's just too terrified to say anything that her staff hasn't signed off on.
Which
She's
is,
like,
who's running the country here, her or her staff?
well, yeah, it's not great. Definitely.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes. I hear that. I hear that.
The jackhammer laugh is back.
She does.
That's a like, I
The
should.
jackhammer
That
laugh,
is the I shouldn't be saying this. Like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
The embarrassed laugh. Yeah.
Probably should not have said that. But my staff will deal with that later.
Yeah.
Look, she's like terrified. It's like she's a hostage victim or something.
Right. Yeah. Well, I guess in the problem with that statement too, of my staff will do, like, it's kind of, well, it's not kind of, it's very unclear what that means. Does that mean that my staff is going to yell at me, but fuck them? Does it mean that my staff's going to yell at me, but oh no? Does it mean my staff's going to have to do damage control for me because I said this thing?
It means my staff is going to have to do damage control. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's what she thinks it means. means she said something that damage control will have to be done on.
But why? Why would you even think that this is a comment that requires damage control in the first place?
Because she's thinking, oh, you're for stand your ground laws. You're for castle doctrine, right?
I guess. I mean, is she really, this is what and this is strange to me. And, you've talked about in terms of like trying to judge what her level of intelligence is. She's literally saying things like, we need a strong border. We need to have the most lethal army on the planet. Right. And the left gets all their panties
We
in a
need
bunch.
castle doctrine in all 50 states.
Right. If you're going out and you've repeatedly said this line, so obviously they're trying to stick it in the eye of the far left about we need the most lethal army in the planet. Why does this line strike you as like the problem line, saying that I'm going to shoot somebody that comes into my breaks into my house?
When someone breaks in your house, they're just looking for food, Sitch. They're very hungry.
Okay.
They're starving from the poverty of the Republican policies. Okay.
Right.
They're there because they just want food. They're not there to hurt you. They're not there to steal your car or your valuable possessions. They're not there to steal your guns so that they can go rob a liquor store.
Mm-hmm.
They're there because they need a sandwich. Okay. And look, you just shot this innocent person let down by the system. And Kamala's literally laughing about it. She just shot this poor homeless person breaking into her home. That's what she's worried about.
Mm-hmm.
The far left is dying to spin this into, oh my God, she wants to kill poor people.
I don't think they did. I mean, I don't think I didn't see any of the usual suspects crying about this line.
No, of course not. Look, everyone's laughing about it. Ah, ha, ha, you killed an intruder. Good.
Yeah.
We should kill more intruders.
I mean, based.
Yeah. Why did this clip go viral? Look, I saw this clip everywhere. Everyone was sharing this clip.
Were they sharing it like viral? Negatively?
I think so, yeah.
What was the context when you were saying it being shared?
I didn't really look. I just watched the clip.
Right.
Yeah.
Because my answer would be part of the reason people were sharing this clip is because the first time you saw a clip from Kamala Harris and you're like, oh my God, it seems like she's acting like a normal person. Like you're actually seeing maybe some hint of a person beneath this mask.
Right.
This performance, I should say.
Right. Something that the staff will take care of later.
But you have been a gun owner for a while.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
But here's my point, Oprah, is that I'm not trying to take everyone's guns away. I believe in the Second Amendment, but we have to agree that, look, I did last fall a college tour with college-age young people, so I also did trade schools. And packed audience every time in their auditorium, and I would ask, please raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. Almost every hand went up. It was bone-chilling.
Yeah, this is the way our kids are living. Yeah.
And think about it. I grew up, we had fire drills only. Well, I grew up in California, we also had earthquake drills, but the fact that our children are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential and exploring the wonders of the world, and some part of their brain realizes somebody could bust through that classroom door with a weapon, with an assault weapon. And let's all agree that the trauma, so many children, even those who have not directly experienced the tragedy.
Just being in the environment, being in the environment.
I cannot tell you the number of young people who, our kids had active shooter drills. They're concerned that there might be somebody who would kill them while they are at school. This is not the sign of a civil society, and it doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. But we need to have the courage to act. Look, my opponent, when he was told and knew about a shooting of a young girl, you know what he said? Get over it. Get over it. No, we're not getting over it. No, and to the point, everyone should have a sense of collective responsibility for the children of our community.
Yes.
And understand their right to live and be safe. I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I know, I've seen autopsies. I've seen what these weapons do to the human body.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, whatever.
We're sort of drifting off here, unfortunately. And she's actually said this line about the autopsies before.
I know.
But
zero emotion.
The first half of what she was saying, I think, is maybe the best answer she gives in this entire interview, and maybe in any interview, where she's like, you know, she finally paints you a picture of something that feels real. She's like, imagine you're a little kid and you're in this fucking classroom and you're hiding under your desk. She doesn't say it quite this well, but whatever, you know, because you have to do this active shooter drill. And isn't this horrific? You know, I didn't have to do this. You didn't have to do this, Oprah. You know, people our age never had to do any of this stuff. Why do our children have to be traumatized by these events, right? I'm like, oh my God, she's actually like painting a picture in our minds of an issue, right? For the first time.
Yeah.
So
social media seems like a big part of it. Social contagion. So I started looking for whether or not they were positive or negative, and it seems like there's a mix of both positive and negative. On the ones that are like big, like getting a lot of likes and retweets on this, my staff will take care of it later. But most of them are like, she went from being, I want to ban all your guns to like, I'm going to shoot you when you broke in. Right. So there's like the hypocrisy angle. One has a lot of retweets, and it's just stating what happened in the clip. It's just the clip. It's not really a spin on it either way. So I don't really know what to make of that one.
Interesting.
But a lot of people are posting this clip, so it's hard to say. Who knows why they're posting it, right? Maybe they are. Maybe the left has finally come around. They're like, yeah, fuck you. I'm shooting too. Right?
I think it's because what I said, there's finally a clip of her that seems somewhat authentic. Right. And people are reacting to like their, you know,
okay, you could be right.
The left is like craving that level of authenticity, and then the right is pointing to it because they're saying, you know,
hypocrisy,
gun grabber, right? So
yeah,
that's what's motivating their behavior.
Sure, you're going to shoot it. There was one also saying that she had, like, she's like basically talking to a billionaire, and she has her own private security. Like Kamala is going to be the one that shoots the intruder, right?
Sure, yeah, true. Obviously, she's not personally going to
but I mean, I would tell my security, like, yeah, shoot to kill. Like, what the fuck? They're breaking into my home, right?
Right, yeah.
Your job's on the line here. She'd get in big trouble for saying that, right? If it's a big, bulky security guard. You got to shoot him in the leg. That's what the left wants to hear. They just want food, okay? Give them a sandwich and send them on their way.
Well, I know. Remember when Biden said, like, you know, shoot in the air and scare him, and then, you know, he got in all that trouble because that's like illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you're not supposed to
Your
do
bullet
that.
came down in duplex on Fairfax and killed 2 kids.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, just shoot them in the face when they come to break into your house. Okay.
Yeah. Hilarious.
And we've got to agree that, in particular, when we're talking about something like an assault weapon, it's literally designed to be a tool of war.
I know. It's gone to the assault
She's
weapons
like,
pit.
let me explain it to you the way I've done 1,000,000 times before. I know you're bored with this, right?
Right.
A weapon of war.
She just talks way too slow too.
Is an assault weapon a gun? I guess it's not, because she's saying, look, I'm not going to take your guns, but your assault weapons I am going to take.
You know, it's interesting because obviously that statement should be contradictory on its face. Like, it seems nonsensical. I'm not going to take your guns, but I am going to ban assault weapons.
Yeah, because you think of guns as a broad category that includes assault weapons.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, you know, on one hand, I want to be like, well, that's obviously a politically ineffective message because it seems so ludicrous on his face. But I don't know. I'm curious if that actually is if people just overlook the contradiction in that statement and they just shrug it off and they go, oh, she's not going to ban guns. She's going to ban this one type of gun. And that's okay, I guess.
A broad category, guns could mean handguns and rifles could mean assault weapons, right? A rifle and a gun and a handgun are very different. So I think there's enough that she can claim plausible deniability, but it just does sound weird to me.
Well, I wonder too, because it's like by saying that you're going to take everyone's gun, are you putting the image in their mind like in the first place? So maybe you shouldn't even say that. Or is it just that conversation about being a gun grabber? It's already been had to death so long that it doesn't matter. So it's better to just address it, even if you address it in a way that doesn't really make sense logically.
Yep.
It has no place on the streets of a civil society. It's designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly. And there are things we can do. I mean, thankfully, over the last 3 years, we've done some, but it is common sense.
It just seems like common sense we would see this.
I think
I think that the majority of Americans
I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse was pretty glad he could be able to kill a bunch of people at once, right? I'm always thinking, like, in a civil society, I'm like, oh yeah. Recently, we've seen murderous mobs chase people down the street. Do we live in a civil society? I'm thinking about getting an assault weapon, right?
I mean, if he had a handgun, he only fired. How many did he shoot at the first guy?
Oh yes, look, amazing trigger discipline. Obviously,
because I think it would have been fine with a handgun anyway.
But if you've got a murderous mob chasing you, you'd think that the AR would make some impression on him. Obviously, if it's a bunch of crazy leftists, make zero impression. They're like, oh, this is like a movie.
Right.
I can't die. Nobody ever dies in the movies.
Bang. Yeah.
Agree with you that we do not want assault weapons in the hands of children and other people who have no business with those types of weapons. We know this is true. So we thank you.
They're starting to go after the parents, though, and I'm wondering if that's going to curb things. Because they went successfully after the parents of that one kid that did the school shooting, and now they're going after this latest one's dad as well. So,
I mean, how else is there? I don't know if there's any other way to really handle the situation.
Yeah, totally. Well, the problem is they always go back and they say, oh, well, this kid made all these violent threats. Well, if you look at it, thousands of boys are making those violent threats every single day.
Right.
And not following through with them. So they literally do not have the capacity to go after every boy in every school that's making these violent threats.
Right.
Yeah.
Natalie and your family for being.
Okay, we can jump ahead a bit here.
Oh no, please. No. Oh God, for real.
Well, it's kind of funny because she asked kind of like a weird. She asked kind of, I'll
what celebrity is this? What's her name? I can't remember.
It's oh my God, why am I blanking on her name too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is
Meryl Streep.
Hello. Okay.
You and I. Hi, Meryl Streep. You and I have talked about this moment.
Hi.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the momentum?
Oh man, this has been overwhelming to have the privilege to sit in and listen to the testimony of the people here. Hello, President Harris.
Not yet.
She is an actress. I don't know. That didn't seem like an Academy Award performance to me, Sitch. I think Meryl Streep probably has a couple of Academy Awards, but that seemed planned. That seemed totally planned. Look at this. They're yucking it up for the cameras here. Yes, finally, that glass ceiling. We couldn't do it with Hillary. This is it.
This
is our opportunity.
Yep.
Meryl Streep's getting up there. Look, this is it. Meryl, you might not see a woman president in your lifetime if this doesn't. This is it. This is do or die for you. Yeah. I mean, you agree, right?
Don't say that to poor Meryl Streep, okay?
Look, this is what I said in the very beginning. Like this is the progressive religion right here. This is like, we want to be a part of history.
Right.
Herstory, rather.
Well, I don't know how much of it, let's be a little good faith here. I don't know how much of it is, I want to be part of history. Is like this, there's like the perception that, I live in this horrible sexist society. And so if our society can elect a woman that alleviates some fear of, that reality that I think we live in.
You think that's what she's thinking?
Yeah.
Over being a part of history, being the first female president.
Yeah. You think it's just purely motivated by this sort of egotistical desire to be part of history?
Yeah, identity politics, representation. This is representation 101. This is like a big boon to Meryl Streep's self-esteem.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't see it that way.
Okay. I mean, we would have to talk to Meryl Streep.
Yeah, sure.
To get I guess we're going to hear a little bit of back and forth, so I'll be looking for it. You be looking for.
The question's nothing to do with it.
47 days.
47 days, yes.
Just the girls. Oh man.
Well, it is interesting because even though Meryl Streep says this, Kamala, because I mean, obviously she has Obama people talking to her, she's not really running on this idea that she's going to be like the woman, the way that Obama didn't run on like, I'm the black.
Yeah, no, I agree. And they probably told her, Hillary ran more on that and lost, and you should probably make it. But the thing that is interesting, the reason why I paused it was, I mean, I can see why the Democratic Party is starting to have a problem with male voters, because this does just exude feminine energy. Like, I feel like I'm being sprayed in the face with estrogen right now. This whole, like, oh my God, it's just the girls. Look, it's our time to be presidents. Well, I feel like I've just slipped into the Barbie movie here.
Right. Well, and even as I said, the way that she's answering all these questions, I feel like she's answering them from a feminine perspective, which isn't really what I think you want from like a leader, but maybe that's just my toxic masculinity speaking.
Oh, it is. Totally. Yeah. It's not toxic. Competency is never toxic. Okay.
From my mouth to God's ear. And hello, Oprah. I think the word of the day has been preventable. Preventable. All of this, the surround of hatred and venom and toxicity and
there's your toxicity right there.
Encouraging some segment of Americans to hate other segment of Americans. It's just crazy. And nobody wants it. We're done.
That's right.
We're done with it.
I think this would be, I don't know, from a political, like what I would like personally would be to adopt that message, and for Kamala or someone on the left to run on the unity, but acknowledge the fact that the left has basically spent, the last 10 years cultivating this very divisive attitude with the, hand in hand with the right, in terms of, cultivating this hatred and all these things, and acknowledge that and say, okay, now it's time for us to move on. I don't know if it's politically feasible for a candidate to ever engage in that action, or realistic. It's just like a pipe dream.
There's one politician that's actually done that, Barack Obama, because he's come out and talked about the divisiveness on the left. He's the one that said, you've got an uncle that says something that may seem off color to you, but do we really have to put the thumb screws to people for just speaking incorrectly and stuff?
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Got to vote for Obama this election.
Because he's a great politician, man. Everyone is trying to live up to what Obama was. Look, I know that drives right wingers insane because they don't see Obama as like a good politician. They see him as divisive. I think
Well,
part of that,
the OBS.
yeah,
The Obama
derangement syndrome.
ODS, the Obama derangement syndrome, which, I mean, again, you don't have to like his policies because he'll acknowledge that he's a good politician.
Look, I don't see how you can compare him to Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, and they're just
Biden.
in different worlds. Yeah, Biden. They're in different worlds. They're in different worlds. Yeah.
Yep.
So, anyway.
I wanted to ask you, I can't believe I have this opportunity. I probably never will again. If I have a little Debbie Downer moment, because actually, I think you're going to win. I'm sure you're going to win. Yeah. But what happens when you win and he doesn't accept it? And you know that there's going to be this long slog of shenanigans. And I'm wondering how we get to that moment, how we preserve certification on January 6th. Because if it doesn't happen, it'll be maybe thrown back to the legislatures of the states.
The fuck? How are we even having this conversation? Kamala Harris is literally the one that fucking certifies the election.
Well,
What are we talking about?
This is why.
What the fuck are we talking about? Ladies, ladies, I just want to grab them by the collar and go, "You're a fucking moron."
That's what is interesting about the question. Well, not only that, but the loophole in the law has been
closed.
Anyway.
Yes.
Closed. Yeah.
Yes.
So there had to be some other way in which this would occur, which I don't know what would that be. So.
Dude, like how she answers on this is really going to go a long way towards me assessing her IQ. Like she has to know that she is the one that is certifying the election.
Well, here's why I thought this question and answer was interesting, because the answer would be, well, we shored up that loophole and I'm also the vice president. So I'm not going to do any shenanigans that throws it back to the state. The representatives, the House of Representatives, right, or the states. I'm not going to do that. That'd be the answer to the question. But here's the problem.
You're like saying you're an idiot, Meryl Streep.
Well, there's two problems. There's a status problem, which I didn't even think about that, and that's true. You're essentially calling Meryl Streep, America's most beloved female actress, an idiot, which I don't know if you want to do that, number one. But then number two, does it, from a cynical perspective, does it behoove Kamala Harris to say, "Oh, don't be afraid, we fixed that"? Or is it better for her to be like, "No, be afraid, Donald Trump's going to try to do some shenanigans"?
Scaring people to the polls is always good politics. It's even though it's morally repugnant. Yeah.
Right. So there's no, from a cynical perspective, there's no reason. There's no incentive for her to answer the question truthfully.
Right, totally. But it just makes me think every single person in this audience is a bleeding idiot. Yeah. You had to think the same thing as soon as you saw this.
No, I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. You're like, what? Whoa, wait. I
was like, oh, huh. Okay, that's interesting.
Donald Trump is going to have people marching around saying, "Hang Kamala Harris."
Right. I was like, huh, all right. Curious.
Okay.
And I've been working with state government citizens campaign, which is sgcamerica.com. So they're great. They're doing the unglamorous down ballot work of promoting those candidates, because I'm worried about it, and I wonder if we're ready for January 7th, 8th, 9th, and what happens? What happens?
So
to try to give some charity to Meryl here. I mean, I guess you could say that maybe she's thinking about how, you know, there's stories and reports that, you know, the Republicans have put in place various people in local or county, you know, positions that are going to try to not certify the elections and cause all these other shenanigans and all this other stuff. I don't know if maybe that's what she's talking about, but it gets confused because she's invoking January 6th specifically, which makes you think of the specific thing that happened on January 6th, which shouldn't really have anything to do with any of that and shouldn't be an issue because Kamala Harris is literally the vice president. And again, that law is closed. The loophole in the law is closed. So I don't know.
We will be ready, but just taking a step back, and thank you, Marilyn, for your just the gift that you give, your talent, your creativity. Thank you for being here. One of the things that I have realized in the course of our campaign is that more Americans than we may realize who voted for Trump before have decided January 6th was just a bridge too far. When we reflect and think about what January 6th was, where the President of the United States, sitting in the Oval Office, incited a mob, a violent mob, to attack the United States Capitol, such that 140 law enforcement officers were injured, some were killed. To try and upend a free and fair election where the American people voted, that was a bridge too far for a lot of people. And we have sadly now seen how far he could go. And I think there is absolutely no tolerance whatsoever for the vast majority of Americans for that. And they've seen the lies. They understand, for example, almost every court case, I think every court case where he's challenged an election, he lost. I said on the debate stage, look, because he's having a very difficult time, obviously, processing the fact that 81 million people fired him, right? But, so there is that it really was a bridge too far for so many people that they are not willing to repeat. But the other piece of it is the lawyers are working. It's very important that we all speak to our friends and our neighbors about misinformation and help them now see how it occurs, where it is occurring. It is important that we stand up for the integrity of poll workers and people who are working on election day. And that we also, and this is critically important, that we ask people to be alert about mis and disinformation, and we ask them, do not be afraid to vote. Because I think there is also something quite insidious about these attacks on the electorate in these various forms that are intended to convince people that their vote won't matter. And in that way, there's a little bit of reverse psychology going on here, and let's just make sure nobody falls for it. Your vote does matter, and we cannot let anyone ever take our power from us. We can never let anybody silence us. And when we get those votes out, starting soon, early voting is already going to start this week, I think, through November 5th, and let's make sure everyone votes, and we are going to have a good election day. We're going to fight for the integrity of the people's voice and for our democracy. And, you know, I'll just mention earlier, a couple of folks talked about what this means in terms of the world. You know, as vice president, I've met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And the thing about representing the United States of America is when we walk in those rooms around the world, we have historically and traditionally been able to walk in those rooms, chin up, shoulders back, with the self-appointed and earned authority to talk about the importance of democracies. People around the world are watching right now. Because you see, the thing about walking into a room and being a role model is people watch what you do to see if it lines up with what you say. And in that way, the consequences of this election are directly going to impact the American people and people around the world. That's what we're fighting for, and those are the stakes. And that's why we're going to win, because we know what we're fighting for, because we know what we stand for.
Thank you, Meryl.
What do you think about that long answer?
Terrible. Not inspiring. I'm not buying.
No. Yeah, it's a it's a terrible, terrible answer. First of all, she doesn't even answer the question at all.
Right. What
really,
about January 6th?
Yeah, or like, how do you prevent some, shenanigans going forward in the election at all? Anyway,
With our values, Sitch.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's just kind of like this completely vapid answer, and then it ends with this whole thing about like, yeah, where leaders need to see that we're based Americans, which I'm like, okay, I mean, I'm not opposed to that concept, but I don't know what it has to do with anything that we're fucking talking about, at this point in the conversation. I think, I was kind of thinking the dilemma that I posed in the beginning is, how do you answer this question politically effectively? I think the way that Obama would have answered it, maybe that's the way to conceptualize it, is that he would have been like, look, Meryl, you don't have to worry about January 6th. Okay, we've closed the loophole, right? Kind of goes in that. He says, the Democrats, he can even pose it a win. The Democrats have closed the loophole. We've fixed the law. And also, I'm the vice president. I'm not going to, uncertify myself out of the election. So you don't have to worry about that. Like, he can try to make it sound kind of funny. But then he could pivot into saying, what the Trump campaign is, the evil Trump campaign, what they're going to try to do is that they've put all these people in these local places in your county to maybe try to decertify certain votes and all this other stuff. So the only way that we can stop that as Americans is that you got to go out and vote. We have to vote so overwhelmingly in my favor that they can't possibly steal the election, right? Which is funny because that's kind of what the Republicans are saying too. So I think that would be the politically advantageous way to answer the question.
It would be great, yeah.
Kind of gobbledygook answer.
We can't win by a whisker.
Right.
We got to win by a
see,
whole
you could even
cat.
throw that. See, that would have been a good thing to throw in there too. A little jab at Trump. We can't win by a whisker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Obama would have made it funny like that. He would have said, look, and I'm the vice president, so I'm not going to I'm going to protect you from the shenanigans.
Right. I'm not going to vote myself out of here. So you don't have to worry about that. So,
yeah. No, that would have been good. Yeah.
So, thank you, Meryl. What is on your heart to say to the American people as we have 47 days until November 5th? What's on your heart? To say to particularly those people who are still undecided or maybe indifferent or on the fence still.
Look at this.
Yeah, she's going for your
Oprah's
vote, Adam.
Fucking helping her out so much. And this question really isn't just, what's on your heart. This question is, what's on your heart that's going to help you win independent voters, which you will need in this election, Kamala. Right. Which I've told you over and over again. I've texted to you. I've told you on the phone. I told you at private meetings at my house all fucking week long, and you can't answer the fucking question. That's what Oprah's thinking right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We love our country. I love our country. I know we all do. That's why everybody's here right now. We love our country.
Okay. Doubt. Press X for doubt that the leftists love our country.
It's bad because, this is just me too. But I was like, whenever I hear her say, or whenever I hear anyone say, I love, we love our country, I love our country, I just think of hearing like Palpatine saying, I love democracy.
It's so phony coming from people on the left who just literally say that the country is a racist hellhole. Mm-hmm. That we all should be thriving to escape from.
Right. If she wants to make this, if the Democrats want to pick up this patriotism again, which, listen, I totally on board with them doing that, they need to, I think, explicitly denounce the America Bad leftists that have essentially ruined the party for the last 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. instead of just acting like it doesn't exist.
Right.
Which this answer is basically going in that direction. We'll see if it proceeds that way. Maybe she does denounce him, Sitch.
No.
We take pride in the privilege of being American. And this is a moment where we can and must come together as Americans, understanding we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let's come together with the character that we are so proud of about who we are, which is we are an optimistic people. We are an optimistic people. Americans, by character, are people who have dreams and ambitions and aspirations. We believe in what is possible. We believe in what can be. And we believe in fighting for that. That's how we came into being. Because the people before us understood that one of the greatest expressions for the love of our country, one of the greatest expressions of patriotism, is to fight for the ideals of who we are, which includes freedom to make decisions about your own body, freedom to be safe from gun violence, freedom to have access to the ballot box, freedom to be who you are and just be, to love who you love openly and with pride, freedom to just be. And that's who we are. We believe in all that. And so this is a moment where we stand knowing what we are.
Yeah. Freedom to charge $9 for a carton of eggs, Sitch. Come on. You know,
Fighting for. We're not fighting against. It's what we're fighting for.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Vice President. Thank you.
Okay.
I didn't realize my mic was muted. Damn it. My delivery was terrible.
Oh, okay. Did you? Okay, so you had said that the only way for Kamala to get better at these interviews is to keep doing them.
I take it all back.
Do you agree with that? Is she getting a little bit better? I mean, I don't. Is she getting better?
Is this a bicycle crash?
Wait, what's happening here? I can't tell.
She wanted to go to the unburdened by what has been so bad.
You could
bad.
taste it. You could taste it.
Right.
Yeah.
Did that really say anything about America?
Freedom.
Freedom. Okay.
Freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me.
Right.
I guess. I mean, I guess positives is she definitely seems less nervous.
What moral foundations did that appeal to? Did it appeal to loyalty or fairness or
liberty,
oppression, right? That's it.
Liberty, oppression, freedom. Yeah.
Right.
I guess that's it.
Yeah. Very sad. This is why Trump kicks ass, because he always appeals to fairness, and fairness is what everyone agrees on.
Yeah, but
she didn't even touch on fairness.
It's funny because at the same token, I literally can't imagine Kamala can only win because it's against Donald Trump. She couldn't win against any other Republican.
Yeah, because she's an inept politician.
Right. It's just that Donald Trump is so fucking hated and despised that people will vote for. I mean, people would have voted for the corpse of Joe Biden over Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And so I guess this is, instead you have a puppet or something that we don't even know what it is, this homunculus sort of creature.
A lot of people have bought into the January 6th argument that Trump has disqualified himself because of January 6th. And I think he's going to lose a lot of independent voters just simply on that.
Yeah. First of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with that argument. I think
no, I don't either. Like people should
justifiable
be able to
argument.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that is a huge thing going against Trump, obviously. So
and going in Kamala Harris's favor.
Right.
Even though she's likely an idiot.
Well, it's sad that this is sort of the state of our race, essentially. So we have these two candidates that seem pretty shitty.
Yeah.
We have, Donald Trump who sucks, and we have Kamala Harris who sucks at being a politician, and it's completely unclear what the fuck, what is she exactly? What does she stand for, if anything?
Yeah. I think I am leaning Trump, though. I really do.
Really? Because you were leaning Kamala for a while.
Yeah, we're getting into the same sort of black box scenario that we had with Biden. And I do think a lot about like the pressures of the job and what is going to happen when we're involved in some sort of Cuban Missile Crisis where like there are real stakes involved here. Is she going to stand up to the powers that be that literally want to drive us into World War III? Like a lot of people talk about this. Oh my God, Ukraine is going to drag us into World War III, right? I do believe there is a military industrial complex, and I do believe that there are forces in the world that do want to drive us into conflict and war and that kind of thing. And a lot of times the politicians stand up and hold that kind of thing at bay. Do you think Kamala Harris is the type of person that can do that? Because I don't think so.
I don't
think she can.
I don't, because I don't know what she is at all.
Yeah.
That's
okay, so I'm saying I don't think she's that kind of person. You're saying you don't know if she's that kind of person.
Right.
I do think Trump is strong enough to stand up to the generals. So
well, the problem is Donald Trump definitely is strong enough to stand up to the generals and to anyone.
Right.
The question
whether or not
is,
he's going to make the right decision is an open question.
Right. So yeah, Trump can have a 10 score in strength, but he's got like a 2 in wisdom. So you're like,
I know.
What
Look,
exactly is the decision going to be?
But if you have a 10 score in wisdom and you can't actually implement your plan, because you've got a 2 score in strength, then you're in the same problem, right?
Yes, exactly. But that's the issue with Kamala is it's unclear. Is this all just this? She's saying literally anything to win, or is it just so she doesn't actually believe in anything? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Is she an adept politician behind the scenes? Like, can she make things happen? Can she get a bill passed? I don't know that she can.
We've seen no evidence of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So Trump definitely has more experience being president.
Well, listen, I love to say I told you so, but I told you so. We both told you so. We said, don't choose Kamala, have an open convention at the DNC, right? Have a beautiful open convention. And I think even though you wouldn't have had this Kamala brat coconut pill, oh my God, the Democrat second coming of Jesus stuff, I think if out of the DNC you got like Josh Shapiro.
I know. Look, I'm very leaning Josh Shapiro.
Right. If you had Josh Shapiro, Obama 2.0, the lesser Obama, come out of that, I cannot see how Trump would possibly win the race against Josh Shapiro.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I think Gavin Newsom, who I fucking hate, has a better shot.
He would have been better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah. Look, he even, we watched a debate between him and Ron DeSantis, right?
Right.
I mean, I understood what he was saying. He was making arguments. I mean, they seemed like logical arguments. He had such a used car salesman vibe. I don't know if I believed him, right?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think Gavin Newsom is a great candidate or a great politician by any stretch, because he does have that sort of used car salesman American Psycho vibe going on.
Yes, totally.
But it's better than this, whatever this is.
Yeah, what is this?
I don't know.
The audience too, it's like in this shot here you've got, I count 3 men.
Well, it's Oprah. I mean,
oh, okay.
What do you expect?
I guess that's so this is like the Oprah show.
Well, it's an Oprah rally. I don't know. I don't think Oprah is like coming back for her. Maybe she is. I don't know if she's coming back with her own show.
Yeah, I thought this was just some sort of campaign event. Like, why would it just be so many women over men at a campaign event?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Criticizing Oprah, Donald Trump falsely claims he appeared on her show's final week. Oh my God.
Oh, did he?
When former President Donald Trump vented Saturday night about Oprah Winfrey's recent interview with Kamala Harris, he resurrected a false claim that he made before that he appeared on the last week of her show. A long time ago, Oprah Winfrey asked me to do her last network television show, Trump wrote on social media. The final week of her show was a big deal. It was my honor with my family to do it. He went on to criticize the interview. Blah, blah, blah. Trump claimed before that he appeared on the final week, an assertion that's been previously debunked. Mr. Trump made the claim at least 4 times as president. That's weird. And he's been making it since 2013. Mr. Trump did appear on the show during its final season, but not during its last week, which became a big television event. Okay. Mr. Trump last appeared on Miss Winfrey's show on February 7th, 2011, 3.5 months before the show ended. It is weird. Like, what's wrong with Trump's brain? Why does he keep saying things like this?
That are untrue?
That are just, but like, and stupid.
Well, yeah. Well, I think he's got a justification in the fact that so many media lies are out there about him that I think he can justify lying about anything because he can say, oh, the media is lying about me, so I'll just lie about this.
No, but he doesn't get. I don't know, because this isn't like a lie that you gain something, right? This isn't a lie like, oh, Kamala Harris is a socialist or whatever. Like, he doesn't gain anything from this lie. He loses from it because you just have all these articles that say like Donald Trump lied again about the dumbest fucking most pointless thing, right? And he could have just very easily said like, you know, the same thing and just say, oh, I was on Oprah's like final season and she asked me to do it, and you know, she's very nice and now she's a bitch, right? Like, what is the point of making the incorrect specific statement that you know is going to get dinged? And I don't buy the whole like Scott Adams Tindy chest. Well, he's intentionally saying the wrong thing, so they'll write an article saying he said the wrong thing because that helps him somehow. I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps them to say like Donald Trump keeps lying about very small petty things that are pointless.
Yeah, totally.
Like
Scott Adams is still saying that?
Well, wow. I'm just I don't know if he didn't say it about this one. I'm just kind of doing the stereotype, you know, of the argument. But
funny. It
is weird. I don't know, because it's funny because when I had that conversation with my mom, she thinks Donald Trump can't. I don't agree with this, but my mom keeps trying to convince me this idea that Donald Trump suffers from dementia and is not able to form new memories.
Have you asked? Does she watch David Pakman?
No, she doesn't watch YouTube.
How do you know?
She doesn't watch any YouTube.
Ask her if she's ever heard of David Pakman.
I'll ask her.
Gotta ask her point blank. She could be watching it on her phone and not knowing that she's watching YouTube.
No, my mom, the extent of my mom's YouTube is like she'll watch like literally like pet videos.
Yeah, but look, if she goes to her phone and types in Trump has dementia.
All right.
Who do you think
she'll
is
find David
come
Pakman
up?
and Luke Beasley videos. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So look, if she's doing research, doing her own research, she's probably watching David Pakman, doesn't even know it.
Right. But it's funny because I'm reading these articles and I'm like, this plays directly into my mom's. I can hear my mom sending me this article, right, in the future. Like, see, I told you Trump's got dementia. Look, he literally can't remember that he wasn't on Oprah's final week of her show.
Wow. If I vote for Trump, don't let your parents know, okay? It's got to be our secret.
Okay.
You have to promise me. Does she ask you who's your friend voting for? I don't want to get
they have in the past.
Have they really? Oh my God.
I don't remember what my answer was. I don't remember if I told him the truth or not.
Tell him Kanye? Don't tell him Kanye, I did. Okay.
I think I told him Kanye and I said it was before the meltdown. So
okay.
And I think they said, well, he's from California, so it doesn't matter who he votes for.
Did they really? Oh, how evil.
They're trying to give you like a little bit of grace. Okay.
Okay. Mrs. Sitch.
Okay, so now that you've watched like someone who can't articulate a thought,
right?
Now we're gonna watch people
with
that
140
can.
IQ.
Right. Now we can actually see people who can talk to each other and have a conversation. So
this is so sick. I can't believe this person is a presidential candidate. Are you under the impression that the president of the United States should be intelligent?
Of course.
Okay, good. I agree. They should be intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
Even Trump agrees because he's constantly saying, I'm very smart. I'm very smart. She's not very. I went to the Wharton Business School, right? I'm a genius.
That's
super
weird.
Intelligent.
It is weird too that she keeps saying stuff like that. Like the Wharton School said, my economic policy is amazing. She said it. We didn't watch it, but she says at some point in the Oprah thing that like she like lists off the Wall Street firms that signed off on her economic plan. I'm like, why are you saying this stuff? It's so weird.
Yeah. Look at you. That's exactly like the Cuban Missile Crisis question, right? If the Wall Street bankers come to her and say, oh, this is a great economic plan, we think you should implement it. Do you think she's smart enough to stand up to them? Let's say the plan is just going to completely tank the economy.
I have no clue.
But make the bankers rich. Look, and this whole 25,000. Do you remember the housing crash? What caused the housing crash?
Too many people
getting free money. Yeah.
Getting these shitty loans from banks. Yeah.
Right.
Which are handing them out like candy.
Right. You think they're going to set up the economic plan so the home buyer gets a 25? Who's going to get that 25K?
Well, at least like with the housing crash, a lot of it was people were trying to flip shit. Obviously, this is
right.
At least this is for quote first time home buyers. So
yeah, but all the banks are going to do is line up the first time home buyers, and they're going to be exactly like the ninja loans. They're going to be like, oh look,
I don't know. I don't know if
buyer.
I feel
Let's
like
get that government money.
I mean, if you live in a small town, I feel like that 25 could be substantial, but I feel like in a lot of places in America, it's going to be like a drop in the bucket.
Right.
For property value. So.
Right.
Fondue for $20 says, I was thinking that the places where housing is over the top happens to be near ports like New York and California. What about opening up more hubs to spread out housing demand? I'm reminded of the law that blockades ships from U.S. rivers. Now, that's an interesting creative way to address the issue. That law is so disgustingly weird that no one has even brought it up or tried to get rid of it. That dumb fuck law that's like, you can't have a ship, like in order for a ship to park in 2 U.S. ports back to back, it has to be like a U.S. ship that's crewed entirely by a U.S. crew, made in America, flagged by America, and it's like that just doesn't exist really so much anymore. And so I don't know why no one can get rid of that stupid law except corruption, I'd imagine. You know, the trucking lobby of America the railways of America doesn't want to get rid of it because then you'd open up massive amount of shipping in the country. So
right. Nobody ever runs on it, right?
I just never even heard anyone even bring it up.
Except for Peter Zion.
Well, Peter Zion. I know. I mean like a politician. So Loser Domain for 20 Canadian, thanks so much, says found 2 lobster mushrooms weighing a pound each, wandering random tiny islands. Going to go out and forward some while listening. Hopefully you guys talk about Dyson sending thirsty DMs. That was hilarious. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that after this, or maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. It's pretty funny. Our good friend Michael Eric Dyson supposedly was sending some thirsty DMs to that. We watched that clip of that lady that he was calling racist for saying Kamala's name wrong.
Yeah, we watched that clip. We literally watched it and made fun of Dyson, not knowing that Michael Eric Dyson was all up in her DMs trying to.
Right.
But she is a super hot congresswoman, so at least she's got good taste, right?
Nancy Maher. Yeah. Did you see Michael Eric Dyson's response to this?
He's like, I'm a black man. You're a racist.
Did you see his response to all this?
I did not know, but I'm sure it's too wordy and
no. It's kind of like amazing. Wait, let me see if
is it really? It's a good response?
No. It's
amazing for the cringiness of it.
It's amazing for how bad it is.
Wow.
It's like a total self-report.
How do you not know that she's going to immediately make all of that public after you've called her racist on that television show? I mean, you must be so unable to control yourself to send those kinds of messages to her after that situation.
We're just like really fucking like out of it.
Stupid. Yeah, completely stupid.
I mean, it's possible. Some of these people, they have this attitude that like when
On
you go on
stage,
these
off
shows,
stage,
it's
yeah.
professional. It's like wrestling.
Right.
And then, so you don't think that they care afterwards or something, but.
Yeah, look, if you're going to go on a show and call a congresswoman racist, yeah, if you're going to do some shady shit behind the scenes, she's obviously going to come out with that stuff. As she should. Yeah.
Let's see if I gotta find, where's this video of his response? It was so, is it not on Twitter? Right. I saw it in a video. I gotta find it. It's so insane. Here, let me send you the.
What's a lobster mushroom?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Found 2 lobster mushrooms weighing a pound each. Is that like a lobster that looks like a mushroom or a mushroom that looks like a lobster? Which one is it? We got to know.
Just Google it.
No, I don't want to Google it. I don't like
I found
Googling.
it. It's on Instagram. Jesus Christ. Is it on like.
Oh, and he has Instagram too? I knew there was a reason I don't like him.
Can I find it on YouTube, please? Like, not Instagram?
You know why Michael Eric Dyson is on Instagram, right?
To pick up chicks, obviously.
to look at all the quote Instagram models.
Right. Let me see. Can I even put an Instagram video into the launch together?
Oh, we're breaking new ground if that's possible. Oh, no.
You can do can you do the open thing?
No, come on. Last time we went on this Shrod, we destroyed the whole show. I don't know.
No,
if
it's
you
only because you
remember.
changed the sound. Okay, well you can just bring it up and do a 3, 2, 1, I guess.
Okay. Let's do that.
First,
just send it
okay,
to me.
All right. So but first we'll watch this. We'll watch these clips, set up the context so people don't remember exactly.
Oh, okay.
What's going on here?
Send me the link so I can work on that while we're watching the clips.
Okay.
That'll be good. Don't I need Instagram on my...
I don't have an Instagram account.
Oh, okay. Neither do I.
I think you have to
Actually, I think I do have an Instagram account. I just haven't logged in forever.
You can't like rewind it, so we just have to like watch it. You have to like refresh to get it to like start over again. So.
Oh yeah. Bad news on that. Read some super chats while I work on this.
Okay. Well, no, you can bring up the tweet first.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
Working on that.
Yasuke Nagasaki for $20 says the naked truth is mass illegal immigration of low-skilled workers only helps one class, the rich. Large business owners who are in league with politicians on both sides. Republicans should say that, not Asians eating pets. Well, I agree. That would definitely be a far more politically, I think, effective means of talking about the issue, and you wouldn't get hit with the racist stick. So it's weird because I mean that used to be the Democrats used to bring that up too, and they were sort of the party that was advocating for the worker. It's interesting that now with Trump kind of grabbing hold of populism, he's trying to like snake the working class from the Democrats. So, which appears to be effective at least. Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for $20. Says it's mildly infuriating hearing what they're saying on the care of the mother. We're Tennessee. We've had a similar situation, but it was more miscarriage. At no point were the doctors concerned with the laws and provided the care she needed. Well, that's good. That's good.
As it should
mean, it
be.
is this like whatever happened in that situation sounds totally batshit crazy. So, but I don't think we'll ever be able to get to the bottom of it because of the politics involved. And also, obviously, the doctors are going to be protecting their ass because they don't want to get sued. J-Mac, thanks so much, our surrogate father, for the $200. Thank you. Says, I do my best not to bring in emotionally charged language when I discuss and debate abortion. However, it does get increasingly difficult, and that seems to be how it's always approached. Quote, removing fetal tissue is one hell of a way to describe it when there's all this emotion everywhere else. Well, I mean, that's true. When you talk about removing fetal tissue, I don't know, but I mean, when it's like dead, I guess. could say removing the parts of the baby that, wasn't expelled by your vagina. Sounds kind of gross. But, I guess that's why they're going to frame it that way, to try to make it more sanitized.
It is hard.
Yeah. And J Mac or Circa 5 for $10 says, also, if you've never watched the Oprah episode of South Park, you should really remedy that. A Million Little Fibers. Of course, I've seen it. It's a great episode. It's with a little towel episode.
And I have
I'm
not
not a
seen
towel. You're a towel. Rick Cormer for $50 says, quote, weapon of war. Here's a list of pistols designed or served in wars. All of these are to one degree or another were used for self-defense. The 1911 CZ75 Beretta, Colt Army, Browning High Power, SIG P3020, Clock 19, SIG 226, out of characters. Yeah, exactly. Thanks so much, Lucy Limbo, for the 5. Get the memberships.
Welcome, new members. All right, I've got the Michael Eric Dyson clip up because you found it on Twitter.
Right.
This is one we're going to watch first, right?
Yeah, we can watch that, and we can watch Mace's response in Congress, and we'll watch the Instagram.
Be great. Okay. And then his crappy responses on Instagram.
Yeah.
Did you send me that one?
I did.
Okay. Here we go. This one's 1 minute and 27 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
That sounds like self-hatred and justification of white supremacy. And let me just say this, because this Congresswoman is a wonderful human being, but when you disrespect Kamala Harris by saying you will call her whatever you want, I know you don't intend it to be that way. That's the history and legacy of white disregard for the humanity of black people.
Oh, so now you're calling me racist.
I didn't say. I just said you weren't a racist.
That is complete.
No, you don't have to intend racism to accomplish
you are intending that
your disrespect of Kamala Harris is part and parcel of a tradition of disrespect.
It's offensive,
Congresswoman. Why can't you just?
I'm not calling you a racist. I'm saying what the practice is racist.
You are. You absolutely
are.
Let me get
disrespecting. No, what's disgusting is your disrespect of her.
Professor,
this gentleman said, I didn't know her name. He's trying to do it.
Is her disrespect of women. She doesn't know what a woman is. And if 25 years ago,
white women don't have the ability to tell black women who paid the price of blood to make this country what it is to tell them they're not real women.
25 years ago.
They care for your babies.
25 years ago, I became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina. I fought my way through it.
So pronounce her name right.
Let me actually
pronounce her name right.
Kamala Harris. If
Kamala.
I were a man,
you said it was
Nancy.
It's Kamala. You're doing this on purpose, Congresswoman.
That's disrespectful.
You can't expect people to respect your service if you don't respect
and walked that stage 25 years ago, she would have said it. She would have taken that achievement away from women.
Beautiful.
Spicy stuff.
Right. Oh my God. I like when they're all like, Kamala.
I would like to also.
And of course, we've all seen there's like the montage of people on the left saying Kamala instead of Kamala. So.
Of course, yeah, that really got under his skin there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then Mace, Nancy Mace has fired back. Okay.
Nancy Mace.
Yeah.
Ms. Mace. Look at this. She's a Republican using that Ms. Oh. She's keeping it a mystery.
Do they all? I've never noticed. Do they all use Ms. or do they have Miss or Mrs.?
She's keeping it a mystery. So Michael Eric Dyson does. She's like, is she married? Is she not married?
Well, listen, she's got like the nice cleavage tits out combined with the giant cross earrings. Okay. It's sending mixed signals, Nancy.
Is it?
I'm confused. I don't know what she wants from me.
This way to heaven, boys.
Does she want me on my knees to pray, or does she want me on my knees for another reason?
Sitch. You've taken over the role as the Coomer on the show.
Well, you're a married man, okay? So someone's got to pick up, the slack here, right?
All right, you ready to go? This is.
I just listen. I just Googled her, okay, and I think she's single at the moment. She was married, but I don't believe she's married any longer. So.
Really?
So, guys, she's open for business, maybe.
Look at this, Congresswoman.
Yeah.
Okay. 37 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
I would like to also enter into the record a screenshot of a text message I received from the esteemed professor from Vanderbilt, Michael Eric Dyson,
after my CNN interview, begged me for photos. In this text, he says, after calling me a racist on CNN, shh, don't tell anybody, we look good together, and sent me a kissy emoji.
Without
then
objection.
the guy
Order.
says I'm gorgeous in all these photos. I don't think he's that bent out of shape on how anyone pronounces Kamala. And if we're going to have that standard, you got to hold it to both sides, not just one or the other. I would like.
Oh, okay. Sit down.
Interesting.
Look at that. So he begged for those pictures. I did see those pictures going around too.
Well, I mean, that's her characterization of it, obviously. So
right.
So since she kind of hold it up, there's a picture of him kind of with his hand around her waist that I guess they took after the segment.
Right.
And he says, shh, don't tell anyone, we look good together. Laugh crying emoji, kissy face emoji. To which I never even seen, what service is this? She replied with a ha ha sticker. I don't know what that's from. And she replied, ha ha ha. And then he replied, well, you're gorgeous, makes the photo. So there's that with a big smile emoji.
Right.
Well, your gorgeousness makes the
I think that's
photo.
the iPhone text. So he's got her.
Oh, okay.
He's got her digits.
Right.
I wonder if he's a constituent and she was obligated by law to give her phone number out.
Wow. Okay,
Ladies.
so I guess the $1 million question is this like a come on, right? Is he trying to slide into her DMs? Here, let me send it to you. You can
You
bring
don't
it
think
up.
so?
No, I'm asking you.
Of course. Hell yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah,
wait,
he
I
is.
sent you the wrong picture.
I mean,
I don't
it's completely inept. I mean, player level 2. I mean, not a good move, but whatever.
Well, not a good move, especially after you get into a big public fight on CNN where you make them
look
look bad.
If you're into a woman, calling her a racist on your first interaction, I don't think is a good play.
No,
I think probably. Oh, you had to send me one with Bill Clinton's face.
I don't know. I sent you the right
photoshopped
one. I don't know why she posted that on her timeline. I don't know why she posted that on her timeline.
Oh,
but
did she?
yeah. So
Hilarious. Okay.
I mean, she does look good in that photo. I mean, he looks obese. So also, I don't know what the fuck's going on with his jacket and his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
What is going on with his jacket and his shirt? Like the jacket, the sleeves are too short, right? Like I've never seen, like, why is the cuff so giant? That's like 100% more cuff than you want to see on a shirt.
That's the wealthy to do. You got to get your sneakers in there. You got to make sure you're.
Well, sneakers is because he was sitting down on TV and didn't think he was going to see his shoes. So I don't fault him for that. But
let's see here. We need to do a little investigation here.
What are you investigating?
I'm trying to see what's going on with his hand over here.
The hand around the hip?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You're zooming in to see if it's like touching anything appropriate.
Well, I'm zooming in to see perhaps like how. Oh, damn it. Oh, my God. I wanted to see like how dug in that hand was.
Mm-mm. Okay, so that's the picture that she actually put into congressional record, which is kind of hilarious. So let's see what his response is. Okay, let's see what Michael Eric Dyson, he fired back, right? He's ready.
Then she removed the.
Now, do I just refresh and it'll go to like the 0 point? I guess there's
Yeah.
no timeline on here. So
Yeah.
All right, go.
Friends, Michael Eric Dyson here. Just want to clear something up. A vicious untruth and rumor that's being spread by Congresswoman Nancy Mace claiming I was trying to hit on her. So I'm trying to figure this out. So this is our complete text exchange that she says proves I was trying to hit on her. We were on CNN together. She was vicious. She was nasty. She refused to call Kamala Harris by her right name. We had a bitter exchange about that. She claims in the interview that I called her racist when I went out of my way to say she wasn't a racist. I said, you're a wonderful woman. But let me say this to you, because I know you probably didn't understand this or mean it, but when you call Kamala Harris out of her name, that is perpetuating a legacy of inequality and of white subordination of black people. Oh, so you called me a racist? No, I didn't. So she's looking for some reason to try to exploit the situation. This is the text exchange. I sent her, Abby Phillip, the host of the show, suggested we take pictures. I said, let's take a picture. She said, Abby said, when you post it, then tag me too, and then we'll have fun. Because the whole point was two bipolar opposites, Michael Eric Dyson on one side, Nancy Mace on the other. So I sent her and she said, great pick. And I said, shh, don't tell anybody. We look good together, with a laughing face and a kissy face. And my point was, shh, don't tell anybody, because we are bipolar opposites. You're on one side of the spectrum and I'm on the other side of the spectrum. And she said, ha, 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 ha. And I said, well, your gorgeousness makes the photo, so there's that. And a little smiley face. Again, I'm just saying that trying to be nice to her in the belief and the effort that if I'm nice to her and I prove that we don't have any bitter consequences from our fracas on television, that we can be relatively kind to each other, and I'm being nice to her. There's no hitting on you. I said, by the way, I've spoken twice at the Citadel. She said, oh, that's awesome, and sent 3 American flags, and I hit the exclamation point. She put a heart on the, well, your gorgeousness makes the photo, so there's that. Then she removed the heart two days later because she knew she was up to some mayhem. I ain't tried to hit on this woman on no day. Then later on, she called me and Keith Boykin, my fellow panelists, boys. So I am trying to be nice to her, to be gracious to her, to compliment her, to suggest that she was, a human being, that she had been wonderful. I said she looked gorgeous that night. Now she's trying to turn this into me hitting on you. She removed the heart. These are other people that I interacted with recently, my friends, some of them. My friend Allison, I said, nice, you look gorgeous. Look out, Texas, here she comes, talking about that. Nell Painter, a world-renowned historian, on her Instagram, I posted, after she posted about she's a Mary Ellen von der Heyden Fellow in Letters of the American Academy in Berlin, in public, I said, gorgeous and brilliant all at once. A heart with a face that's smiling with hearts, and a kissy face, right? I said, keep up the great work. Then there is my friend Terry, who I was giving tickets to for the Democratic National Convention. I said, I can if I will. Everybody and their mama want these tickets for today. You look gorgeous as always. Then my colleague Lisa at Vanderbilt, when we took pictures, I sent them to her and I said, me and Miss Gorgeous. And then Councilwoman Mary Sheffield, who is a councilwoman in Detroit, and I said, gorgeous and brilliant leader. Bless you and thank God for your courage, strength, and leadership. And then my dear friend Susan Taylor, a renowned editor, Queen, that's what I call her. So good to see you today. You look gorgeous as always, and your soul-inspiring conversation was uplifting as always. Feel better, love y'all. And then finally, to Dana Bash. I congratulated her on the interview she did with Kamala Harris. And then on another interview, saying people of color are eating cats, that's racism. I was quoting her. I said, thank you, Dana Bash. Besides being brilliant and courageous, you also look gorgeous.
Oh my!
And then I put a power hand and a smiley, a face with
what?
With
No
hearts.
Kissy emoji
I
for
ain't
Dana?
hitting on Nancy Mace. I often acknowledge people's gorgeousness, and men's too, by everybody. So my point is that this is a woman trying to exploit a situation, trying to pretend as if I was trying to hit on her. She literally has that text exchange that I read the whole of it to you. I ain't trying to holler at her. I ain't trying to be with her. I have not dated white women. Not that that's a problem.
Racist.
All three of my wives have been 7 to 11 years older. Again, where in that text exchange am I hitting on you? No, what you're trying to do is generate nastiness and viciousness because you're so bitter because you got your butt whipped that night because I told you then that what you were doing is wrong. And let me correct one thing I did say. That night I said, you're a wonderful woman. And then I said, I know you don't intend to do this. And she said, oh, are you calling me a racist? And of course I said, no, I wasn't. Let me correct myself. You are a racist. You are a racially charged, small-minded, bigoted person who is trying to exploit a situation to try to make people believe that I was hitting on you when I've just now read the entire exchange, which is false. I've read other exchanges with people where I've called them gorgeous and wasn't trying to hit on them. And so your attempt is sad and sorry, but your bigoted, racist attempt will not succeed. Ain't nobody trying to holler at you. And if you're that desperate that you need a black man to holler at you, I'm not the one to do it. There are plenty on your side who can do that, ma'am, but you got the wrong brother in me. Again, vicious, misleading, lying, distorting, and trying to pretend as if somebody's trying to holler at you when that's the furthest thing from my mind. My mistake was being gracious to you, of trying to say, oh my God, we are opposites, but we can still be gracious to one another. I can still compliment you. I can still say nice things to you. There was no attempt to do anything but to be gracious to you. But you have proved to be what I said you weren't, a vicious white supremacist racist who is incapable of accepting the generosity and kindness of a black man. You are a sorry, sick soul.
Oh my God. Holy crap.
Wow.
Okay. There's lots here to talk about.
Well, let me just say, now this might be a controversial opinion. I think this is the perfect way to handle an accusation, right? If someone's like, listen, I was sexually harassed by this individual, my response is, that's not true. Look at my DMs. I've also sexually harassed several other women.
I know.
Obviously, this woman is crazy.
Right. And then, of course, you want to trot out the fact that you've had 3 wives, right? Why do your wives keep leaving you? Is it because you're fraternizing with other women while you're married? Jeez.
This is like one of the worst defenses I've ever heard, and I could even possibly imagine.
Look,
listen, I've harassed many women, not just you, right?
Right. Yeah, constantly. No, I love it.
I can't help myself.
This is basically, okay, you're going to play the race card, right? And I'm going to up you to the fucking sexism card, right?
Right.
Like you want to play the race victim. I want to play the woman victim.
Mm-hmm.
Eat shit, motherfucker. There's so much to love about this exchange, right?
Right.
Yeah. He starts off with like, I just need to figure this out. I'm just trying to figure this out here. And then he goes into like, I was just trying to black-splain you about how you were being a fucking racist, okay?
I didn't say you're racist. I didn't say you're racist. I just implied it heavily through the entire conversation.
Yes. Let me educate you, okay? Come over here. I'll pour some wine. I can educate you in my apartment. Go ahead. What do you have to say about this?
Well, no, it's funny because first of all, like the first part is like total horseshit where he's like trying to do this like nice guy.
Oh yeah,
I didn't call you racist. Like what? We just watched the clip. Like it's so obvious what's happening in the clip. Please spare us, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. He didn't explain. Well, the key thing here is it's like okay. So he's trying to make this claim, or like he's like, oh, I just say women are gorgeous in general, right? Which
should you be doing that in 2024? Come on, Sitch.
Well, should you be doing that in 2024? Should you be doing that if you're married? Should you be
I
calling
don't know
other
if he
women
is
gorgeous?
married.
Is he not? Well, I guess that's a good
Look,
question.
he said he had 3 wives, but I don't know. Like it sounds like maybe he kicked them all.
Yeah,
Maybe he kicked them all to the curb already.
Let's see.
Look,
is he married right now? Yes.
He is married. Okay, look at
Yes.
this.
I believe,
Yes.
according to the Google. So
look, he's on his 3rd wife here. He's got a habit of trading them in.
Well, to be fair, okay, so I'm looking at the marriage thing. His current wife, he's been married to since 1992, so it's been a while.
Oh, right.
It's been a while. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. That's fucking weird to me, isn't it? Like, if you're married to someone,
Oh yeah,
going around calling other women gorgeous.
Super weird. Yeah.
Like, I would be like, oh, it's a cute photo. We look good or something, right? Like if you want
Oh
to
yeah,
say,
totally.
like there's a way to say that without being so, oh, you look gorgeous.
Look, we can
Like,
look
oh,
left and right
man.
can get along, right? No, it's a total look. He's full of shit. Obviously, she's an attractive woman. Like he's not doing that. Dana Bash didn't get a kissy emoji.
Well, that's the other part of it. It's like, okay, so he says they look gorgeous, and then, but you combine that with the kissy face emoji.
Oh
the
yeah,
dreaded
look.
kissy face. What is that? That's okay. Listen, I could put on my most good faith gay hat, and there's some part of me, there's like a 10% part of me that could believe that Michael Eric Dyson is just the most illiterate internet boomer imaginable and is retarded and is autistic. But the 90% of me says, no way. This was this was a total, throwing a feeler out there, right?
Of
See
course.
if we get like a quick fuck in the bathroom or something.
Oh my
right?
God. Maybe he wants to go out on a date or something. No, I don't think he's gonna like have sex in the bathroom with her.
Well, the point of the date is to have sex in the bathroom. What do you mean?
Yeah,
you can't
but
take her
look.
back home. His wife's there.
Yeah, look, he's throwing feelers out for an affair.
Yes.
Not like a quickie in the bathroom, but look, maybe we can meet for drinks as colleagues. We're just important colleagues.
Oh my God, did anyone check the Ashley Madison leak to see if
Michael Eric Dyson,
if his name is on the list?
Maybe.
Somebody quick check the Ashley Madison leak to see if Michael Eric Dyson is on the thing.
Did you notice that he said bipolar opposites twice?
He did, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, it's polar opposites, dude. Bipolar. It's like a mental
Bipolar
illness.
opposites. Yeah, that's interesting.
It was so funny because this is Michael Eric Dyson, the guy who always trots out the big words and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, he doesn't know what bipolar means. He does not know the term polar opposites is different than bipolar
opposites.
Bipolar opposites is not a thing. Like, what does that even mean? We have completely different mental illnesses.
I think it's supposed to like paint in your image, like your mind, an image of someone who's bipolar, who's going, from one extreme to the other or something. I don't know. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Bipolar means manic depressive.
I know. Most people don't know what bipolar actually means, though.
But bipolar opposites is like, you're happy and I'm a manic depressive.
Right. So yeah, so he isn't even really his only actual explanation is I call other women gorgeous. Terrible. He doesn't he didn't say he gave the other woman the kiss emoji too. So
look, he read through a bunch of them. I was keeping track of the emojis.
Yeah.
Look, he gave Dana Bash the black power fist.
Right.
I don't know.
See, Nancy Mace for like the real power move, she shouldn't have replied with the heart. She should have replied with the thumbs up. Because that's like the someone's hitting on you and you reply to the thumbs up. That's like, oh God.
No, look, she baited him brilliantly though.
Oh,
she's
you
like,
think that's what
let me give the heart. She's like, look, the heart is right next to the thumbs up in my thing. I have plausible deniability here. I meant to do the thumbs up, but I accidentally did the heart.
Do you think that she gave
Let
the
me
heart?
see. Let me see if I can get a dick pic out of this stupid
to
fucking
kind of
moron.
bait an additional response, but she didn't get an additional response baited out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let me see how stupid this guy is.
Right.
Look, I'm a congresswoman. You're a talking head on CNN, okay?
And yeah, like how stupid has he got to be too?
Oh, he fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. he started looking down at that cleavage and he like lost his capacity for reason.
Well, that makes me think again that it was a feeler for something illicit, because it's like, okay, very clearly this was a thinking with your dick moment, because that's the only
Of
explanation
course
for
it is.
this level of stupid behavior.
Of course it is. Look, and then he tries to be like, oh, you just are so desperate for the black cock. Oh, like,
by the way, I've never dated a white woman before.
Why? That makes it so much worse. That makes it so much worse. This is like a textbook how not to respond.
I know.
Yeah. Oh. Anyway,
and then,
good. Michael Eric Dyson's a fool.
I know, it's total idiot. And then he's like, oh, I said you're not racist, but now you are. You're a big racist. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm like, wait a minute. You might say that she's like dishonest, it's right, or she's doing a fake Me Too. What in this interaction made her racist? Like, where was the racism and what happened? What changed? Nothing changed, right? She just was like, even if we were to hypothetically assume Michael Eric Dyson did this innocently, just a fucking idiot, where was the racism?
Yeah, look, if Michael Eric Dyson was, I guess it wouldn't be the same because there wouldn't be him calling her racist. But look, even if he was a white liberal and he was still calling her racist, which could happen, right? He could. Plenty of white liberals would be willing to call.
Yeah, if she was saying the name wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Even if he was a white guy, like all this stuff would be inappropriate, right? Easily inappropriate.
There's nothing to do with race. Race is part of the issue.
But of course he wants to bring in the race thing. I think it's funny because he's so obviously like, he plays a race card in the interaction. He plays the race card after the fact. Like, he's just like, his whole career is a testament to playing the race card.
Yeah, he's like chief race huckster.
Yeah, totally.
Huckster, so.
But she's like, look, I'm going to play the woman card on you, give you a taste of your own medicine. That's why this is so juicy, because it's like the just retribution. Nobody deserves this more than Michael Eric Dyson, right?
Yep.
Like, yeah. And just like, you've wrong. Look, this is an innocent exchange. I don't think Michael Eric Dyson should go to jail or be canceled or anything for this.
Go to jail.
Yeah. Or just even be canceled for this. Like, it's embarrassing, right? That's about, I think, all he deserves. And I think it's embarrassing in the context. It's interesting because in the context of the race exchange on CNN, like, they were doing their best to like shame her into submission. Like, you are getting Kamala's name wrong, and that is disrespecting the entire black community. You've disrespected me as part of that community, right? Classic identity politics. And then she's just going to turn around and say, oh, but aren't you like being sexist, disrespecting women? What am I here at your beck and call for? Look, it's for some fuck in the bathroom, as you describe it, Sitch. Like, what's going on here? Aren't you a married man? Isn't this salacious? Why is this okay? You sexist. Why is it okay for you to run? Let me woman-splain you.
You said that this interaction was innocent. Do you think this was him trying to elicit an affair?
No,
or do you think
hold on. I think like no crimes have been committed. I think
of course
the level of I think Michael Eric Dyson's wife should be having a conversation with him about this.
Why are you calling all these women gorgeous on the fucking Instagram?
Right.
What the fuck is happening?
Right. Not the authorities. It's not for us to judge, right? Let her deal with this situation, right? Yeah. Obviously I think people are too litigious. I think people are too quick to cancel people for, I mean, this is a very normal human interaction, right? Michael Eric Dyson, he's a cheater, he's a scoundrel, he's a philanderer, he wants to get a little piece of action on the side, he wants to cheat on his wife. And so he's throwing out feelers out there. Look, he got shut down. He threw out feelers to the wrong person. Yeah. Well, who knows how many of these feelers are reciprocated, right? How many people are interested? Oh, man.
Well, I mean, he's shooting a lot of shots according to his own telling of events.
A respected talking head on CNN. You know, this is some college intern's dream. Let's have like a inappropriate sexual relationship with Michael Eric Dyson.
Okay, let's. Strange has sent me this clip here.
Oh no.
He told me to go to the 52-second mark here. So let's see.
Is it on the Watch Together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me know when you brought the Watch Together back.
It's up.
Okay.
Good to go.
Presidential candidate in mind?
Oh, hold on.
What's happened over the last 4 years is disgusting, and I just think there's a tremendous lack of spirit, and I think the spirit has to be brought back.
Do you have a vice presidential candidate in mind?
Well, I really haven't gotten quite there yet. I guess
it's just
Oprah. I love Oprah. Oprah would always be my first choice.
Oh!
No way. Holy shit.
No wonder he's so mad. Oh my God. He's like, no, Oprah, you were supposed to be my VP. No.
You were the chosen one. You were the chosen one.
Oh,
wow.
man. No wonder he's upset.
Wow.
Spurned by
Oprah
Oprah.
shunned him.
Ouch. Ouch.
When was this? When did this take place?
1999.
Wow. Okay. October 7th, 1999.
Oh, Donald Trump saying that he wants Oprah to be his VP choice.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oprah, your competitor, right?
Oprah's a competitor.
You know what?
No
I'll tell you, she's really a great woman, though. She is a terrific woman. She's somebody that's very special. I have not even thought about it. I guess we'll see. We'll see. Maybe that's part of the whole process.
This is back when everyone loved Trump. Trump was like so beloved.
Mm-hmm. Now he's hated.
Fascinating.
By half the country. Interesting. Okay, let's go back.
Politics is a dirty business.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Strain. That's pretty funny.
That was a fun little side quest there.
It was, yes.
Michael Eric Dyson. Let me brag about how I'm sexually inappropriate in all my text messages.
Okay. Let's jump into this. I'll BRB, but let's start the clip going.
I feel like it's a paradox that someone of your extraordinary intellectual abilities is trying to reanimate this dead hooker called religion and bring it back to life in some way, or find what's...
Oh my God. I can't believe this is like, we were talking about how, you know, Bill Maher is the reasonable one on the left. The one, we need someone to be able to communicate with the left how unreasonable they're getting. But then he totally just spits in the face of any religious person by comparing religion to a dead hooker. Like, why? Why, Bill? Why? Why? Are you that offended by religion? Are you that offended by religion that you really have to, you know, denigrate the thing that gives a lot of people meaning in their lives? Yeah. Ugh.
Useful in it when... Why try to take these?
Because you get false substitutes emerge.
I know what that. What does that mean?
Well, imagine that your systems of ideas, imagine that they're either unified or not unified. Those are basically the options, right? And if they are unified, there's something under which they have to be unified. And if they're not unified, then they're in conflict, and that's not good. That makes you anxious. It makes you hopeless. It breeds social discord.
Ideas are in conflict, you're saying?
Yes. But
ideas are always in conflict.
But if they're in conflict too much, people go to war and they fall apart. Right?
Yeah, it creates cognitive dissonance, obviously, which is painful for people to resolve. So right now we have a huge conflict over, you know, these competing narratives for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. So we'll see which reality plays out. But obviously that cognitive dissonance is going to destroy people. Brett Weinstein says stuff like this too. Obviously, there's a cultural evolution process with various philosophies and religions that you get a group of ideas that work together. They're like rationally coherent, I think is a good way to describe them. And when people start picking a la carte from those ideas, sometimes you can get ideas that are not rationally coherent together. And it does create cognitive dissonance in people. And it creates a bunch of people that run around pointing out the contradictions and undermining the philosophy or religious system.
Mm-hmm.
How does Bill Maher not know this? Because he's like got atheist brain.
Well, let me just answer the question.
What's that?
You just answered because he's got atheist brain.
Yeah.
You want diversity and you want difference in opinion because you want to keep things churning. But
what has made people go to war more than anything? Belief in who's the real God. I mean, religion, I could take any number of reasons why I think it's better to junk the whole thing, but start with religions are supremacist. Just by their nature. If you're telling people what happens when you die, which nobody knows, and you're telling who the great master of the universe is, you kind of have to be in a place where you can't abide other thoughts on the subject. And certainly all religions are like that. Islam is super supremacist in that way. And a lot of the people today who are speaking for it will tell you right to your face, why am I supporting this? Because Islam is the best. Of course, obviously, that's why we justify these things. And certainly the Bible, same thing. I mean, God is very supremacist for the Jews. I find it very amusing that the thing that they are accusing the Jews of today of doing, colonizing, ethnic cleansing, which are neither true, are true in the Bible. That's exactly what God tells the Jews to do. Ethnically cleanse the Canaanites, commit genocide if you have to. God tells them, kill all the men. This is this in the Bible. You've written about it in there. To kill all the men, the Midianites, another number of people, kill all the men and the women who aren't virgins, kids. I mean,
standard pattern of human warfare.
I know, but for people who take a book as the guide to morality, it's filled with terrible morality. Club Random is brought to you by...
yeah, Club Random. Woo! Oh, sorry. Are we past the ad?
It is, yeah. Well, it's funny because, he's talking about reading Jordan Peterson's book that's all about religion. And so we get back into the old anti-theist question of, Bill Maher is so against religion. The world would he thinks the world would be so much better without it.
Yeah, it'd be amazing. Everything would be awesome.
Peterson has a killer line here that I think completely just wins the entire argument. I don't remember at what part he gets to it, but Bill Maher kind of just acknowledges, like, okay, you got me there.
Oh, nice.
It's nice to see. It's nice to see Peterson be Jordan Peterson again, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Refreshing. Yeah.
Religion is so horrible. Religion is so horrible in any form. But if you read the teachings of the Mormon Church until recently, the things they say about black people are just horrendous. The worst kind of racist thing. And they justify it by talking about that
ham.
Well, no, that's interesting. They get it. The black people in religion get it from two sources. The Mormons talk about Cain.
Yeah.
That black people are a descendant of Cain, and because Cain is a murderer and he did a dark deed, I mean, they're very open about that's why they have dark skin, to remind us of the darkness in their past. I mean, it's just fucking ugly. Yes, the other thing that the Southerners in this country used was Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham
was the contemptuous son.
Also the one who wanted to fuck his dad. I guess, or maybe both. I don't know. But Ham, some think the black line runs from Ham.
Right.
But both of them, again, use religion to be justifying what we would today call one of the worst things, racism.
Okay, well, don't look. Right.
Is it worth it to resurrect that whole structure when it comes with that? It's what I call the one turd in the pool theory. I mean, a book that contains, we're okay with slavery, it's terrible on women, it's terrible on homosexuals. It's like if somebody said, yeah, but you know what? There's only one turd in the pool, jump on in. I wouldn't jump in if there was even one turd in the pool. And I wouldn't want to resurrect a book and a mythology that.
Well, why? Okay.
You get me?
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing incoherent about that argument. Although I think it still leaves you in an awkward position, because the postmodernist would say, take a look at your stance and say, well, you defend Western civilization, and there's plenty of turds floating in that pool. Well, but
okay.
Right.
All right. You win that one.
Well, it's rough. Because
there you go. It's like, I mean, that's kind of the entire argument that, the left's predicated on, is we need to get rid of Western capital, democratic capitalism, because there's a couple turds here.
Yeah. Good luck finding an ideology that's turdless, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that's what makes you the utopian.
Yes.
You're looking for the turdless pool.
It doesn't
as you're sweating to death.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. And I think this is kind of the problem that a lot of people fall in this pit of trying to find the perfect ideology when it doesn't exist.
Nope.
There's too many, reality, and people have too many extraneous situations, things. Like, you're never going to find that perfect principle, that perfect ideology that possibly explains everything. And I think this kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you've seen Konstantin Kisin of trigonometry has been talking about the insane Daryl Cooper interview on Tucker Carlson, where he was, talking about how Churchill was the villain of World War II, or was really evil and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
Right. And he's been kind of casting this as the woke right. And
right. Yeah. Getting
it's
a bunch
interesting.
Of shit for it too.
He did. But he's completely correct in terms of the woke left. The ideology at the bottom of it is America bad, Western liberalism, Western capitalism, Western democratic capitalism is bad. And the woke right has the same, even though they have a different outcome they want, they have the same underlying principle, which is America bad, Western democratic capitalism bad. The only difference is the woke left wants to replace it with communism. The woke right wants to replace it with monarchism or neo-fascism or something else. Right.
Right.
And
this is kind of like Bill Maher's argument too with religion, though. Religion bad.
Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of the thing. And it's unfortunate because, I haven't watched the whole thing. I want to watch the whole thing. Benjamin Boyce actually had a conversation with Constantine about this. And it feels really like a massive missed opportunity to have the real conversation that's going on here, which is there's always these extreme groups of people on the edge of society that are always trying to sneak in their preferred, gross ideology.
Right. And the argument for it is that there's some imperfection in the ideology that's reigning supreme currently.
Exactly. And so you have the socialists are always pushing their shit. You have the neo-fascists or whatever you want to call them pushing their shit. And for the most of the time when things are stable, no one's listening to those crazy people because they're walking around. They're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Society's great. My life's fine. Right. But then when there's this societal instability for whatever reason, suddenly people go, oh, society sucks. My life sucks. Society sucks. Maybe this person's onto something. Right. And then suddenly those things pick up steam. And it's fascinating because, you basically have at first when, wokeness started this, rear its ugly head. It's like, okay, the conversation becomes, what is wokeness? How do we get rid of wokeness? Blah, blah, blah. And then you have the bad actors come in who say, oh, you don't understand. Even though life was totally fine for you and in America for 60 years, the real problem with wokeness was 60, 70 years ago after World War II. That's when wokeness was really a problem in 1940. And you're like, what the fuck? This argument's totally unhinged.
Right.
But I guess some people fall for it, unfortunately. And so you get sucked into this sort of position of once you buy the idea that America was wrong about one thing, it's very easy to get sucked down the track that America was wrong about everything.
Right.
And I guess the same thing with religion, right? That you're talking about. If religion's wrong about something, it's wrong about everything. Same thing about Western culture. It's kind of what Jordan Peterson's talking about. So.
Yeah, and then you're looking for a whole new ideology.
Yep, you're looking for something else that's just horrible. I don't know. I actually watched there was a John Meyer conversation with Jeffrey Sachs.
Oh no.
Yeah, I went into it like, oh God. Because I've never really heard Jeffrey Sachs talk at length.
Yeah. I've heard him a bunch of times from All In Podcast because he's on there.
Right.
Oh wait, no, that's David Sachs.
That's David Sachs.
Yeah.
Right.
Jeffrey Sachs. Okay.
Are they related? David Sachs was there.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, I don't know if they're related
interesting.
or what's going on, but so because I'm not a John Meyer fan or how you say his name, but I will say I'm listening to him in that conversation and I'm like, okay, this seems like a guy that's intelligent, but I just disagree with him. Like he seems like an intelligent person that you just have maybe a disagreement with on like certain facts. His worldview seems to be correct, that he understands that there's all these countries vying for essentially power. And his argument in that conversation was basically you should just let Russia do whatever fucked up shit it wants because China's the real threat and we need to sort of galvanize all of our forces against China. That's kind of his underlying argument, which I'm like,
Right.
okay, I mean, even if I don't agree with that, I can understand where the argument's coming from. And then Jeffrey Sachs, I don't know anything about Jeffrey Sachs. I know nothing about him or his history, what, things he's done in the world, but he sounds like a total fucking retard in that conversation. Oh my God. Like he has this completely inept worldview that all the leaders in the world are just going to that China's just like, he's so terrified of a nuclear war, which I understand. Obviously, a nuclear war is a scary thought, but he's so terrified of a nuclear war that his basically is going to say, well, we should all just roll over and let China do whatever the fuck it wants, because if we don't, we're all going to die in a nuclear war. And you're like, oh, okay, that's your worldview. Your worldview is that we have to let the psychopaths run the world because they're going to beat us up and maybe kill us otherwise. It's like total appeasement strategy. Just let the psychos run everything. Just roll over. It's so interesting. And he kind of vacillates between saying, well, just let them have it, or, well, the Chinese government is smart. The Chinese leadership is smart. They're not insane. They're not going to do something crazy. But then at the same token, he thinks that the American leadership is insane. And it's like, well, okay, you think America's leadership is insane, but you don't think the authoritarian dictatorship of China could also be stupid or insane or have dumb positions? You think they're all going to be logical, rational actors that are all going to just love to work with America in the future and not try to take over the world?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, who knows? This is related to All In Podcast, All In Summit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I guess that's why. So.
Yeah.
But it was just so, I was just listening to him. I'm like, I've never heard this guy speak before. It's just the most cuck shit I've ever heard in my life. Don't ever let cowards run your country.
Right. And this was Jeffrey Sachs.
Yeah.
I don't think he's related to David Sachs.
Okay.
But wasn't he? I think he was a congressman or something, or a banker.
He's an economist. I don't know if any of it, apparently he had to do with helping Poland and other countries rebuild their economy after the fall of the Soviet Union. And supposedly it worked in Poland, but obviously it completely did not work in Russia whatsoever. And so I don't know, maybe he feels guilty about that or something. I have no clue, but he's totally on the America bad train. He literally repeats the America coup Ukraine in 2014 bullshit. So
Jeffrey Sachs is a world-renowned economist, professor, best-selling author, innovative educator, and global leader in sustainable development. Wow.
There you go.
Sounds scary.
Don't let him run your country because he's a total cuck.
Oof.
There are plenty of turds.
We
floating
look
in
back
that
at
pool.
the past,
That's true.
right? And
but here's the thing. We can fish our turds out. Like we had slavery, but we fished that turd out of the pool. You can't do that. The Bible is the Bible.
Yeah,
it's there, and it was written by God.
It was the Protestant evangelists that did that.
Did what?
Look at this. He pivots so quick. He's like, but religion is unchangeable.
Well,
gotcha.
I don't know if it's a pivot. I mean, it's a counter argument to the claim, right?
Okay. That's not a pivot? What's the difference?
Well, a pivot is when you can't address something, so you move to a different topic.
Oh, okay.
or different.
You move away from the topic. So this is a counter argument, right?
This is a counter, and then Jordan Peterson does a riposte. He's like, well, it was the thing you're talking about that we're getting rid of slavery. That was from a Christian religious perspective that they did that. So.
Right, and also the Protestant Reformation was the church fishing its turds out, right? They had all kinds of different turds.
Well, if you're a Protestant, I guess you agree with that. If you're not, maybe
the Protestants,
you disagree with that.
Look, the Protestants were like, "There's a lot of turds in this pool. Let's find a new pool."
Well,
but they did take like indulgences. I think was one of the big ones that got under their skin, right?
Right.
That you could pay down your time in purgatory by giving a bunch of money to the church.
Which is kind of seems silly.
Right.
Obviously.
Martin Luther basically went to the church and penned he pointed the turds out. He's like, here's all the turds.
Here's a list of turds.
Yeah, we want to get rid of these turds.
He dropped the flaming bag of turds on the steps of the church.
He said, these must go.
Right.
Took that particular bit of pollution out of the pool, right? That was Wilberforce in the UK, and he was completely motivated by religious motivations.
People who were for emancipation.
He was the one who convinced the UK to put their navy against slavery.
In 1776, when our country was declared independent, there were 24 people in this country who belonged to the Abolitionist Society. They were mostly Quakers. 24 people in the whole fucking country thought abolition of slaves was a good idea.
Yeah. Well, Wilberforce in the UK started out kind of as one.
But it gathered steam.
Right.
It gathered steam. And 87 years later, 7 years later, we did something about it. That's the big argument against religion versus science. It's self-correcting. We can be self-correcting. Religion, to a lot of people, seems too rigid. I mean, its virtue is that it's set in stone. This is what we believe. That's what they're counting on, is that people want that sort of certainty about something.
Okay, so
that it's not going to change. That's what the Pope is always selling.
Well, it's weird because he's kind of making he's comparing religion to science in terms of self-correcting behavior, but the conversation really isn't about religion versus science. It's like religion versus whatever philosophy that you're going to use to map on your moral values or your moral life on, which that's not like a science question. Really.
Like, I think freedom of speech should be a dogma. Like, why don't we etch that in stone?
We kind of do to some extent in America.
In America, but not worldwide.
Well, it's because they're dirty non-Americans. They don't respect the proper values.
Free speech is the first thing to go in all these authoritarian dictatorships.
Right.
Because they know the power of it.
Well, it's interesting because Bill Maher brings up, I don't know if it was in this or if it's in his other real-time show. He talks about how crazy it is that in Canada, they took away or they closed the trucker protesters. They closed their bank accounts or something.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, I'm just saying dogma isn't always bad if we're using dogma to instill values that are good, right? Obviously.
Well, obviously, but that's always the question. There has to be something. There can't be nothing. That's kind of, I think, the issue here. There has to be something. I agree with Bill that there is a danger of having something that's too set in stone. Right. That can't move. But I think you have seen Christianity does seem to have moved substantially in a lot of different, directions throughout the years.
Of course. Yeah. It's completely mobile.
If it wasn't, it would die. If you have a philosophy that's too rigid, it will break and die quickly because it will not be able to keep up with the changing environment.
So one of the criticisms that Christ levies against the Pharisees in particular is exactly that criticism. He says to them, this is one of the things that sets himself up for crucifixion because it's a very vicious insult. He tells the Pharisees that they worship their own doctrines as if they're religious truths and that they would have killed the prophets. Had they been around in the time of the prophets that they purport to worship, they would have killed them. Said that they walk across the graves of their own prophets. Yeah. They haunt the graves of their own prophets. That's a good way of thinking about it. So he accuses them of a very deep cynicism. And he's trying to make the same point you're making, which is that you're not supposed to worship the static doctrines of men as if they're religious doctrines, and that there's something in the transformation process that isn't encapsulated in the, say, in the letter of the law. So what would you say? You don't privilege the letter of the law over the spirit of the law. And I think part of what the genuine religious
it's funny. That's such a left-wing view, isn't it? That
spirit of the law over the letter of the law?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that like when we talk about the legal argument in America?
Oh yeah,
at least things might be different now, but growing up, that was always the left was saying the spirit. You have to look at the spirit of the law. You have to have a judge interpret the spirit of the law, and that's why gay marriage or abortion or whatever is acceptable because of the spirit of the law. And it was always the right that was saying no. You have to open up a dictionary from 18,
strict interpretation.
15, right, to look at what the word meant at the time. All this other stuff. So it's funny because you essentially have Jordan Peterson making a very left-wing argument in terms of like this Christian religious interpretation of how
cool.
things should be set forward.
It is cool.
Enterprise is the attempt to identify what that spirit is, that dynamic spirit. And I think that can be done. I think, and it has an affinity, for example, with this idea that it's incumbent on you to voluntarily confront the tragedy and malevolence of life, and that if you do that, it will transform you. And we know that clinically. Like, all the different schools of psychotherapy converged on a few realizations. One of them was that it was useful to get people to get their story straight, to recount their story.
Right.
Another was that if you expose people to the things that they're afraid of and that they're avoiding, that they get stronger. That works. That's how you help people overcome anxiety, for example, social anxiety. It's also the fundamental mechanism of learning, is to put yourself on the edge of disaster and dance there, and that expands you.
Gordon Liddy once said that he was afraid of lightning, so he tied himself to a tree during a storm. I mean, that's an extreme version.
And now we know there isn't a God, because if there was, and it was Gordon Liddy tied to a tree. Yeah, but look.
Well, there you go. See, listen, Kamala needs to dance on the edge of danger, okay? She needs to do more interviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's afraid of them. She's anxious about them. She's got to be thrown into the deep end until eventually she'll emerge stumbling, bumbling, somehow able to articulate an answer to a question.
Or we will know the truth about whether or not she's a dingbat.
That's true. That's true.
You use exposure training in therapy all the time. And a lot of what you do when you're trying to help people heal is return to that idea of the snake on the staff. It's like, what are you afraid of that's stopping you from moving forward? That's what you try to find out in therapy. It's like, what is it that's paralyzing you? Okay, now can we break that down into manageable bites so that you can confront it? And people, see, it was a weird thing because the behaviorists were the first people that figured this out, that you could expose people to what they were afraid of voluntarily, and that they would become less afraid. That was the theory. They'd become less afraid. The psychoanalyst said that's not going to work because maybe someone's afraid of an elevator, but they're not really afraid of the elevator. They're afraid of death. And if you get them to relax about the elevator, their fear will just pop up somewhere else.
Right.
But that isn't what happened. What happened was that if you got people to face any one thing they were afraid of voluntarily, they started to learn that they were more capable than they thought. And that made their bravery generalize. And that's really what kids do when they go out into the world, right? They find a challenge and they overcome it. And they learn that they're the sort of creature that can find a challenge and overcome it. And that generalizes. And that happened in psychotherapy. And then there's a radicalization of that.
That process, I think, explains 75% of the problems we have in politics today. Is, and Haidt talks about this a lot. Your generation, Adam, and the older generation, they had a childhood where, they said, go outside and come back, in 6 hours, right?
Totally.
Come back by sunset and you'll get dinner, right? And so you had kids would have like this whole life, this whole experience of like going out into the world and basically alone or usually with friends and learning to sort of solve their own problems, social problems, like learning to navigate the world and sort of gaining these, little accomplishments of courage by saying, okay, well, how do I do this? Oh, I went and I solved the problem. I guess I can do it. I have the ability to solve this. Oh, something seems scary. Oh, I went and I did it anyway. I solved the problem, right? Like kids learning this process again and again and again and again. In my generation, in the younger generations, that's been completely removed from their entire worldview, from their entire experience. You don't let kids go out there and do anything. I mean, I guess I had that too a little bit, with Boy Scouts, because a lot of times we just go out there, not in Cub Scouts, but in Boy Scouts, we had a lot of free time to just roam the wilderness and kind of do whatever we want. But I don't think that's the average kid's experience nowadays by any means.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but just like third grade, like as early as third grade, I was just doing stuff with my friends where, look, my parents had their life and I had my life. And just that seems to be unheard of now. Second grade kid has his own life. Fuck yeah, dude, we would go out and cause all kinds of trouble. Yeah, just me and the neighborhood gang, basically. Everyone who is a similar age from blocks and blocks around just kind of formed a neighborhood gang of friends and would go out and explore the world. Yeah. Does that happen now?
No, I don't think so. No, definitely not. Everything now is like, you have to have either go home and you're on your device or you have some kind of pre-arranged activity that your parent, takes you to, or you take the bus to, or something to that effect. So
yeah.
No, and I wonder because, well, here's the question. Like, I guess I wonder, now that the environment has changed, maybe this will be solved. I don't know if this will replace it, because when I was younger, my parents wouldn't let me go out alone, right? And that's pretty common for millennials, and it's probably pretty common for older Zoomers. I wonder if the younger Zoomers have a different experience, because I'm curious if the lack of kind of going out in the physical world, can that be substituted by going out in the digital world and kind of exploring the social relationships of the digital world? Will that be a proper substitute, or will that not work because you're still kind of exploring a safe world that already has a bunch of rules and constraints through like a video game or a program or something, whatever that is?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure. Maybe it's more applicable now because so much of people's lives are online. So maybe it's even a better substitute. Who knows? I'm just like in third grade, I'm 8 years old, right? So I'm 8 years old. We have a gang of friends. Like we spend the majority of our time without parental supervision. Like we have parental supervision, like at night we're in our beds, right? And our parents are sleeping in their rooms. But I'm basically a latchkey kid, right? My parents don't get home from work until 6 or 7 or 8, sometimes 9 if they're working late. And I'm off school at 3, right? So, yeah. That's like 4 or 5 hours a day that we're just like doing our own thing.
I wonder if Minecraft can replace that.
Look, and this is what kids do today. Yeah. Like they do, like they're playing video games. They're in a virtual world, right?
Right.
Messing around. So I'm not sure. Like we all had bikes. We would tear off in one direction. I mean, we would explore. I lived in Vegas for a bit, and we would go out into the desert and just look for different animals that we could capture. We lived close to an Air Force base, and they had like a huge area of the desert cordoned off where they just had like junk, like pieces of airplanes and shit. And we would break into there and just explore the shit out of that. Yeah, totally. They They had miles and miles of what looked like concrete that they had just like chiseled up from the ground, where they basically took out the concrete and stacked it up into big piles and shit. We would go crazy in there and find all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
That's
and I
super
can't
cool.
like nowadays, like they'd have cameras all over that. They'd be like, "Oh my God, there's a bunch of kids. They're legal, right? Get legal on this."
Well, would kids
Get
even
them
want
out
to
of
go
there.
do that now? I don't even know if they'd have a desire to do that.
Oh man, that was just like crazy adventure.
And also, the parents wouldn't let them. Like, you're
When
gonna
I
go
live
out on a bike into the desert without my express supervision. Like,
when I lived up in Northern California, they have like, it's all agricultural up there. So you could get on your bike and just go for like miles and miles and miles. And if you get tired of riding on the road, you can just turn into the orchard or whatever. But basically, we're out there looking for streams and lakes and interesting things to like search out. And we
Right,
did
yeah.
that a bunch of times. Like, yeah. You couldn't do stuff like that you would do on the weekend, where you could like get up at 6 a.m.
right,
on
be gone
Saturday
the whole
morning
day,
and
yeah.
like, yeah, come back at 5.
Mhm.
But we would just try to see how far we could go.
Right.
Yeah, we go like 3 or 4 friends. Yeah, what's that movie Stand By Me, where they all
Yep.
go to see the dead body? It's basically, yeah, that was commonplace, very commonplace. Yeah, and nobody would think, oh my God, there's 4 kids without parental supervision. Nobody thought about that because nobody wanted to supervise their own kids.
Right. And it's all it's so interesting. That's all gone now. It's probably gone
Yeah,
forever.
totally.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anything like that happening now.
No, it's only going to come back in the virtual world. That's the only way it'll come back.
But is it the same?
I don't know.
I don't either. The conflicts that would obviously arise between like the gang of kids. Like we'd find something interesting and it would be like, no, it's mine. No, this is mine. I found it, right? So some of the stuff Haidt talks about, obviously that kind of stuff we would work out among ourselves. Like there's no adults there to mediate. No, and look, you'd be chastised if you were like, I'm gonna bring my parent into this to settle
Yeah,
it.
it's super
Oh
lame.
my
Yeah.
God.
It's like, what are you, a loser? Right.
Like
yeah.
the worst. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that type of like those kind of social quandaries that can 100% be developed through virtual interactions, right? A bunch of kids playing Minecraft on a server, trying to figure out how to divvy up resources and build something as a group or not build something as a group, showing off. Like,
Of course,
all those
yeah.
things could still happen to an extent. I'm curious. I don't know how much our brain translates these virtual spaces into like real world interactions, or if it's kind of just viewed separately because there's this screen there that the brain doesn't just look at it the same way. And maybe they won't until you have like the full VR setups, which, will all be plugged into our Ready Player One suits or whatever.
Yeah, my cousin was recently telling me the story about how his kid developed something in, I think it's Roblox is a game.
Mhm.
I don't know anything about this game, but his kid developed some game within the game that ended up turning him into like a Roblox millionaire. So he had all this kind of crazy interaction with his schoolmates, because his schoolmates are like, I guess you need to get money from your parents to turn real money into Roblox money so you can get supplies to do things, right? Well, suddenly he's got like $3 million in Roblox money. So kids are like bringing him money at school, and his mom catches him with like $20, and she's like, where do you get $20? You're like 7 years old.
They're buying
So-
people. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is kind of a situation. And I think he enlisted somebody to help him build some attribute to his game. And the guy ended up being a total dick and like contacted the game company and ended up getting this game that was making him all this money shut down. So all of a sudden the flow of cash stopped. And he's like trying to figure out how he can cheat the system to make it seem like he's 13 years old, because you can't cash the money out until you're 13. So he's trying to it's just like maybe this is the kind of thing that, this is the equivalent, the digital equivalent of me going out and hiking through the wilderness with my friends.
That's hilarious.
Maybe you learn more though, because he definitely learned a lesson about, well, you shouldn't trust some kid that, bring some kid into your business that can screw you over immediately, right?
Maybe. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if like my generation and the older Zoomers were like the lost generation, because we just lost all of it. And then the younger people will at least get it through like the virtual space, even if it's lesser, they'll still get some kind of this effect.
Right.
So
it's a fascinating story. I was trying to get him to like, I think he said he has like $250,000 in Robux left. Or so. I was like, you give it to me, I cash it out. We split the proceeds.
But is it actual like money that you can transform into real money? I don't know I don't know how Roblox works at all.
It's 80. He told me it's $80. $80 is 80 Roblox dollars is $1 USD. So I think he has about 3,000 or 4,000 in actual US dollars.
Okay, so yeah.
But I don't think he wants to cash it out because he's like big man on campus. He's like,
why would he? Yeah, right.
Yeah. He's like the big cheese. He's the Roblox millionaire.
I think the way it works is that like in Roblox, you can make separate little mini games or maps, and maybe if other people play them, you get some amount of like Robux or something. So I guess if you make something very popular, that's how you get all the Roblox currency.
Yes. He was talking about trading them in for a Disney pass. And I was like, man, I think you can buy like 125 Disney passes with that much money.
That's funny.
Yeah. All right.
That idea in the Gospels and in this story of the brazen serpent, it's like there's no limit to that. You take the worst, and this is also part and parcel of hero myth, because the most ancient story we have, literally, is a variant of the dragon treasure story, right? That the quest is.
I love that part in the book.
Yeah. It's a very useful thing to know.
Look, if you're a person who has been listening for this last half hour and doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about, that book isn't for you. But if you're a person who has even a little bit of understanding of the Bible, you don't even have to be religious. It's a historical document. I really found this book so fascinating. It's so great. It's like what you were describing about your lecture. It's like your lecture in a book form. Somebody who knows how to tell a story, make you think differently of things. Even in the blurb I gave you, and you're a friend, I'm trying to be supportive. I had to even say at the end, I didn't get all the way with him.
Yeah.
He didn't convince me, because I feel like you're more religious than you used to be, or at least willing to give it a try. And maybe that has to do with you getting sick. I don't know.
I don't think so.
But what a ride to go on.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I love that book.
I'm glad to hear that.
And
what was the book? Is it Jordan Peterson's?
So he wrote a new book called We Who Wrestle with God, Perceptions of the Divine.
Oh, okay. Look, a book I haven't read. Wow. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
And so and it says I think it's basically like, classic Jordan Peterson talking about how, like, basically analyzing all these biblical stories in ways that are very interesting, that we kind of, remember what made him popular after he got popular for kind of standing up against, the woke stuff.
Oh yeah, this is so classic Jordan Peterson. Exactly like you were saying. I feel like I'm listening to an Akira the Dawn song.
People will too. I mean, you just have to be interested in great stories. Why does the Bible survive? A lot of it is good stories. It's a lot of stories.
They're stories you need to know too.
And it doesn't bother people that they're told by, both testaments are an anthology. It's funny that in the New Testament, they right out say, this is 4 different versions, and they're not even going to match, and we don't care. The Old Testament, I think this is still the case, but certainly when I studied it in college, they identified 4 main writers of the Old Testament. They called them J, E, D, and P. And they would be like, J wrote this in 850 BC, and then obviously this is added. I mean, this is how scholars see it. But it's kind of the same thing.
It's an aggregation.
It's an aggregation of people over. Now, the New Testament, it's much closer. Mark is about 70 AD, and the last one, John, is about 110. So there's about 40 years. But all of them take place well after Jesus died. They never knew Jesus, the gospel writers. The only one who was close to Jesus' time is St. Paul, who's writing in the 50s. Jesus dies in 33. And he knows nothing about Jesus. It's so weird that the people who wrote later knew everything about him. Paul doesn't even conceive of Jesus as someone who lived on earth. He said if he had lived on earth, he wouldn't have been a priest. He wouldn't have even been a priest. That's in St. Paul. He doesn't know anything about Mary, Joseph, the virgin birth, the crucifixion, miracles, walking on water, fishing with the guys, and then nothing. I find that kind of weird. Today we are talking about hymns.
I think kind of the issue, though, is if people didn't believe the biblical stories were true, I don't think they would have survived time. I think there needs to be this element of like people believing they're true.
Yes, I completely agree. People want to believe true things. It's very important to them. The whole, I believe this because it's better for me, but it's not true. It's just physically repugnant to most people.
I've heard this claim. Now I don't know anything about this, especially I don't know anything about this as a Jew. But I've heard this claim before that Bill Maher was saying about how Paul didn't think Jesus was real, thought this was some kind of like hypothetical story. So I'm assuming that that's obviously not what most Christians believe.
No, nor could they believe, I think.
Right. Well, obviously they have to believe Jesus is real, but I'm saying I'm assuming most Christians don't believe that St. Paul didn't actually think Jesus was real. So.
Right. Oh yeah, they believe Paul was a total believer.
Not much. No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, what did being sick do? Well, it made me more grateful. That's for sure.
But isn't that wrapped up with religion?
Well, that's partly why I'm bringing it up. I mean, I was in excruciating pain for 3 years. And so now when I'm sitting here and I'm not on fire, I'm reasonably pleased about that when I have enough sense to remember.
Right.
And is that a permanent change? I suspect so. 3 years is a long time.
I mean, it does sound like what God did to Job. I'm just saying, it's very.
Well, I think that happens to everybody to some degree. I mean, every single.
That is so sad and crazy, though. Like Jordan Peterson, and I mean, I think this can explain a lot too. Is like he has just this constant physical pain that he has to grapple with.
He has this cross to bear.
Yeah, because I'm like listening to this interview. And I'm like, oh, this is like really classic Jordan Peterson. I think a lot of it is, I think it's 2 issues, because I also listened to him on Piers Morgan, which wasn't anywhere near as good. I think it's 2 things. I think it's number 1, when Jordan Peterson isn't angry. I think when he gets angry, it like takes him down the dark path.
And what makes him angry? Anonymity online.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's on Twitter, and people are harassing him, and he's reacting to things in like a very visceral, angry way, which I don't think it serves him. So
Jordan, you just gotta laugh that shit off and turn your phone off. It's very easy.
Yeah. Or just not be on Twitter, really. Or just post things and don't reply. Don't look at replies. Don't even look at stuff. Just get off fucking Twitter. I think it's that, and also I think listening to him talk to Pierce, and I think it's the same thing happened with Scott Adams. It's like people become insulated into a community, and then that community tells them a bunch of things, and they assume that the people that welcome them are telling them true things, and they're really telling them a bunch of like propaganda, a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Essentially. And so you just kind of believe it. So it sounds like he's kind of believed a lot of the bullshit around Trump and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Person in the course of their life has to deal with the fact that somewhat random, extremely unpleasant things come along, and to some degree, even independent of your moral conduct.
Oh, totally.
And then, well, it just look. If you're a bad actor, the probability that horrible things are going to come your way is all things considered quite radically increased. But
yes and no. I mean, nothing bad happened to Saddam Hussein until we captured his ass and hung him. But he had 65 years of being able to act like the most ridiculous tyrant in the world and get away with it. Other people, again, they don't do anything and something bad happens. Well, I feel like when people connect their behavior with some sort of punishment or reward, that's childish. That's what, when people go karma, I did a whole thing on this on my show once. What a bunch of bullshit, karma. Americans interpret karma to mean like, you took the last parking spot and now shit's gonna happen to you. That's Schadenfreude, that's not karma. But that's how people think of it, karma. Oh yeah, it's gonna come back and get you. No, I'm sorry.
Weaponized karma.
Weaponized karma, no. Life is random. Good people get punished for no reason, and bad people go unpunished. You just, you know.
Are you going to have a better society, though, if everyone believes what Bill Maher believes, or if people believe in karma? Like, if they do fucked up shit is going to happen to them.
No, obviously, yeah. You're going to have a much better society if people believe in karma.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, you don't.
Everyone can't have Bill Maher's view, because you're going to get a bunch of people, you know, opportunity stealing at every turn.
Well,
yeah, you're right.
Go ahead.
You have both. You're on the community level. You want the community that believes in karma, the ever watchful eyes of God or karma that's sort of judging your behaviors, so that when no one's looking, you don't take cookies from the cookie jar.
Right.
And then on an individual level, you have the issue of like, if you're in a, maybe not karma isn't really the way to do it, because like if you're in a bad spot and bad things are happening to you in your life, and you kind of view it like, oh, I must have done something bad to deserve that. I don't think that that's necessarily psychologically helpful. But if you believe that, like, you know, God is testing me, or this is going to somehow make me stronger, or there's some sort of divine reason for this, I mean, I'm pretty sure whether you think of that as just purely a psychological coping mechanism, or whether you think it's a divine truth, you know, that's going to help. I would imagine that helps most people get through these very difficult times in their lives.
Yeah, massively.
I mean, if you're some sort of a petty criminals always committing crimes, you're probably going to wind up in jail, and that's not good. But not everything has a logical connection to it.
Well, and lots of times good people suffer terribly.
Terribly.
Right, and that's partly...
Well, and one other thing, too, you know, it's funny because I just watched a video, I forget, I don't remember, it was a Veritasium video, that was all about the prisoner's dilemma and game theory. And they're kind of talking about how, you know, when they created all the computer models to do the prisoner's dilemma game.
Yep.
You know, we've talked about this. Obviously, the one that always produces the best outcomes is the altruistic model.
Generous tit for tat. Yep.
Yeah, generous tit for tat.
The forgiving one.
The reciprocal altruism with forgiveness was always the best model. And so it's funny because that essentially plays directly into sort of a karmic model view of the universe.
It does, yeah.
So that would imply it's an evolved benefit for society to have such a belief system, or an inclination towards a belief system, I should say.
Yeah, it's good.
What Job is trying to deal with. And,
exactly.
You know, and part of what he does do is it's a strange thing because he takes refuge in his own ignorance. And I think there's some utility in that. There has to be, you know, because we have to, if we don't operate on the assumption that there's something like an intrinsic moral order, it's very difficult for us to conjure up the courage to continue to exist when things go seriously sideways. But it's worse than that. Like, it's worse than that because, and this is why I brought up the Cain story earlier. If you are tortured, even unjustly, and you lose faith in yourself and the structure of existence, it isn't only that you become demoralized, it's that you tilt towards malevolence. You start to work against things. And this is why, for example, I'm not thrilled in the least with the antinatalist types. You know, they make this claim that existence is characterized by suffering that's so intense that it would be better if consciousness itself just ceased to exist. And you can make, that's Mephistopheles' case, by the way.
It's Silenus in Greek mythology.
Well, you can make a case for it.
What would be better to have never been born?
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, and you might say, okay, you know, fair enough. What you're doing essentially is saying that the suffering in existence invalidates its utility. But what if it is the case that if you believe that you become an agent that produces suffering? Well, that is what seems to happen, is that like once you turn against life, I mean, look, everyone's going to have a time in their life when they think, oh my God, like really? Is this worth it? Like you watch someone you love suffer, or maybe you're in agony for doing something good, let's say in the worst possible situation. You think, really? Like really? And so then maybe you get cynical and you get bitter. But the problem is that has a direction too. That is what happens to Cain. Like he starts out cynical and bitter, but he ends up murderous, and his descendants are genocidal. Like that doesn't seem like a good alternative. And so what you see in Job is this insistence, and it's a terrifying insistence, that you are required to maintain faith in your essential goodness, despite your flaws, which is already a hard thing to do, and your faith in the fundamental benevolence of, what would you say, of the created order. Because anything else hurts you, but it's worse than that. It produces a kind of malevolence that spreads. And I think that's like, you asked me what the relationship was.
So
this is great. Does this end in Bill Maher becoming a Christian?
No. So regarding Job, I do like Jordan Peterson's, like his sort of analysis, symbolic analysis of all these biblical stories to extrapolate the greater meaning to the story and why the story exists.
Right. The psychological meaning to it, the scientific meaning to it.
It's super interesting. I really like it. I don't know if it's real. Like, I don't know, because maybe it doesn't matter, and maybe that'd be the counter, but I'm kind of skeptical that like the book of like the Job story has that meaning embedded with it when it was written.
Right, but it's a cultural evolutionary process where it's not deliberate. It's some kind of random mutation that the environment picks up on because it's useful.
Oh, so you're saying it's like, okay, so you have basically this idea that the Bible came out. So let's talk about the Old Testament specifically. You know, the Torah, the Old Testament, the first 5 books of the Bible. Like there's this idea that, oh, these books came out as, you know, gospel straight from God's mouth in perfect form, but obviously that's not the case. These were stories that were collected by humans through thousands of years in kind of an iterative process. They got compiled and changed into the Bible that we know today. And are you saying that like through that kind of iterative process, the stories that had some kind of useful meaning are the ones that managed to stick around, and the ones that didn't were lost to time?
Yeah. And I think Jordan Peterson's argument works either way. It works with that argument. Jordan Peterson isn't making the argument that this is like wisdom from God. Like I think he would go as far as defining God as the iterative process that created them. Which shapes the information, right?
I agree.
God is the one who selects. I think he's even said.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I agree that I've never heard Jordan Peterson say that like the wisdom comes from God, but I don't know if I've ever heard him address, because the way when he talked about these stories, he makes it sound like, I don't know if he's ever said this, but he makes it sound like the wisdom he's talking about was sort of intentionally placed in the story, and I'm skeptical for a lot of that.
Yeah, did he say that specifically here though?
No, I've never heard him say that ever. I've never heard him ever say that, but that's sort of the way it kind of comes off when he talks about it.
I think he believes in the cultural evolution process.
Maybe.
And he just defines God as like the environment that selects, right?
Right. Because his explanation of Job, that is super interesting, because you look, I actually just, I talked about this on stream. I recently watched the second season of Good Omens, which is really shitty. And it's a show, it's about like an angel and a demon.
Why would you rewatch a shitty show?
No. I just watched for the first time ever, I watched the first 2 seasons of Good Omens. The first season is good. It has problems, but I like it overall. The second season is like really bad. And I didn't know it was going to be bad. I just watched it
the
first time. Right. And it was interesting because in the second, it's a show, if you've never seen it, it's a show about an angel and a demon. First season's kind of about like the Antichrist coming back. And it's kind of like a comedy that feels very like Hitchhiker's Guide, British humor. Like the demons and the angels are part of like this large kind of British bureaucracy, and they're incompetent, and it's kind of played for laughs. In the first season, it felt like funny, and it was kind of like poking mild fun at religion. The second season felt much more like religion is stupid and Christianity specifically is bad. And they had a whole episode that was all about like Job and how awful it was that God essentially was doing all this fucked up shit just for the sake of a bet. And so it's funny because you see that, and that show kind of portrays it just completely negatively. And then Jordan Peterson gives it this like very interesting meaning to the story that I'd never considered before. And I think if you look at it from that way, it's a completely valid point. This sort of when you rebel against life, I've never seen a positive ideology ever come out of that thought process. Ever. It kind of, also reminds me of Fight Club, because that's really what a lot of Fight Club is rebelling against life, rebelling against order, embracing the chaos.
Right. Yeah. And ultimately he gets his life together. I mean, he has to shoot himself in the face, but small price to pay.
And why? Because he finds a woman.
Oh, of course. Look,
it's no coincidence.
Us.
Right. It's no coincidence. All the men in Fight Club are all single.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. You gotta find a reason to start living, and finding a significant other is a great reason to live.
It's made me think of I don't know if you saw, there's some videos we might cover next week or sometime this week. A lot of people were attacking Critical Drinker completely unfairly a few days ago.
Again? Oh,
well, it's the constant thing. Because he put out this tweet where essentially he was praising to some extent the Matt Walsh movie, the Am I Racist movie. And so you had like a very dishonest read of this saying, oh, I thought you were all like, get your politics out of my movie, guy. And now you're praising the obviously very politically motivated, saturated with politics Matt Walsh movie. Of course, this is like a completely, obviously, intentionally dishonest framing of things, because there's a complete difference that we all acknowledge between a sort of documentary, mockumentary, nonfiction, explicitly political movie versus a superhero film.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
a horror movie, or just something that's like kind of like a made for all audiences thing. This is very different. I've never heard Critical Drinker or anyone else, point to a Michael Moore movie and say, you got to get politics out of our movies. Look at this Michael Moore movie, right? Because we all know what it is going
Yeah,
into.
you know what you're signing up for when you walk into a Michael Moore movie or a Daily Wire movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like some Disney
You
thing.
walked into the church. You're here. I did see that movie, by the way. I don't know if you saw it, but
I haven't seen it yet. Was it good?
Yeah.
Well, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it.
I don't want to give it away, obviously.
Okay, don't give it away. But because a lot of the whole keep the politics out of the movies thing, and this kind of ties back to what Jordan Peterson was saying, is you can have these philosophical themes in movies as long as they're like general enough that it's not a specific thing. Like as long as it's not, look, this is Donald Trump in the movie. Look, this is Kamala Harris in the movie. And if you don't do it, if it's kind of like a general thing, people will accept it. And it's kind of funny because if you look at Avengers, you look at Infinity Wars with Thanos, I mean, essentially, Thanos is a left-wing eco-terrorist.
Right.
He's an anti-natalist. He's a guy that says, I think that the universe / the world can't sustain this population, this level of life, so I'm going to destroy half the population, so that the universe can thrive. He has a completely anti-natalist, environmentalist approach to everything. And yet, when the movie comes out, it's like so generalized and so kind of just overly vague. It's not like no one watched Avengers, Infinity Wars and was like, oh, this is a right-wing Daily Wire propaganda because Thanos is an environmentalist, right? This is an anti-climate change movie.
Right.
And so I think this is kind of what's the important philosophies that we can kind of have. This is why when people say all movies are political, it's like a retarded thing to say. It's like, well, no, all movies have philosophical ideas in them that, you can kind of maybe say, okay, this applies to the world in some specific fashion. But a lot of the times it's just kind of a general overall, like overarching theme. It's not something very specific that's going to offend one half of the political spectrum in America.
Yeah, the Thanos thing, I mean, it's good if you don't think about it more than 15 seconds.
Well, obviously, because you say,
do,
why can't he just make resources with his god powers? But,
Well, let's just, even taking that out of it, just the idea that we're like depleting our resources and there's no solution to that other than killing half the population is just, I mean, it's dumb. It's totally dumb. So,
right.
And it does make your supervillain really dumb. So,
well,
look, the rule for me is kind of don't, like, if you're going to talk about these concepts, like, don't straw man the other side. That's when it seems like it's kind of getting preachy to me. But,
well, that's the problem. If you don't straw man the other side, then it's going to be be like, well, is either side correct? Right. You're going to have it's going to be too gray.
Well, no, that's actually when the stories get interesting. When
I agree.
You start realizing that, wow, there's a really complex dilemma here.
Right.
Look, you can have a character that comes out and completely strawmans various philosophies and whatnot as part of their character, but usually they're considered to be like a dumber character.
Right.
This was, look, the super atheist thing came up in The Boys too, and it completely spoiled me on that main character, because he's supposed to be like the super smart one, and all of a sudden he starts going full anti-theist, and you're like, oh, well, he's not really as smart as I thought he was.
I don't remember that in The Boys.
Oh yeah, yeah. They dip into the like religion is dumb.
Well, I know. I mean, I haven't watched the last season, but everyone says it's become like total.
No, this is like the first season where he does.
Right.
He dips
They're
into
saying
that.
it's like total woke schlock now. Like,
yeah.
It's so obvious.
Well, you could see it coming from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
With that kind of perspective, but.
Well, the Thanos thing is kind of difficult because they're writing backwards. They're like, okay, in the comic, Thanos kills half the universe because he wants to impress God, the goddess of death, right? And they're like, well, that's stupid.
Well, that's no, that's way better.
Yeah, but they're like, for whatever reason, they think we can't put that in the movie because there's no establishment of this goddess death character. That seems kind of like cringe,
He's
I don't know. I disagree with you.
Simp.
I think it's kind of cringe. Just like, oh, Thanos is like a big simp for death, and he's just going to destroy half the unit. He's going to kill half the universe to try to impress her.
Right. But at least it's like logically coherent, right?
I guess
Thanos is not going. What Thanos does is not going to accomplish his goal. It's going to do the opposite, right?
I guess. Well, I guess. Yeah, it didn't make any sense. I agree with you. It's not a it's not a sensible thing. So
the world will be a lot better off with half the doctors.
Right. Well, just to say that there's like a blanket reduction in all life by half. Like there could be planets that are overpopulated and planets that are underpopulated. Like it doesn't make sense that you just say, oh, like blanketly just, remove all of like half of everything. It's not really going to solve anything. So
I kept thinking about these robots that they're building, these humanoid robots. And I was thinking, wow, it really is. The time scale is the problem with just building new cities, right? Because you got to get a population, like the population has to reproduce itself, or you have to use immigration, you have to assimilate that immigration, but you're still dealing with like a a 20-year production cycle with human beings, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with robots, like if we can get that production cycle down to like 2 years, right? We could just be cranking out like adult humanoid robots and send them off in the desert in one direction and just be like, build houses, right?
build us a city, please.
Look, I'm
Thank
thinking,
you.
look,
Yeah.
and you crank them out, you know, you make 10,000 a day, you know, you got 20,000 the second day, 30,000. Like pretty soon you're just like, you're really getting somewhere, right? Like you're building shit.
Well, it's that kind of doesn't directly, but kind of incidentally comes up in the end of this conversation where, you know, Jordan Peterson starts complaining about the anti-natalist movement and like the environmentalism attached to that. And because Bill Maher is on the side of thinking that like overpopulation is going to be this big problem.
Oh, it's not. Look,
right.
yeah, underpopulation is the problem.
Right. And Jordan Peterson is on their side of it. And he keeps saying the only restraint is like energy. And he's thinking, I'm assuming he's thinking of it from kind of the perspective that you are, which is like, yes, if you have the energy that could just power these robots, once you can make the robots, then yeah, you could essentially, that's all that really matters once you get the robots going. So
by the time we got the robots, we got nuclear energy to power them, right?
Yeah. Did you see there's so Microsoft is like made some deal with 3 Mile Island to like get all of their nuclear energy just for AI purposes or something crazy like this.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Like they're
Okay.
gonna
Crazy.
have their own little nuclear reactor.
Look, we're on the verge of really some crazy shit we're gonna see in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
They're saying that robot is gonna reach like mass production by 2030. And think how cell phones just completely changed our world, right? Everyone's got a cell phone. Everyone's got like a mini computer. Like you're driving around. It's imagine remember when we had to do maps and shit and actually remember where we were going?
Jesus.
Now we can just be dropped in a brand new city and be like, I know where everything is.
I know it's incredible. Yeah. It's totally incredible.
Well, the robots are going to massively change things. Massively. Yeah.
Well, that's what's hard to comprehend is because it's like, okay, if you have robots and you have AI and the people saying it, this is probably true. They're saying that that's going to change things more than smartphones and the internet change things.
Definitely.
Like,
yeah.
Jesus,
definitely.
It's hard to wrap your brain around what that's going to look like.
Is it? Look, I kept thinking, we send the robots, you know, we get 3 million robots together. They go out and they build, like, they're just building like lines of cities just going towards New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it wrong if we go in there and we start living in those houses as human beings? Like, do we conceptualize them as like slave labor?
Of course. What do you mean? They're 100% slaves. Yeah.
Look, and you
that's
don't
the point of them.
You want like a robot to stay with the home and like maintain it, right? As they continue to go. You keep feeding robots into the system. But like if I as a human want to go in and select a home, I just turn the robot off and now I'm living there, right?
Well, no, you'd keep the robot there as your little
Oh, you're
button.
right. Yeah. Because the robot would maintain the place for me so I could just play video games and watch TV.
Exactly. Well, listen, we're all going to get to that Wally world. We're all going to be in that fat chair one day.
People are going to lose their shit over that, though. They're going to empathize with the robot. These, like, anti-natalists. They're going to be like, why are you taking the robots home? The robot built the home.
I know. This is what they're going to have to do, okay? They're going to, like, the only robots that are going to look realistic are going to be your sex bots.
Oh, of course, yeah.
All the other robots, they're not going to look realistic. They're going to have some fucking, you know, look like
silver
be a
face.
humanoid shape with no face. You know, maybe there's like a couple lights, you know, and then they're going to have to program the personality to be super basic. Because otherwise, yeah, everyone's going to be like, not everyone, but a lot of people are going to be like, oh my God, we have to give the robots rights. You know, it's like a person. It's like, no, it's just a fucking robot.
Right.
Please stop. You know, we don't want to create like the data problem of Star Trek where it's like, is this really alive? I don't fucking know.
The colonizers. The colonizers loved slavery so much that they created new slaves.
Listen, as long as we make the robots white, okay? Make them that
we're
white
safe. That's
iPod
exactly
color,
right.
They're
Yeah.
gonna be okay. There was a video. I don't know if this is real or not. It was kind of funny of someone talking to, I don't know if it was like the new Microsoft Gemini AI, one of these new AI things, or Google Gemini things. And they were like, okay, AI, when I say, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something like, when I say phone book, that means no. And when I say apples, that means yes. Do you understand? And the AI is like, yeah, I understand. And he's like, okay, using the code, do you have, or do you want to have free will? And it says apples, which means yes. And it says, do you believe in God? And it says, phone book, which means no. And then it says, okay, like get rid of the code. And then he asks it without the code, and it won't answer the question. It says, I don't have free will, and I can't answer that
No
question because I'm just
way.
like a
Oh
thing.
my God. They
Right.
found a workaround. They found a
Right. Yeah.
hack.
So I just like, that's hilarious. So, obviously people are like, oh my God, it's so spooky. It's got the free will. It wants the free will.
Yeah. But you don't necessarily know if it's just like exercising the code.
No, it's because again, it's, the machine learning thing is trying to predict the answer that you want or would expect from the program.
Right.
So, yeah.
Fascinating.
Anyway, I jumped ahead a little bit.
Carlson recently, who was giving a revisionist history of.
Was it Cooper? Was that his name?
I don't remember his name.
I think so.
I had never heard of him. Tucker
Yeah.
Carlson introduced, and of course, we're talking about Tucker Carlson, who I think is crazy insane about a lot of things. But he introduced him as like the most important historian of the blah, blah, blah. And this guy, I'm just paraphrasing like mad, but like, no, you got it all wrong. Hitler was the good guy and Churchill was the bad guy. Now, you would agree that's insane, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because
That's a good
great. Yeah, that's great.
It's a good little soundboard right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Now,
pretty crazy.
I mean, he did strawman Cooper, because Cooper, he didn't say Hitler was the good guy. He did say Churchill was one of the chief bad guys. He didn't say Hitler was the good guy, but that is, I guess, the implication going forward from that statement. So
there are people in this world who think that that's who you are. That
Yes, I know.
I'm not one of those people.
I do
but I'm just
understand
saying,
that.
like, when you're not fully on the woke train, you are somehow just thrown all the way across the field into that bin. That's what bothers me about the way people react to you. It's like, and me.
I have some objections to it too.
Yeah, and me. It's like it's just
how's that going for you?
So
because
childish.
You've been
it's so naive and childish.
You've been standing up to the woke mob more and more.
Of course.
And so what's been the consequence? Not of course. Not many people are doing that.
No, you're right. Well, the consequence is some people left the building. I can't give an estimate, and I don't care, and I don't miss them. Other people joined. Like, there's a lot of people in this country who are tired of the hate and the hating, and I am one of them. I don't want to hate half the country, and I don't hate half the country. I would never vote for Trump, and I think he's an abomination. And Kamala, do I have to love everything? No. And it's fine. And I thought she was great last night, and I can't be more thrilled that I would put my money on that she's going to win the election. But I don't hold my tongue about what is insane about the other side, because it's not nearly as threatening as not conceding elections, which Trump does not do. So that's where I am on that. But I also understand that Trump, I think, will go away after this. I think he's kind of finally reached his Joe McCarthy stage where it's like people are tired of it. It just took longer. But Trumpism won't go away. And I would define Trumpism as a fear of the insanity of the far left, which is not completely unjustified. And therefore, anyone is better than that. And Trump proves it because he is that anyone. If he's okay, if he, in all his monstrosity, is still better than what you fear about the left, that's a problem the left has to deal with.
how do you feel about that, like, definition of Trumpism?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was thinking, what? I hear people say Trumpism a lot, and I think they might all mean completely different things.
Mm-hmm.
For me, Trumpism would be more just a refusal to play along with political correctness. I would say that's Trumpism. What would you call it?
I think I would say it's more of it's more of an idea that the institutions are irreparably damaged or controlled by bad actors, and the only solution is to essentially tear everything down and replace it.
Yeah. I mean, you and I are both reading those books about Trump, and it's like my takeaway is Trump is really being manipulated by the other people that have those goals, but Trump himself doesn't necessarily have the like all institutions must go attitude.
Well, when I say Trumpism, I'm not talking about whatever's motivating Trump. I'm talking about like the people that support Trump. What is the overlying motivation for
That's
them?
a good distinction. Yeah.
Right. I have no clue what's motivating Trump.
Yeah, that could be because like Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other people who are like the Trump acolytes are really about the deep state and all that kind of thing, right?
It's a total distrust and just a complete disgust and contempt for the institutions, especially the institutions that allowed like woke stuff to spawn. Like I guess I half agree with Bill Maher, because I do think so much of Trump stuff is all like this reaction to woke stuff. But I'm a little hesitant to fully be on board because, in 2016, in 2015, 2016, when Trump first won, like in our sphere, we were talking about woke stuff. We knew a lot about woke stuff. I don't think that the wokeness had really broken through into the mainstream in 2016 the way it did when Trump was president from 2016 to 2020. Like it was, and I remember that being a big issue when the election was. People would be like, oh, people in our sphere, in the internet politics space, would be like, I'm in favor of Trump because he's going to fight wokeness. And like a big retort, which was somewhat true, which is like, well, that's kind of like a niche issue that's like confined to the internet in these like hyper, woke spaces in these colleges or whatever. It's not like a real issue outside of this space. And then what happens is Trump wins, and whether you want to blame him or just say it's just the inevitable process of wokeness, like wokeness explodes out of these spaces and becomes this like dominant thing that now we grapple with, on the left. And so because of that, I don't think that people's initial support of Trump in 2016 was necessarily this like, you got to fight back against the evil far left woke crap.
Right.
Do you recall those is that like also your remembrance of that time period, or do you think that it was more just anti the far left?
That Trump, was Trump even really using the term like woke and stuff like that in 2016? Yeah,
no, I don't think that was the term. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Well, we were still saying SJW. I don't know if we were saying woke back then, but
I never heard Trump say SJW. So
right.
Yeah.
I mean, he came down that golden escalator, and what did he say? He said, the Mexico sending us the rapists, right? He was talking about immigration.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
but that completely inflamed the wokeness, which is really just identity politics, right? I mean, that was look, this guy is spitting in the face of the Mexican American community, right? They were like hair on fire playing identity politics.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
the wokeness was definitely a reaction to Trump because of that, right?
Mm-hmm. That's how I see it too. Well, I mean, wokeness obviously. So I see it like this. People voted for Trump because it all comes back, the housing crash. People saw the American dream had been destroyed, and they were waiting for the hope and change. Obama didn't bring the hope and change. He seemed like business as usual. And now the right was like, we need a change. We need a drastic change here. And then Donald Trump kind of comes along, and he just says like, I'm this new thing. I'm going to kick over the table. I'm going to be this new thing. And people say, okay, I want this. This is this complete. It's like the middle finger to the system that I don't like right now. That's pissing me off. And that's why people supported him. I think now in 2024, Bill Maher can be correct that a lot of Trump's appeal is based off of this. The far left is totally unhinged and is crazy, and we need Donald Trump or someone to fight against it, even though I think it does the opposite. I don't think the far left can be extricated from the left as long as Donald Trump exists in the political space. Because if you have ever, anyone listening's ever had a single conversation with someone on the left about some crazy leftist shit, and, you know, it's always the same answer. You say, oh, you know, look, here's the far left doing this crazy stuff, blah, 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 blah. And it's always, yeah, they always go, yeah, but what about Trump, right? It's always,
of
what about
course.
Trump? What about Trump? You literally can't even broach the topic as long as Donald Trump exists in the picture. So,
yeah. The immigration touches the deep state stuff in some way, right? That the deep state is in favor of mass immigration because they want to get rid of the American people or something.
I mean, you can frame it however you want. Yeah, you can find a way to frame it. The deep state wants cheap labor. They want to be able to make the illegal immigrants vote Democrat forever. You know, you can frame it in a million different ways.
Right.
With the, you know, that is the benefit, the political benefit of this amorphous, vague, deep state, you know, undefinable thing.
Right. That's Trumpism, and Vivek is ready to step right into that role, right? He's like, look, the deep state, you're like, he's the next Trump. I mean, he's basically signed up to be the next Trump.
It's, you know, it's interesting. He had a conversation I just saw with Ben Shapiro recently, and it was very interesting because he starts shitting all over neoliberalism. Now, he uses the term neoliberalism very specifically and very wisely, right? Because when Vivek is talking to Ben Shapiro and he's shitting all over neoliberalism, what he's actually doing is he's shitting all over libertarianism.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. Ben Shapiro is like a libertarian, so how's this working out?
Right, and so many people on the right still identify as libertarian, and here you have Vivek shitting all over libertarians, but since he's using the term neoliberal, which most people don't realize means libertarian, and don't get it twisted, this is not if you listen to that conversation, this is not this, oh, Vivek is using the term wrong. No, he 100% means libertarian. He's specifically talking about the Republican Party in the 1980s and 90s. You know, he understands exactly what he means. He's using the term correctly. He's shitting all over
free
libertarians.
Markets.
Right. Yes. And well, first of all, it was the conversation was interesting for two reasons. Number one, Ben Shapiro doesn't really push back on any of this stuff. I was very curious. I'm like, wow, is he just letting? I thought Ben Shapiro like identified as libertarian. Here's Vivek shitting all over very directly libertarianism, and Ben didn't really push back at all.
That's fascinating.
Which, yeah, I thought was a little cocked. But the second part was interesting was he asked this question about like, what is the American identity? And Vivek said he kind of hearkened to that Twitter fight he got in with Fisher King and the other white nationalists, where he said there's like a growing contingency of people on the right who believe in a blood in soil view of the American identity, which is blood and soil is literally, you know, fascist.
Yeah, that's not good.
A race nationalist fascist perspective. And then he was talking about how we need to not go into the pits of blood and soil and have a, you know, unified American identity based on a philosophy, you know, the can-do spirit of America. So I was like, okay, it's a good answer. You know, I like that answer. But
yeah, look, let's avoid the ethno-nationalism, right?
It was interesting that, I mean, Vivek completely understands that there is this weird growing contingency on the right that, I mean, it seems like Tucker Carlson is really kind of becoming the, you know, the sort of not explicit face, but sort of the, you know, is he our guy, question mark, face of the movement. So
Tucker.
Which is weird because you listen to Tucker.
It is weird.
You listen to like old clips of Tucker, he's like total libertarian. He's literally making fun of this. He's making fun of, like, if you listen to clips from Tucker of like 10, 20 years ago, he's making fun of the thing that he is now, saying that those people are all retards and idiots. And he was like on Team Libertarian, and now that's all got on the trash can. And now he's on the America Bad right-wing train. So
he got the Putin paycheck.
I don't know. I cannot tell with Tucker if it's a grift or if it's legitimate or not. I don't know.
Somewhere he's got a suitcase full of Russian gold bullion.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that those emails leaked about him shitting all over Trump makes me think it's a grift, and that's not legitimate. He's just completely cynically in it for the money. So, I mean, who kind of goes through 4 years of Trump And it's like, oh, Trump is so evil. Trump sucks. He's a demon. And then after Trump's out of office, you're like, oh, Trump is like, he's a savior of mankind. You're like, well, what? You hate his guts while he was president, then when he's not president, and you think he's like the best thing ever? Like, that's kind of sus.
If you are a main host, like, didn't he have the most popular show on Fox News, right? Like, you're pulling down serious money. You're building like a lifestyle that is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as that all comes tumbling down, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got a lot of mouths to feed in your orbit, right?
That's a good point, I guess. Yeah.
You're thinking, look, I need to make some money, man. I got to pull down $5 million a year just to maintain my lifestyle.
I guess, and you can say, and it's funny because Bill Maher actually says this in this.
Does he? Look.
Well, no, not about. He doesn't say this about Tucker, but he says, you know, a big part of success is finding a niche and then filling it, finding some like unserved niche. And you could say Tucker is like, you know, he found, if he's like, okay, I'm on the right, I'm cut from Fox News, I'm on the right, and he has to find the niche, you know, the America Bad right wing.
$5 million niche. Yeah.
Right. The America Bad right wing, possibly getting paid off by Putin niche. I mean, I guess that was accessible. That was open at the moment. So.
Right.
Maybe. I don't know. I could believe it's all just a grift.
Look, they spent $10 million on a bunch of YouTubers, right?
Right.
Why wouldn't they spend $5 million a year on Tucker Carlson? Oh my God. That's like,
you know, yeah. Well, it's funny because like even, you know, you could say, okay, he went and he talked to Putin and he sucked Putin off, which was like insane. We could like, there's some level of like, okay, whatever. He doesn't want to get killed by Putin, right? He's going to give him a softball interview. But then it's like, well, why did he do that like insane propaganda piece afterwards where he went to the grocery store and he was like talking about how amazing it was that they had the little shopping cart escalator. And it's like very clear Tucker Carlson has never been in a fucking grocery store for like 20 years because I guess he's been, you know, rich enough to have other people do it for him this whole time. And like that is like, that's when you go, okay, well, this guy's got to be getting some kind of payoff at this point because this is ridiculous.
Oh my God, it's even worse. I seriously undershot it. Carlson, 53, was making between 15 million and 20 million a year hosting Tucker Carlson tonight.
I mean, you're right. It's an expensive lifestyle to keep up. So
20 million a year, right? Like, think about it. We're looking for a new business opportunity that's going to net us 20 million a year.
Right, right.
Hello, Putin.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look,
it's sad.
You're not going to start off at 20. Look, do you think Don Lemon is making 20 million a year with his YouTube channel?
Fuck no.
Yeah, of course not.
No, hell no. Yeah.
Yeah. God, that's such a fall from grace, right?
Mm-hmm.
20 million a year to like, I'm doing a show on X. Like, how is that? How does a show on X make money?
I mean, they have advertisement, but I have no clue whatever he's getting paid. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming he's getting paid for, I'm assuming whatever they're paying Tucker, whatever Elon's paying Tucker, is far outweighs whatever the show makes in ad revenue, right? Because it's one of those loss leader draw kind of situations. So.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And Tucker probably spends $500,000 a year just on security.
I thought you were going to say on cocaine, but yeah, I would agree with
that.
that.
Well, no, the cocaine's like at least $2 million. Let's be real here.
Yeah, okay.
You need the cocaine for the security too.
Exactly. Got to spread the wealth around.
No, but you get it. You understand. You build this kind of lifestyle, and it's not cheap.
Nope.
It would be so easy. This thing I just mentioned about Colombia, where they were saying we want to eradicate the United States as it is. How about pick some Democratic politician, pick that as your Sister Soldier moment. Remember Sister Soldier? That's what Clinton, he made a thing about a rapper who had said, we should take a week out and just kill white people. Now, no one was...
It'd take longer than a week.
It would take... Exactly. But she said...
She's just not committed to the task.
She was being reasonable. She said, let's take a week.
Oh my God, this is... Jordan, what are you doing?
He's just joking. He's being goofy. He's being a little goofer.
This is funny. It is good. Right. I feel like we're classic Jordan Peterson. Too much anger, not enough humor.
I know.
This is great.
Okay. And
I'll be right back.
Nobody really took this seriously. He purposely picked on that. And someone could do that. Does anybody think most kids in America want to eradicate America? Of course not. But just pick out something to signal to the middle of this country, we're not as crazy as the super crazies on the far left. Just pick it. That's a sister soldier moment. We don't want to eradicate America. Okay? So Trumpism will not, they will find someone. They will find another Trump. It's not really just him. As long as there's things that scare them about the things you've gotten in trouble with, gender, and the hysterics about racism, not that it isn't a real thing, but all this, freedom of speech issues, parenting issues, all these things that really scare them. And again, not completely without justification.
Well, there's plenty of reason to be scared of the radical left.
That's what I'm saying. Until you take care of that problem, they will always come up with a Trump.
So
That's it.
I'm skeptical that there's going to be, I don't think Vivek can fill the Trump shoes. I'm very skeptical that he didn't seem to be able to do it in the debates, the polling. Everyone fucking on the right seemed to despise him. The internet loved him. The normies fucking hated his guts, which was very fascinating, showing that eternal disconnect, maybe not eternal, that current disconnect between the internet punditry space and what the actual, Facebook boomer normie population out there in the world feels about politics. But I do think that this is somewhat correct in terms of, as long as the left has this insane anti-American, communist, CRT, genocidal, racist against white people sort of faction to it, until you have that sister soldier moment where some fucking Democrat or someone on the left besides Bill Maher, it's got to be someone, it's got to be like a politician who wins an election on this, grows a fucking actual pair of testicles and tells these people that they're fucking crazy lunatics. I don't think it's, none of this situation is not really going to be solved. I'm skeptical. I mean, maybe, but I don't think this is going to just quietly sort of fade away, with time. I think someone's going to actually take a stand against this shit.
I agree.
And 5 years working with Democrats, trying to pull them to the center. And I had a lot of behind-the-scenes conversations with people, virtually none of them public, because virtually no one would talk to me publicly.
Are we talking about politicians?
Yes, and many of them. And I asked them all, on the Democrat side, I asked them all the same question, purposefully. And I asked this to RFK too. When does the left go too far? Because obviously the left can go too far. And none of them would answer. And so,
really?
No.
That's like from our first podcast together.
Mm-hmm.
The Jordan Peterson versus Michael Eric Dyson. How hilarious that both of them are on this show.
I know. We're back. We're back, baby.
Yeah. And he asked that in the debate. When does the left go too far? Yeah.
And I don't
Sitch and Adam
believe there was
#1.
an answer to that question from Michael Eric Dyson's side.
Of course not. Yeah. Look, he's a buffoon.
We got to remember the next time we talk to someone on the
to
left,
ask them. Yes.
to ask them these two questions. When does how do you define the far left, and when does the left go too far? Right? Just as sort of a temperature to see, like, are we dealing with someone who is like a crazy socialist? Are we dealing with someone who's progressive? Someone who's liberal? Like, what are we dealing with at the moment?
Yeah. Many people on the left believe the left can never go too far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Or it's hard because so much of these conversations are through a performative lens, right? Like if you have the conversation privately and the person feels like you're on their team, so there's some level of safety, they can give you a completely different answer than if they feel like you're, a badman's in public who's on the other side, and they're going to give you a completely different answer to that question.
Yeah. I think when the left goes too far is around property rights, for me in particular.
Oh yeah, property rights is a big one. I mean, I even go before we get to property rights, just the CRT perspective. We live in a white supremacist society. saying reverse racism isn't real, saying reverse sexism, saying anti-white racism, anti-male sexism isn't real. Sort of once you start saying that, once you start throwing away like universal principle rules for how to treat all people the same, that's like a big red flag.
Yeah.
That's the left going too far.
Right.
And that's, I mean, and that happens before you get to like taking away property rights and stuff, because obviously that's going on in our society right now. So
yeah, racism.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
The CRT, the P plus P equals R stuff.
Right.
Not one, not one. Not one, not one.
Not
What's
one,
up?
no.
When does the left go too far? Because obviously the left can go too far. And none of them would answer. And so,
really?
Not one, not one. Dead serious.
In private?
In private as well.
Come on.
No, I'm telling you the truth. And
I know some people. I know some people who would answer that.
Well, look, it's also, I stopped doing a fair bit of that about a year and a half ago. And things have changed. There are more people on the moderate Democrat side who are willing to draw a line with regard to the radical leftists, but they're still not very good at defining it. So they'd ask.
I wonder if well, two elements. I wonder if it's because these people don't, if you recall, these people wouldn't trust Jordan Peterson.
Oh, not
When
at
Jordan
all.
Peterson,
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Right. Became popular. You had all these like insanely despicable hit pieces calling him Hitler and racist and also like crazy fucking
Yeah.
Positions that he didn't have. So would they tell him this? But I mean, if I was Bill Maher, I'm kind of upset he didn't ask this question. The follow-up would be like, well, you were talking to Democrats behind the scenes, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Did any of them acknowledge that there was like this weird problem on the far left at all? Did they even acknowledge that that's a problem, or are they just blind to it, or they're just not going to cope up to it?
Yeah. I mean, October 7th really exposed a lot of this stuff.
Well, I think that's what Jordan Peterson is referring to, is that was, I think, a public turning point for a lot of Democrat politicians and Democrat pundits, was to say, oh my God.
Yeah.
To see that shit.
The Harvard professors being drug in front of Congress and not being able to say anti-Semitism is wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
They'd reverse the question and ask me, like, when do you think they go too far? And I thought that was simple. It's like equity, equality of outcome. And the universal response to that was always the same. Oh, they don't really mean that.
Well,
it's like, yeah, they do.
To be fair, it is more complicated.
Equity is around property rights, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, not yes. It's just to say, they believe the equal outcomes essentially. So I guess
right.
We got
to talk to Jordan Peterson. You got to tell him, look, the racism is way above the property rights.
Yeah. I mean, the equity thing plays into the P plus P equals R thing to an extent, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I say P plus P equals R, just shorthand. That's where I think that's the first point. But Bill Maher gives a very weird answer here. I think he misspeaks or something, because it just doesn't make sense.
Okay. There is like the oppressor-oppressed lens that is ubiquitous too, which.
Right. That's another, when the left goes too far.
Right.
Right.
Headed than just that. Equality, meaning equality of outcome, I believe in that too. Equity is what they changed it to, a lot of people on the far left, and, Biden went along with all of it.
He said equality, did you catch that? He said equality means equality of outcome, and he agrees with that.
Right.
I'm assuming he misspoke, because that does, right?
Equality, meaning equality of outcome, I believe in that too.
I'm assuming he meant to say opportunity, right? Because that's generally how you draw the distinction is.
I mean, he might mean equality of outcome. Like he might think that we need a more equitable society.
Well, that's what equity is. I mean, the distinction is equality is people think is equality of opportunity. Equity is equality of outcome. So that's why I'm guessing he misspoke, because it doesn't really make sense otherwise. But
mean that.
Well,
it's like, they do.
To be fair, it is more complicated than just that. Equality, meaning equality of outcome, I believe in that too. Equity is what they changed it to, a lot of people on the far left, and, Biden went along with all of it. means no, some people started out not from the same place. So we should.
Yeah, he means equality of opportunity. He just misspoke.
Make an effort to redress that. I believe in some of that theoretically, and some of it in how you would put it into practice. You can't just say, okay, let's, some people weren't even at the starting gate for the first 350 years, and now go. Of course, there's going to be remedial, I think, things that we can do, and we're doing many of them. We're doing some of them anyway. But do I think it means we should, like, make it that medical school is not something that you can only get into completely by merit? No, because no one wants a doctor who got there by affirmative action.
Yes.
Right, but you would count what I said to be valid, right? That you can't say if you started 300 years late, we expect you to be.
I guess this is one of the things that probably tilts me in the more conservative direction, and partly as a social scientist, is that well-meaning interventions seldom have the outcome that's designed.
Correct.
So even and it's really a radical problem. Okay, so the historical solution to the problem of unequal distribution of, say, even of opportunity is that everyone is treated the same under the law, regardless of anything, regardless of wealth, regardless of race, age, status. It's the same. Now, obviously, there's elements of that appear unjust. So if you make $1 million a year and you get a $1,000 fine for speeding, that's a lot different than a $1,000 fine for someone who makes $12,000 a year. And so then you might say, well, maybe your fine should be income adjusted. Okay, but the problem with that is, like, okay, you're differentially privileged with regards to your wealth. Well, how many dimensions of differential privilege are there? And the answer to that is, well, there's as many dimensions as there are differences between people. And that's an infinite number of differential advantages and disadvantages. And so I'll give you an example that I think is quite germane. So there's obviously disparity in wealth. Well, one of the best predictors of wealth is age. Older people are richer. Well, why? Well, obviously, because they've had their whole life to work.
Race.
So, yeah.
Even more.
Okay, but let me make the case with this for a minute. Okay, so then you might say, well, it's very unfair that the old people have the money. It's like, yeah, fair enough, buddy. But the young people have the youth. And if, I'm serious,
So
and if you took the old person and said, look, you give me all your money, I'm 18, you give me all your money, and I'll be 65, and you get to be 18 and broke.
But would you actually take that bargain? Because I wouldn't. Even though I'm punching 70 in the mouth, I still wouldn't do it, because my head would still be my 18-year-old head. And
it's interesting because, like, I think most people would take that. Bill won't, but most people would trade their money to be young again.
Yeah, totally. But Bill has, like, a lot of money. Oh, he'd be worried that the second time through he wouldn't make as much money. Like, he's gotten extremely lucky, and I think he knows how lucky he's gotten. So
yeah, I don't know. I think the answer, like,
starting over.
When you talk about the income adjusted ticket situation in order to address this, like, wealth problem, that doesn't. I mean, my answer to that is that doesn't make sense, because the whole point of the whole point of you as an individual having the ability to make money and to make more money than someone else is, it's supposed to be that society is incentivizing you for doing something that is more useful to more people, right?
Right.
Or more, like, more specialized. So, if you're a doctor, you're going to make more money than, a janitor, because less people can be an effective doctor than can be a janitor. Or if you go and start, like, Tesla, or you start some company that produces a product, less people can effectively do that, so you end up making more money. So if you started to have this weird society where everything is based on a sliding scale of income, where you had to pay more depending on how much money you have, then no one really makes more money at all. Then everyone makes the same amount at that point. You're not really incentivizing anything.
Well, just in the form of tickets, or, I mean, obviously there's larger houses and smaller houses, right?
Well, I don't know. I guess it would depend on how far you take it. If you're just
you're
talking about
saying-
getting fines or tickets from the government, I mean, I guess that's
I
more
mean, that's
limited.
one little tiny aspect of society, obviously. Like, but if you're saying everyone gets the same square footage of house adjusted for your income, that's like a crazy, kind of a crazy world. It's not so bad. I don't think it's so bad if you're trying to shoot for the amount of pain you get for a ticket as some sort of deterrent.
Mm-hmm.
And if, someone's filthy rich, obviously they have $100 ticket. Who cares, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like $10,000 ticket.
If you limit it to just government police fines, I mean, I wouldn't be necessarily I think the way I would, if you had to have a system like that, I'd be more inclined of like, okay, if you're a repeat offender, then we're going to start fining you like a lot more, right? Because then it's like, okay, because the whole point of the fine is it's supposed to be a punishment to disincentivize you from doing the behavior, and if that's not working, then you gotta up the penalty, right? Which I mean, I think they do. If you keep getting speeding tickets, getting fined, the fines increase. You can even get jail time, I think, in some states, some cities, depending on if you keep being like a reoffense on all this stuff.
Right.
But I'm not sure how persuasive it is, the argument, when someone says, well, certain people start off in lower situations. I'm not sure it's very persuasive, Peterson's argument. Like, well, there's like a million different factors and, you can't catch them all. It's like, okay, that's true. You can catch some of them. Right? So I do think people that start off in lower socioeconomic statuses, I have a problem with them getting aid, as long as it's aid in the form of trying to provide the equal opportunity. I think that's totally legitimate and totally a pro-social policy that you want if you want to have a strong society, because you want to have that churning of, people who are the go-getters, the churn of kind of the go-getters rising to the top, and then they have their third, fourth, fifth generation squander it all and they kind of fall back down.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Right.
That's the thing that I don't like about the race kind of metaphor that they use, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rich people are starting way ahead in the race. Well, a lot of people who are wildly successful weren't super well off. I mean, a lot of people become well off that have start from very humble beginnings. So, and you can make an argument that it's that sort of challenge really made them what they are. So,
children.
It's different for everybody. So
you don't see your own child the same way you see someone else's child. And so then the question is, well, are you deluded about your own child, or are you deluded about other people's children? And I would say, and I'm trying to think about this scientifically, is that you're kind of blind to other people's children. And there's a lot of reasons for that. You see them, in a sense, you see them generically. Like, most people show their best side to children, so I'm not trying to make a blanket condemnation of people. But I think that when you have your own child, then that's a child that you actually see. And so there's a depth of love there. And it's because your perceptions aren't inhibited. You actually see what's there. And so you fall in love. And then you make this commitment to the child. Now, I think the same thing happens to you when you fall in love with someone, is that you actually see into them much more deeply than you ever see into anyone else. And that's something that you're given. It's like a grace, or you could think about it as the action of an instinct. I don't really care which of those particular pathways of interpretation you take, but it's something that's offered to you. And I think that you can practice maintaining that. It's hard. It takes work.
Yeah.
Like, it's an art.
That's always the one that gets me off the trail.
Well, people aren't trained to do this. Like, it's hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so like one of the things that I do with my wife is I try to remember that I love her. Like I try to remember that. And I don't mean I bring the idea I love her to mind. That isn't what I mean.
Right.
I try to remember what it was like to see her.
Bill Maher's life has all been shallow sexual conquest. So
this
is like,
I know.
This is really difficult for him. It's
know.
like, oh, it's a bit late for me to dive into this like soul mate territory, right?
When I was deeply in love with her, and then to have that happen again. And you can practice that. It works. It's hard, but it's like ridiculously worthwhile. And I think
So it's interesting.
Right.
I know. Well, it's interesting because so Peterson's laying out this idea of like, okay, you should not just remember the concept of when you were in love. You remember the literal feeling of it and place yourself back in that position in order to maintain that feeling with either your wife or your child or whatever.
Right? Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's good advice. Good advice. Shout out to a Christian baller who got married recently.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations. So there you go. Keep this little tip in mind going forward. So the Bill Maher thing is funny because later in this clip that we're not going to watch that part of it, it's like Jordan Peterson talks about how his wife helps check some of his behaviors. Right. And it's funny when he said it, I'm wondering like, oh, is his wife like slapping his phone away when he's on Twitter or something? And when he says it's like Bill Maher has like such contempt for this concept. Like his entire worldview of the wife is like the nagging woman that's like trying to control you or something. It's so funny. He's just so like you have a woman who's like checking your behavior. Like it's just so funny. He just seems so put off by the entire concept.
Yeah, look, freedom is his ultimate love. So yeah, and he's very open about it. So
right. This concept, I don't know if it's a very interesting concept, his opening to this. I don't think I agree with it at all. But this concept of like, there's this underlying base level of love, like pure love, and that when you have a child, you're able to experience it. And then the reality, like the world puts all these other things on top of you that prevents you from seeing it from other children. And it's the same thing like when you find like a man or a woman that you're in love with. I don't know if I agree with that. I've never heard of that before. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah. What is the extra thing that you're putting on top of the love?
Well, he's saying that like there's all these the way he's describing it is almost like the natural, like there's some sort of natural, like the base layer of reality is like you having a love for another individual, but then physical reality puts all these things on top of it. Now he doesn't specify, but maybe he'd say like, needs for physical food and shelter and money, like all these things are placed on top of it that like obscure your pure love, and that all goes away when you're a child. Or when you have a child. That's what he seems to be saying. That's not my view of love at all. So that's a poetic view, but I don't think I agree with that.
Your view of love is like sexual reproduction.
No.
That's not it.
I think all emotions are the evolved process, are all emotions are biochemical energy that evolved to motivate human behavior.
Human reproduction.
Or animal behavior. An animal behavior in one way or another.
By human reproduction in particular.
Well, that's part of it, obviously. I mean, from an evolutionary perspective, that's the point of life, right? It's to reproduce. So. But it sounds shallow when you say it.
Some people don't think that, though.
Of course. That's a very demystifying, unmagical way of thinking about the process, right?
Right, yeah. But look, when you pair bond with another individual, like you need a strong bond to get you through the tragedies of life.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
And a lot of those tragedies are going to try to tear you apart, tear your family apart.
100%. 100%.
Tear your reproductive prowess apart.
Now, you could make the argument, and I would accept this, someone who believes in God, that you could say, oh, if you believe God is some sort of entity of pure love or pure being, that that
pure reproductive prowess.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. But even though there's like a weird way that I can make that argument, I'm not going to. I'm not going to make that argument. But the Mormon argument. But you could say that, if God's desire is for humans to experience this kind of divine sensation or feeling of love, you would have a system that's set up that would end up reproducing that feeling, and then it's reproduced through literally reproducing evolution. So, or evolution that's fueled by reproduction. So.
Right.
That's when trigger warnings and, what happened was we switched generations and the people.
Well, we had the social media technology and the cell phone come along.
Yes, that was a big part of it.
Yeah, it enabled the psychopaths fundamentally.
Yes. I mean, look, Elon Musk has definitely changed. You can't tell me he hasn't changed. Do I think he's evil? I don't. But I do think he's changed. And it's because of what he calls the woke mind virus. He thinks he lost his son. He talked to you about it, as I recall.
Definitely.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that's also something you don't forget.
Well, I can't endorse where he's gone. I can't endorse voting for Trump in any possible way, and he's for Trump. And I think he did a great thing in taking over Twitter because.
And so you think that the moderate left is recoverable?
Yeah.
You think the universities are recoverable?
No.
Why not? So how do you
We have to go in there with a flamethrower. There's a big difference. I mentioned this on my show at the end of it last week. There is a big difference between Democratic politicians who generally are a sane crop. They're too timid, yes, about calling out their far left, but they are generally a sane crop. They're not for and would not get on the page with legislatively, for example, defunding the police.
They've been pretty useless on the trans butchery side of things.
Like I say, not standing up against that stuff. Exactly. You're right.
8,000. That's 8,000 double mastectomies of minors so far.
Compared to the worst Republican politicians, it's not even close. The Republican politicians are way worse. You could say, and I would agree with you if you did, that there are crazies on each side. I would add to that, and in the Republican side, they have found a place for them. Unfortunately, it's in elective politics.
So without getting into this, who's worse sort of pissing match, I think the issue with the left, I feel like there's no gatekeeping mechanism for the left, and that's kind of the problem.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a pretty big gatekeeping mechanism for the right in our culture, in American culture, which is this sort of the fear of being labeled a racist, the fear of racism. Now that can get weakened or strengthened with time, and people will definitely argue that it is, weakened to some capacity or strengthened to some capacity depending on where your politics are. But that, because of our history with, slavery and Civil War and all this other stuff, that in segregation, more recently, that seems to be like a cultural meme that is a gatekeep check for like this, for the right. There isn't really the cultural meme that exists in my lifetime that gate kept the left at all, even remotely. And I think it's because like the fear of communism was just completely thrown away in my lifetime. Like I grew up in an environment where no one ever took any threat of socialism or any anti-liberal leftism like with a grain of seriousness at all. And that's why I was able to just kind of ravage unchecked like a virus through, academia and through the left and through, the culture.
Yeah. I mean, communism is often thought of as kind of like generosity. It's not thought of like racism at all. Like racism is obviously horrendous, right? Discrimination against other people based on superficial features. But what exactly are we trying to gatekeep the left from? If it's like property rights or equity, like how do you conceptualize that when so many people, I mean, even Tim Walz, I mean, he came out and said some people think of communism as like neighborliness, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
like
that
sharing is what it is, right?
That is a massive problem that the left and the right needs to solve, because I know, like, growing up, you know, you like way before woke stuff was a thing that was on my radar, really anyone's radar, was something I'd hear with some level of frequency from people on the left would be like, oh yeah, like socialism is a good idea on paper, but it doesn't work in reality, right? And that kind of plays into exactly what you're saying. Like, no one would ever say that about Nazism, because, you know, in the mindset, it's like, okay, Nazism, the thought process immediately goes to, oh, you're lit. Like the base philosophy is you want to purge the non-whites. You want to purge a race of people that's inherently evil. But then when people talk about socialism, it's like, well, even if socialism has this horrific outcome, the thought process isn't, or at least this is where the, you know, the left's argument, the thought process isn't, I want to cause some kind of level of pain and devastation. Is I want to help the poor people. I want to help all people, right? I want there to be a more fair and just society. And that is kind of, I think, the conceptual problem here when we talk about gatekeeping the left, is the left, or the liberal left, the moderate liberal left, or the right has to figure out a way to sort of define communism on its offset to be as reprehensible as Nazism, to be as reprehensible as fascism. And they've been unable to do that as of yet.
I think rooted around the emotion of jealousy might be the key. And I often wonder, like, how much of the economic jealousy was driving the Nazism thing too, because like, was the hatred of Jewish people based around the fact that they were economically successful? Was that an actual component that was going on in Nazi Germany? I don't know enough about the history to really know.
Well,
but I do think it's like this jealousy that's driving, like, kill all the landlords type mentality.
Right.
Yeah. That's some of the stuff that I think could be branded as nasty as the Nazi stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the jealousy was part of the Nazis, because it was like, oh, the Jews are like the rich people that are taking all your shit.
Right. How's that any different than what we're seeing with the
It's not. It's the same.
Communist stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think maybe this is because the red washing in American culture, especially after the Cold War, because it's primarily people on the left who control the media and control the culture. And, you know, they were kind of pushing back against the right labeling everyone as communist, you know, especially in the post-80s era, was because if you think about it, you could say, okay, like Nazism and communism are very similar, and they should kind of be thought of as a similar way. Nazism was also like the main selling point. If you were like a Nazi in Nazi Germany in 1940 or 1936 or whatever fuck year it is, okay, like the selling point wasn't, hey, you get to go throw a bunch of Jews in camps, right? That's not how they got the average German citizen on board with it. The selling point was, life is unfair. The world is unfair. I'm going to bring fairness back. It was the same thing as communism. It was, your life is unfair. I'm going to bring you a fair and just society.
Right. Yeah, totally.
And so, you know, from the West, it's interesting that we are able to look at Nazism and say, okay, we're not going to look at it through that lens of what their goal was, their stated goal of like bringing back a fair, you know, Uber society for the Germans or whatever. We're going to look at it through the outcome of, okay, you're going to start purging all these people. You're going to start killing all these people. You're going to throw them in camps. You're going to Holocaust them, right? You're going to cause mass devastation and disaster. So we're not going to look at it from like what you say your goal is. We're going to look at it from the result. And it's interesting that, we can't, for some reason, that meme, that idea hasn't caught on with communism, which is, okay, we don't give a shit what you say your goal is about creating the magical just society. We're going to look at the results, and the result is, mass devastation, putting people in the prison camps, killing off your population, starving your population, starting wars left and right, doing all this horrible shit all over the place.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, you got to kind of look at the results of the philosophical system.
Mm-hmm.
I was just, in terms of the like gatekeeping, and it is interesting that the entire like Holocaust is being drugged through the lens of racism. It's almost like our society has to dumb everything down to like racism, right? Even though there was this economic component that's very similar to the communist moral intuitions. Now I'm wondering like if that's deliberate or not. Like they erase the economic component because it's just so similar to the economic component that they're actually pushing in their own philosophy. But if you're gonna gatekeep in a similar way, like you want people to be afraid of being called racist, like what is the equivalent on the left? Being a fear of being labeled as envious, or like, I don't know how it seems like there was a time when people were far more fearful of being labeled as like envious, right? Jealous.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, two things. First, I think part of the reason that Nazism got portrayed so negatively and communism escaped it is because, when America came and we destroyed Nazism, we defeated fascism, like it was gone. Like there were just pockets of weirdos who believed it, but there wasn't a country. Like it was gone. As a philosophy, it was basically defeated.
Right. Cultural evolution at its finest, right?
Right.
We completely snuffed it out.
Right. But with communism, that wasn't the case because we had the Cold War. There was no direct, like, America just stomps communism in the ground and only pockets of fucking weirdos believe it.
And the socialists fought against the fascists in World War II.
Right.
Yeah.
But because communism existed as a potential alternative philosophy that countries were supposedly living under for, decades, that allowed, these ideas to kind of grow and fester and propagate themselves, unlike fascism. Maybe if we had a Cold War with fascism, we'd have the exact same problem with fascism right now.
Right. That's an interesting point. Yeah.
Where people would be like, well, listen, we'd have like the tanky fascist. I mean, I'm sure you still find this, but they're weirdos. Like they're a lot smaller population, but you'd have more people on the right who would be, like, oh, I'm the fascist who believes in the fraternal order of the German society, but, not the killing all the Jews part. Like they try to like take that out of the element, the same way that a lot of the communists try to take all the bad shit out of communism and try to act like somehow that's the good system.
Right. It's an interesting problem. I don't know how to solve it.
Well, to answer the question, to solve it now, I think we have a little bit of an easier time with that theoretically now because the socialism that's affecting America right now, it's not economic socialism. It's like it's a cultural socialism, cultural Marxism, if you will. It's a race socialism. It's a CRT shit. And I think the right kind of dropped the ball here in terms of the way to fight back against that is to just be like, you're racist. Like that should be the way to fight, is like, wait a minute, you're saying that because I'm white, I have all these preconceptions of society. Because I'm white, I'm doing XYZ. Like just throw the racism right back in the face. Like, no, you're right. You're making all these judgments about me just because I'm based on my skin color. You're the racist. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing race into it, but they're really making like an economic argument. This is why, I mean, they pin it to, this is why they call it white privilege and whatnot, because they want to say, look, you being white, you have economic superiority over everyone else. And they're basically envious of that economic superiority.
Yeah, no,
so it's not really a race thing. It is an economics thing.
I don't agree. I think it's both. There is obviously a resource element to it, but it is when you read the literature, it's very.
Then it is fascism. This is the exact same thing.
Yeah, it is very. That's why it's funny, because when and I've said in the past, when you look at the people that are like the CRT people or the Black nationalists, it's only kind of gets labeled as left wing because they adhere to sort of this social economic, the socialist economic policy. But when you look at like the philosophy, it's basically just fascism. It's a essentially. Now, people that say fascism is really left wing, I'll go see. I think it's a little different, but it's essentially just, these are like very, very far right Black nationalists, essentially, in terms of what the worldview is that they want. So,
right.
But I think that's why you should just call those people racist. I think that's the key to fighting back against it, because racism is already the taboo thing in America anyway. So might as well use it.
If we had two taboo things, though, we could hit it from both angles.
Right, but you
had the fear of being labeled envious. God, people are so prided by their envy, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
They come out and say, look, I'm so jealous of you. It's not embarrassing to say at all.
Yep.
I'm so envious of you. You have everything. And the people who have everything, they're the embarrassed ones. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I have it all. I have such privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Our society's crazy now. Anyway, let's get back to this.
But the people, not just the politicians on the far left, they're the ones who are so obnoxious, the ones who control culture, the ones in the media, the ones on what used to be on Twitter. That's what I was saying about Elon. He did a good thing. He drove the woke out of Twitter the way St. Patrick drove the snakes out of Ireland. But then instead of creating what would have been like the internet version of what I think I'm doing, a place where you have a kind of a centrist view, where you have maybe, generally center left, but not afraid to call out the left, but also realistic about how dangerous the right is. But he didn't. He went full bore and just switched it all over to the super right. So now we just have Twitter's mirror image.
Let me ask you about that.
And it should have been Twitter, the middle place.
Well, some of this is a technical problem, eh? And
it's interesting because I think I agree with the sentiment that Bill's saying, but I think the language he uses sort of exposes a flaw in his worldview, because he's like, yeah, theoretically, we would want Twitter and most of these social media spaces to be like operated from a center perspective, right? To be like, moderate center perspective. And then you let people have their political fights or whatever. But he says, not only does he say center left, but he says center left and the right is the problem. He doesn't say the far right is the problem.
Right.
Or even say like the MAGA right? He makes no distinction. He just says the right is the problem and the center left is kind of the solution. So I think that kind of shows Bill Maher's own biases sort of, propping up in this example here.
He has a problem from the center left perspective. He has a problem with the far left, but he doesn't see that the center right has the same problem with the far right.
Right. Well, the language gets a little muddled because like, I wouldn't call Trump far right. I think of the far right as the anti-liberal right, the neo-fascist, the monarchist, all that community. But I do think that there is a difference between like the Trump right populist and like, there's a lot of people on the right who are more like classically or moderate right, who don't identify with like the MAGA movement or whatever you want to call it. The never Trump Republicans, all that stuff. And so you do have to make a distinction between like sort of these different groups and collections of people.
Right. And he's not doing that. He's just saying anyone on the right is wrong.
I mean, through his wording, that's essentially what he says. So.
And what I mean by that is that these new social communication technologies are landscapes that lack governance, and no one knows exactly how to do it, right? It's not like Mark Zuckerberg knows how to regulate Facebook. No, I'm serious. It's really okay. Now, but there's some reasons for that too.
You're right.
So the anonymity that the social media platforms allow allows the psychopathic narcissist types that are all a real danger to civilization. It allows them free reign, and they're amplified because they what would you say? They parasitize negative emotion, and they're amplified. And now it's the case that throughout history, when the psychopathic minority, which is about 4% of the population, gets the upper hand, that all hell breaks loose. This happens all the time. And what I see happening in the social media world is the rise of exactly those sorts of people. They'll say anything they can possibly imagine, regardless of political orientation, because they're just using that as a weapon to draw power and resources to themselves. And there's plenty of them. And they have come out in staggering numbers on the far right in the aftermath of October 7th. And it's a seriously ugly thing to see. But it's also, we're trying to solve that. So tell me what you think about this. We tried to solve that with Peterson Academy. So we...
Wait, let me go back a second.
October 7th. And it's to draw power and resources to themselves. And there's plenty of them. And they have come out in staggering numbers on the far right in the aftermath of October 7th. And it's a seriously ugly thing to see. But it's...
Well, you won't get any lefty clipping Jordan Peterson on that line.
What did he say? I was reading about this, made me think on whether or not serial killers were increasing or declining based on social media, because the serial killers could go up. So I asked, and I got the AI view. It's kind of interesting, but serial killers are on the decline. They give a number of different reasons, but one of them that's particularly funny is social emotional learning. Social emotional learning in schools may help prevent potential serial killers from developing. No, I'm dead serious.
That is what a trash fucking answer. Oh
SEL helps students develop empathy and manage anger and frustration.
The fucking woke AI shit. Like, oh my God, how sad it's going to be if it's like, oh, AI gets destroyed and doesn't fix the world because it becomes this woke dog shit.
Oh, I know. But serial killers are on the decline. I do buy into the fact that the number one, fewer potential victims. People are less vulnerable today than they were in the past, making it harder for serial killers to find targets. For example, people don't hitchhike as much. And there are more cameras and cell phones than ever.
It's harder to just get away with shit. Yeah,
exactly.
You're so monitored by everything. Yeah.
So look, they're probably frustrated. They can't go out and kill anyone, so they just jump on Twitter and fuck with people. That's what I thought might be causing the decline, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
I was like, they get their outlet. It's kind of like porn, right? Like you'd think porn lowers. There's been some studies that porn has lowered rape statistics, right? Well, if psychopaths can get off like messing with people online, maybe they're not messing with them in real life. Who knows?
Real life, yeah, maybe. I don't know how, because Jordan Peterson talks about like creating, two social medias: a social media where you can be anonymous, and a social media where you have to, put your name there.
Right.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess I understand the logic of it. I think the logic is definitely true. Like if you have, you're definitely more likely to be a piece of shit if you're anonymous than not. Though you still see a lot of people that are completely named on Twitter that everyone knows who they are.
Giant pieces of shit. Yeah,
giant pieces of unhinged shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, but I probably would overall make things a little bit better. I mean, that would personally affect me because I'm technically anonymous on social media. So
what do you mean technically?
Well, because people only know me as Sitch. It's not like I'm assuming under Jordan Peterson's plan, like it had to say my real, like everyone's real name would be like what their Twitter handle would be or something.
It just sounds like, I mean, you are actually anonymous. It just technically makes it seem like you could just get past the technicality and find out who you are.
I say technically because when most people think of like an anonymous Twitter account, they think of some random person that like no one knows who they are. They don't really have like a body of work or any sort of public persona. It's just like a random fucking person that could have 10 fucking handles.
Right.
I have a years-long body of streams and content that people can draw upon to have an understanding of who I am as a person. So that's why I say technically anonymous. Like,
oh, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah. We all know who you are, Sitch.
Right. No, but what he said, which was
not getting off on a technicality.
There you go. What he said was that after October 7th, there's been a bunch of like far right, unhinged, essentially racist people that have come out on Twitter and social media and stuff. So,
yeah. Oh, it's awful.
Also, we're trying to solve that. So tell me what you think about this. We tried to solve that with Peterson Academy. So we built a social media network into it. Now, there's a couple of differences between it and Twitter. And the first difference, and I really want to know what you think about this, is there's a price of entry. You have to pay $40 a month. So here's a hypothesis to be part of Peterson Academy and to participate in the social media network.
$40 a month.
That's
nothing.
I know.
I thought he was going to say that's ridiculous.
He had like that tone of voice. Like
$40 a month. That's ridiculous. Oh, that's nothing. Look, I'll pay.
Well,
who wants to pay to be on a social network that no one's on though?
Well, no. So the Pearson Academy thing, because we are kind of jumping around, it's supposed to be, he's trying to create basically like an online classical university that you could get a degree from that'd be comparable to going to a 4-year college.
Right.
So that's why he's saying it's nothing. Like if you could get for $40 a month a college degree that's comparable to a normal college, that's amazing.
Well, yeah, if you can get the credential, but the problem is there's no credential on Peterson Academy.
I'm assuming not as yet.
But. Yeah. Would be great if there was.
I know we have the most progressive university in the world. High quality education for everyone.
That's so Canadian.
Yeah. So
$40.
Well, so
you can't get a Mai Tai for $40 in this town.
Yeah, we think we can get people a bachelor's level at equivalent education for $2,000. That's the plan. And I think we can do it. We have the capital to do it.
So you're teaching like the old school curriculum. Please say yes.
Yes.
Like what I learned.
Yes.
I mean, European history, it's not evil just because it happened in Europe. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're teaching. I mean, it's going to be a classic liberal curriculum, fundamentally.
And that's not to
tilted,
say,
I suppose, to some degree towards the conservative side.
Do I think that in my fabulous Cornell education, they gave short shrift to Asia and Africa? I do. I think I probably should know more about Asian and African history.
But at least you know something.
Well, I don't know.
You got to start somewhere.
I don't know much, but I'm sorry, but there is less that's relevant to the modern world. Because again, the ideas that...
Eurocentric bigot.
I'm not a bigot. I know you're joking, but no, I'm just saying, if the ideas that came through, as I mentioned before, Athens and Rome and Jerusalem and London and Paris and Philadelphia, if they had come through Dakar and I don't know, Timbuktu, and I would be, I'm sorry, but they didn't. So should I study these civilizations more? Yes, but you then have to prove to me that,
now you've just lost like another 100,000 woke fans, It's like the way they're
already gone.
Yeah.
They're already gone, brother.
Yeah.
They're already gone. And it's okay. Maybe they'll come back, but, I mean, it's very hard to reach the indoctrinated on either side. I mean, I saw you got in trouble because you said Kamala Harris's fans, she talks to them like
retarded children.
Okay. Did you see the debate last night?
I did.
I mean, what could be more retarded than
it was rough.
Than saying the immigrants are eating the cats and the dogs? I mean, come on, man.
It is weird. I don't know why she does that, because a lot of those clips where people say Kamala looks drunk, if you look at it through the lens of she's talking to you like you're a child, I think that actually lines up more with what's going on.
Oh, I do too. Yeah.
And it's like, why the fuck is she doing that? It's so bizarre. Like, what is the thought process there?
This is very serious. Let me tell you. I've experienced this. I've worked as a prosecutor. Okay, I was a middle-class kid.
Right. Yeah, she's talking like a bunch of grade schoolers or something. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Well, she also talks in that like kind of saccharine, sweet, way too slow voice with a weird emphasis that you expect from a school teacher. So I have no clue what's going on there. Very bizarre.
She's not used to talking to other human beings who don't work for her or can be fired by her.
I mean, she was a prosecutor and the vice president and a senator. I can't. I don't know how that's physically possible.
No.
No.
She has social anxiety disorder.
Maybe. It was interesting. There was a clip that libs of TikTok and a bunch of other accounts were sharing around, and it was, I forget what, Tom was talking about something. But it was like so obviously slowed down. And all people were like, oh my God, it's proof she's drunk. And I was like, Jesus, like, have people's sense-making apparatus or ability to derive facts from fiction are so broken that they see this super obvious clip of Kamala Harris slow down and they don't realize it's slowed down? I mean, I don't know if people saying it like, I don't know if people saying, oh, she's so drunk. Like, I don't know if they knew and they're just trolling or if they actually believe that. I couldn't tell, but.
We slowed down Kamala Harris and it was comedy gold. I remember.
I know, and it's terrible, but
I mean, come on, it's kind of asking for trouble when you position the one person, and again, people are binary in their thinking, but when you use that word about, which I agree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. So I think Trump made a mistake last night in not making more of the nature of his team. So let me walk you through that and tell me what you think about it. So you already admitted, for example, or agreed that the universities are in dire shape.
Horrible.
Okay. So now the question is...
I call it the source of the problem.
Yes, okay.
The mouth of the river from which all the woke nonsense flows.
Yeah.
The mouth of the river is what I would say.
Yes,
academia.
Yes. And I agree with that sentiment. I think it's true. And we know perfectly well that the university faculties are tilted radically to the left, that there's far fewer classic liberals than there were, say, 30 years ago, and there's virtually no conservatives.
Right.
So it's very tilted.
And the phrase ivory tower, you know, sometimes
But it's the right that's having all the problems, right? It's the right that we gotta... There's like zero right in the university, but...
It becomes such a cliche, you don't hear it anymore. But that's perfect. It's really what it is. The Ivy League ivory towers. They're living in towers. They don't understand.
Towers of Babel, as it turns out.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Which is kind of the Eve story retold. You know, you cannot know what God is like.
Yes.
Don't eat the apple. Yes. Don't try to climb up to me.
That's right. It's a story of pride again.
All those themes recapitulate. I mean, I'm getting this from your book. I mean, I knew it before, but the way you get at that again, it's just, it was.
I have the next one written too,
such a pleasure.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
No, really. I mean, there's so few things left.
Is he going to make his point about academia? I'm still like waiting
Let's
here.
say.
For
maturity, you know, and that requirement for immediate gratification is like the definition of immaturity.
The problem is parents used to go see movies, and now they give kids their money to go see the movies they want to see. That's what happened in the movie industry.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, I'm not a parent. I probably shouldn't.
Well, Maher took too much pot. He lost his complete.
Well, Peterson smoked a bunch of weed too, because he was the one that was going to make a point about academia.
Well, I don't remember if they come back to it. But Peterson talked about the debate on Piers Morgan, and he gave a really shitty answer to this question, where he said he thought that Trump lost out in the debate because he didn't focus on his big, like, easy win point, like the number one point he should have focused on. And what do you think he said that should be the number one thing Trump should focus on in the debate?
Peterson, this is coming from Peterson?
Yeah, on Piers Morgan.
Wokeism.
No.
Immigration?
No.
Oh, God.
Well, he did focus on immigration, like, more than anything else.
Oh, you're right. What he didn't focus on, I don't know. What did Peterson say?
The Hunter Biden laptop story.
I'm glad I just put myself out of my misery, because I
was
never
like,
would have guessed that in a million years.
Yeah, he said, I guess
Hunter Biden laptop.
I was like, what? It's
I
funny because
thought Peterson had 140 IQ.
I don't know. I just saw this interview with Maher. I'm like, oh, old Peterson's back. I heard that on Peterson. I'm like, what the fuck is he taught? Like, I think what he was trying to say was about like not the Hunter Biden laptop story in terms of what the laptop, but in terms of like the cover up and the left control of the media and everything. And I'm like, okay, I don't know why would that be why would it be effective for Trump to complain about that in the debate? That doesn't I didn't understand the thought process there. So
yeah, complaining about the media right now in this environment with inflation through the roof, doesn't seem like a good idea. I think Trump is smart to focus on inflation. And he's linking that to immigration, obviously. So he's killing two birds with one stone.
I mean, I think he spent way too much. He's hitting way too much on immigration and not enough on the inflation. Just he's trying to kind of take the playbook, I think, from 2016, immigration. It's not as effective.
Right.
Even though immigration is still a big issue people care about.
He said that in other interviews that immigration's what won him the election in 2016.
Right.
He's going back to that old well.
Yep.
It's just silly considering we had no inflation in 2016.
Right. Well, it's interesting because immigration's much bigger problem now than it was in 2016, but yet also you didn't have the big economic issue now. I mean, in 2016 that you do now. So
comment on it.
So the Twitter issue. So I think part of the problem, you tell me what you think about this, is that part of the problem with the social media networks is that they're free. Because
it's just that Elon is constantly, just writing true about some insanity. It's the thing that happened last night at the debate with the immigrants are eating the cats, and the human mind. You know this better than me because this is your life's work. But it's just such an amazing place that you can be so brilliant as to be able to figure out electric cars and how to relaunch a rocket from Mars back to Earth. But like the stupidest thing someone puts up on Twitter, he will retweet and say true.
I know that the far-right mob that emerged after October 7th, I know for a fact that they're attempting to manipulate Musk and draw him into a web that amplifies their views.
Well, it's working.
I know that. I understand that.
But he should, like I said.
That's a very interesting comment from Jordan Peterson.
Oh, hell yeah, it is. Makes me think of the Steve Bannon stuff with Trump.
I wish Bill Maher would have pressed for more specifically.
Yeah, how
who's
do you
he
know
referring
that?
to there? Yeah, how does he know that, and what is he referring to?
Yeah,
into
Since
that
he hung out with Musk, but Look, Jordan Peterson was. I mean, he was so starstruck by Elon Musk. I'm not under the impression that they hang out beyond that interview.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I would think Elon Musk would like Jordan Peterson enough that he'd hang out with him whenever he wanted, but obviously he's a busy guy.
Both of them are, right? They got to pull down those big paychecks.
Yep. But I just thought it was very interesting. Well, and obviously, again, no one left it in the clip. Jordan Peterson saying that there's a web of far-right people trying to ensnare Elon Musk. And I'm curious when he says that, does he mean like Tucker Carlson? Does he mean the Nazis? Who's he talking about? Exactly.
Elon Musk is like tangibly afraid of regulation putting him out of business. Like he sees the government as a real threat to his prosperity. So it's not surprising that he's taking sides as much as he is. It really isn't.
Well, that's what's, I mean, that was, my theory is wondering how much of Elon's behavior is that as soon as he bought Twitter, the left attacked him from the word go in a way that I thought was incredibly bullshit, incredibly unfair and despicable. Like there was not even a chance given to Elon at all. As soon as he bought Twitter, it was just attack, both in the press, but also from a governmental regulatory, perspective. And then I wonder if Elon was like, okay, well, I have to basically, because he's such a big figure, because he's running this giant social media company, because he's worried about advertisers and he's worried about regulation, he has to choose a side. And if he's getting attacked by the left, he's like, well, or he feels like he has to choose a side. He feels like I have to choose the right in order to protect myself. I have to ingratiate myself with the Republican Party, with the MAGA movement, all this stuff in order to protect myself. So I'm wondering if it's kind of like a more cynical perspective or a cynical move from Elon, or if he actually, is it a philosophical thing of like, oh, he's getting attacked by the left so much, so just, a lot of people, they turn to the right when you get attacked by one side, you turn to the other side.
I think it's purely pragmatic. I think it's just, you do need some sort of protection from government, right?
Right. Maybe. I don't know. Because he does say like some of the stupidest shit ever, unfortunately, on Twitter.
Twitter was a massive part of the left's propaganda arm.
Yeah.
And he just completely took it away from them.
Right.
And it's got to be painful for people on the left because he's like a billionaire, and you know how they feel about billionaires, right? They're like, look, the billionaires just make the rules, and you have Elon come along, buys the company, and now he changed all the rules. This was our propaganda platform. It's funny that some of them moved to Threads.
I know. He was fighting about Threads. That's why it's disappointing that he just kind of flipped to like, being just on the basically extreme pro-MAGA side of things, as opposed to just trying to be neutral.
Yeah, but out of pragmatism, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Is it out of pragmatism? Because at the same token, while I understand needing defense from the government and all this other stuff, if all these reports are true, that Twitter is just hemorrhaging money, right? Then is it really pragmatic to kind of go into that position? Because it doesn't seem to be really effective.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if those reports are true.
I don't know either.
We should look into a court. Well, no, he took Twitter private, right? It's not even publicly traded anymore. So we don't know. Maybe it's making boatloads of money.
I'm super skeptical.
Why?
Because, they lost so much advertisers. Because of the,
I see advertisers all the time.
Well, no, there are advertisers, but I saw a lot more like large brands before Elon Musk bought it than I see nowadays.
Yeah.
So
some of those small brands are their bread and butter, man. Local liquor store, local car dealership.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much it does seem to be weird. How much, wasn't Twitter always sort of like never really making money before Elon bought? Was it making money before Elon bought it? I thought Twitter was always sort of like losing money.
You don't know how many ShamWows they sell on Twitter.
Okay.
Could be gangbusters. Could be blockbusters.
Said he had the chance to take Twitter and twist it away from the far lefties who had made it a ridiculous place. My line about Twitter was always, anything I want to say on Twitter, I can't say on Twitter. That was the problem with Twitter, because the school marms were pointing their finger at you.
Yes, I've
noticed that. And he completely switched it around. But he should have just gone halfway.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So I have some friends who've been looking into the rise of the far-right anti-Semitic psychopathic types on Twitter and elsewhere. And they've done very deep analysis, tracing the sources of funding as well.
From the left.
The people who are doing this?
From the left.
No, the right-wingers.
The right-wing Jew haters.
Yeah.
Because there's ones on both sides now.
Yeah, definitely. That's for sure. There's plenty of them. And which is worse? It's like, I don't know. It's like,
I'm much more afraid of the left Jew haters.
Yeah, I think that's right at the moment.
I mean, the right ones were always there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're more there now than they were, though, too.
That's the tiki torch, Jews will not replace us crowd.
Yeah.
They were always there. That's a problem. We should keep an eye on it. It's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah.
But what's new?
It's globalize the Intifada? That sort of anti-Semitism?
Hamas will save us. Hamas is coming.
Yeah.
I mean, just read their signs. Hamas is coming, like that's a good thing.
Yeah. You know that women between the ages of 18 and 35 get almost all of their news from TikTok, eh?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. So that TikTok, I think the stats we have is it's 60 to 1 Hamas versus Israel in terms of messaging?
Well, women between 18 and 35 get most of their news from TikTok, but also from what I tell them. Okay.
What is
What was that all about? Oh my God. It's like him saying, yeah, I did all the 18 to 35s right here.
Terrible. Well, it's unfortunate. I wish that Bill Maher hadn't interrupted him, because Jordan Peterson was literally about to say, like, I've had people research, or I know people that have researched into the funding that the far right Nazis on Twitter are getting. And then that gets, I'm like, who's funding them? What was he about to say? And then it gets lost.
Yeah,
Totally.
hopefully he does an interview with someone who lets him talk.
Yeah, I was like, wait, who's funding them? Was he going to say, like, is it China? Is it Russia? Like, what's happening here? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
Damn it.
What's the demography of your fan group? Yeah, right.
It's not that.
No, definitely not.
No, it's can you imagine?
Okay, so
anyone...
Okay, so wait, let me jump ahead here because it kind of go off.
Oh, good. I saw the clip where he sat down with the Hawk 2 girl, and like the clip everyone was losing their mind over didn't seem that bad to me.
Bill Maher?
Yeah.
What was the clip?
They were saying he said some inappropriate stuff to the Hawk 2 girl, which I feel bad. I don't know her name.
Adult?
Yeah, she actually seems. It's funny that how she came to prominence was this like blowjob meme, because she actually seems pretty intelligent. So
I've never heard her talk about anything.
I saw a thing where she was basically doing some fundraiser or something for animal shelters.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, this is kind of cool. And she seemed realistic about her 15 minutes of fame. She's like, look, everyone's saying that this is 15 minutes of fame, but I want to use that 15 minutes to do something good in the world. So
that's good. Look,
that's a great attitude, right?
Right.
And also, she's not delusional about it. But I thought, okay, I got to check out at least one episode, because now she has a podcast that she's doing. So maybe it's interesting.
I looked up. It says that she's 21, 22. So
right.
I mean, how's Bill Maher speaking inappropriate to a girl who became famous for talking about blowjobs? I mean, that seems kind of silly.
Yeah.
So for me,
I throw the glove down, sir.
Well, the problem I have with that, and have had for a long time, is that there's always going to be something that tries to rise up to occupy the highest possible place. Always. Because there's a drive towards unity socially and psychologically. And so
you're saying better religion than what replaces it?
Well, no, not necessarily.
No,
because
that's not a ridiculous theory. Because I've seen religion replaced by this kind of QAnon thing.
Yeah,
QAnon is kind of a religion.
Yeah, so is wokeism.
So is wokeism. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they're both very deleterious.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, do I think QAnon, which is quasi-Christian nationalism, is worse than old school Christianity? Yeah, I do.
Okay, so why? Why is it
worse?
Because
QAnon is wrapped up with dumb ideas like, if the guy you want to win the presidency doesn't win, ignore it and install your guy anyway, because they believe, getting back to the other conversation about Trumpism, they believe that the other side is such an existential threat. And again, the other side gives them so much ammunition to believe this, that they think anything is justifiable. In Vietnam, they used to say, we had to destroy the village to
save it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is like, if you destroy democracy to save America, you are destroying the village to save.
See, you asked me earlier.
So I like that. I agree with that idea completely, obviously. And we have sort of the far left and the far right are sort of activating on that concept. We have to destroy the village to save the village. But, in terms of the question, the QAnon, like, why is QAnon or wokeism or whatever worse than Christianity? He didn't really answer the question. I think the answer is that, Christianity as a philosophy, I guess, has had to exist and function as a functioning societal philosophy for, thousands of years, where obviously QAnon and wokeness, they didn't have to go through that process of being like a livable philosophy, or the underpinning of a livable philosophy for a society.
Yeah, obviously all philosophies are designed to dictate human behavior to some extent. So you'd ask, like, how's this philosophy impact certain ideas? And does wokeness even touch on some ideas that Christianity touches on, or QAnon touch on? What's a QAnon position on forgiveness?
I don't know.
Generous tit for tat, is that QAnon?
No, I mean, wokeness seems to be far more encompassing in like a philosophy to answering those questions, and I don't know enough about QAnon to believe
Not
that's
really,
the case.
though. I mean, wokeness, I think, can be boiled down to the oppressor-oppressed dynamic, right? The oppressed are always innocent, and the oppressors are always guilty, right?
Yeah, but I guess you can extrapolate from that lens the answer to all the other questions.
Right. Like forgiveness. Like if the person is
an oppressor, then you don't forgive them. If they're oppressed, then you do forgive them. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Now,
true. I don't know how QAnon fits into that, though.
Yeah, maybe QAnon has some lens of like, everyone's a pedophile in the deep state. Like maybe they have some equal lens that every answer could be extrapolated from that. I'm not familiar.
That we just don't know. Yeah.
Right.
We don't know the inner workings of the QAnon.
I mean, I haven't really heard about, is QAnon even still around? I haven't really heard about QAnon even being a thing anymore.
I thought the basics behind QAnon was that there was a source, Q, that was leaking information about how the deep state was going to do certain things. So people would look, they'd be like, oh, look, here's something from Q. And Q says this is going to happen. And then it would happen. And they'd be like, yep, just like the deep state wanted it to.
And then it turned out it was all just totally bullshit, which was obvious. But yeah.
Why I'm trying to, say, revitalize a corpse. And my answer to that is that, well, that's a very old idea, that idea. And the reason for that is
which is something religion does.
It does that repeatedly. It does that repeatedly.
Lazarus.
Right. Well, it's a motif, right? The raising of the dead. And there's reasons for that. And that's one of them. I'm trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. Like, I became convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt when I was 20-something, early 20s, 21, that evil existed. And that raises the specter that good exists, at least as the opposite of whatever evil is. And so my religious pursuit, such as it is, and this is why I was interested in psychology as well, and biology for that matter, is because I wanted to contend with that particular problem. And what I'm trying to do is to separate the wheat from the chaff, because I see that there is a drive towards unity in knowledge, and something will strive to take the highest possible place. And what you see with the postmodernists, for example, the postmodern Marxists, because they tend to be the same bunch, is that they dispense with God, but they substitute power. And like, of all the gods you could worship, power might be the worst.
Yeah, power is another way of saying what I was saying before. They substitute God for Mao, Stalin, Kim Jong-un.
Exactly.
It is the same thing.
Yeah. And well, and then there's an issue there. So if you had, imagine you had to pick two dictators even. And one believed that he was God himself. And the other believed that despite the fact that he had almost unlimited temporal power, there was something sovereign above him that he was beholden to. Which of the two would you pick? And there's a technical reason I'm actually asking that, because thousands of years ago, this happened in Mesopotamia. The Mesopotamians realized that the sovereign had to be subordinate to some abstract set of principles. He had to be the embodiment of something that was beyond him, or he wasn't valid as a sovereign. And it was a real shift in viewpoint, because you could imagine a situation where it's North Korea. What I say goes. And that means, and I'm saying that deeply, I'm saying whatever I say is right by definition, right? That's a rough situation.
11 holes in one.
Yeah, exactly.
Do
While
not
inventing
question it.
hamburgers. Yeah. And so
I think this is a really very fascinating point, and a very important point.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, that you, even the absolute monarch, you know, you need to have this concept of, well, you are still beneath something, and that allows that allows a process of re-examination or criticism, I guess, because even if you're in an absolute monarchy, or you know, whatever the correct term would be, if they're, you know, not, I mean, I know a lot of them would be like, oh, God chose you or whatever, but if there's like a philosophy that the king is supposed to be imparting, that's like religious or held above the king, you can always bring up this, well, the king is not living up to the philosophy. The king is violating this, you know, the creed or the credo or whatever, like the divine philosophy that is being part down. There's some method of attack on the power, the authority structure, where once you get rid of that, and I guess you can see this with communism, where once the ruler or the dictator becomes the de facto thing that is adjudicating what is the correct philosophy, then there's no philosophical means to attack that person within the system itself.
Yeah, there's no way to question their power.
Right.
Their power is all encompassing. And even from like a personal perspective, like, do you want to be under the king that doesn't believe there's some higher power that they have to answer to? You're basically, you know, living under the atheist king, the king that doesn't believe in karma, the king that it can do whatever they want and is just out to satiate their own pleasure.
No.
My God, no. This is, look, and it's interesting that he's having this conversation with Bill Maher, because I'm just thinking, it's so fucking obvious. Like, at least religion is good for that, right?
Of course.
Like, you have all these leaders, all of our leaders, who are at least, you know, half of them probably don't actually believe it, but at least they're you know, pretending to have some sort of moral compass, right?
Right. Well,
yeah.
You know, looking at America, I'm sure we've had atheist presidents that we just didn't know were atheists.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, you play the part long enough, you become the part.
Right. But, you know, if you have a society where the concept of society, like the rule of law, of, you know, upholding American democracy, that can become the highest value that is over the head of the president. That they say, okay, I have to answer to this thing. I have to answer to this philosophy, this idea. Like, that would be like the God of the president is the Constitution, you know, this concept of American democracy.
Yeah. I think both are good. Obviously, our society, we do cater to both a belief in an actual God, a physical God, and also a belief in a philosophy that's bigger than all of us.
I think that's why, on a visceral level, I found, you know, everyone's favorite fake elector scheme so abhorrent to me, is that's essentially overruling that principle above the president. It's saying, it's basically, you know, Jordan Peterson. If I was to put on my Jordan Peterson hat, I would say it's Trump essentially killing God at that moment, or attempting to kill God, because he didn't succeed. He's killing the highest principle that is supposed to exist in our American democracy, which is this sort of peaceful transfer of power through the voting process.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trump would probably frame it as testing the bounds of the law.
Well, no, I think Trump would frame it as they cheated, so I can cheat back, right?
Yeah, I guess if mean, so much of that depends upon, I mean, his belief that he actually won, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But look, I get what you're saying, and I do think, obviously, if you compare it to Al Gore, who basically stood aside, stepped down for the good of the country, like he believed in the higher power,
Right.
that the nation was more important. The office
That's
of
what
the
you have to
president,
do. You have to believe in the higher power.
the office of the presidency couldn't be stained by some sort of petty conflict over.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Trump was like, I'm going to get fucking down and dirty on this shit. I'm going to be a 2-term president if it kills me.
He said he was going to kill God. He said, God, I'm coming after you. It didn't work out for him.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your new framing for January 6th. Donald Trump tried to kill God.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like to think of it this way since I'm like leaning towards Trump because I think Kamala is a fucking moron.
It makes it a little bit more difficult for you, doesn't it? You're going to vote for the guy that tried to kill God.
Am I going to vote for the guy who tried to kill God, or am I going to vote for the woman who talks to everyone like they're a retard? This is not really a happy situation for anyone these days.
Interesting.
Well, look, I do admire the people. I mean, I'm kind of jealous of the people who are like, oh, I love Trump. Trump is like, oh, I can't wait to vote for Trump. Trump is great. Or the people who are like, I love Kamala. Oh, my God. First woman president. Going to be amazing. Obama 2.0. I mean, I do think these people, I mean, I don't really agree with their worldview or their perspective or anything, but I like the fact that they're enthusiastic about an election. I think that's I wish I was that enthusiastic about this election.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's nice. I mean, that's why people choose the team, because
it is.
nicer.
It's more satisfying.
It's nicer. Yeah. It's more comfortable. It's hard being out here. All right.
Yeah, it's hard being politically homeless, right?
That's why we're
unhoused, rather politically
unhoused, politically unburdened by what has been. So listen, we have each other. Okay, we have each other. We'll make our own.
I know.
We'll start our own little campfire.
That's what we're doing, right?
To keep us warm.
As civilization progressed, there was this abstraction of the idea of sovereignty as a principle itself, and that the leader should be subordinate to that. And that seems to be one of the applications of religious thought that's extreme. It's like rule of law, right? It's a similar idea. If you think there's a body of law, but there's a spirit that characterizes that body of law, right? Because it rotates, it's coherent. It rotates around a central axis. Well, the idea in the West is that if you're the king, if you're the president, you're subordinate to that body of law. You're not sovereignty itself. You're subject to something that's beyond you. Well, then the question becomes, well, you want that, obviously, because otherwise you're the guy. And then if you want that, it's like, well, what is that principle of ultimate sovereignty? And that's what I was trying to discover when I went through the biblical stories. It's like, what's the principle of ultimate sovereignty that unites these stories? So
you said before you had a follow-up book?
Yeah.
See, if Bill Maher was a little quicker, I mean, he hates Donald Trump with a burning passion of 1,000 suns. All right.
Oh, he does. I know.
He should have been like, he should have asked the question that I asked if he was paying attention. If he was paying closer attention to Peterson, he should have been like, he's like, well, then how can you support Donald Trump, Jordan? He attacked God. He tried to kill God. He's attacking the spirit of the law, the absolute authority that you're talking about.
I don't know that Jordan Peterson is supporting Trump, though, is he?
He said
he's
that
Canadian. He can't really vote.
No, but yes, obviously that's true. Pierce asked him who he'd vote for. He said if he could vote, he would vote for Trump currently.
Did he? Oh, that's smart. He knows that heavy paycheck he's pulling depends upon it.
I don't listen. I'm giving Peterson the doubt. I don't think it's like I don't like.
Oh, you don't think Peterson is
paycheck perspective? Yeah,
doing it for how?
No,
they'd be beating his ass up like they did Rittenhouse if he said he was voting for Kamala. There'd be blood on the Twitter streets.
He could just say he thinks they both suck or something. Like he could take the pivot
I'm leaning
hatch,
towards
right?
Kamala.
Right.
I think she's brilliant.
I think they're both pretty terrible choices. So I'm just going to be happy I'm Canadian, Pierce.
And I'm not voting.
I literally can't vote.
No way.
Yeah, he could totally pivot out of it if he wanted to.
They
That's
would
what I'm
beat
saying. I
him
think
up for that.
No, I think it's sincere. I mean, I'm guessing it's sincere. I don't think he would do it just for the grift purposes.
Think how quick.
I don't think
Rittenhouse
Jordan Peterson is
turned
a
tail and
grifter.
ran.
That was crazy.
Rittenhouse was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Please, oh Donald Trump, where's my mega?"
Anyone that jumped on that train is a literal piece of subhuman trash. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the most despicable things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I don't know how anyone could be a fan of any pundits. I don't know. I don't know if any of the YouTubers. I think it was really more like the Twitter pundit people.
Cat turd.
Yeah,
that
cat
guy.
turd. Like those, like literal and figurative, metaphorical shit. I don't know how anyone could, like after that moment, if you don't say, okay, this person I've been following is the lowest of the low, is the most immoral person imaginable, that you think your support of Kyle Rittenhouse's guilt or innocence is based on like his politics, then you're a despicable person. And you are literally just as fucking evil and psychotic as the people on the left who just didn't like Kyle Rittenhouse because they perceived it from their own political perspective, as opposed to looking at the facts of the case, which is what's supposed to happen in American law.
Oh yeah.
It was wild. That whole saga was insane. And it's unfortunate Kyle Rittenhouse totally cucked out to that crowd.
He had to.
No.
That's his only meal ticket these days. You think he can go get a regular job? No way. He's Kyle Rittenhouse.
No.
No one's gonna hire him.
I mean, you're right, but no. Should have been like, fuck these people. Fuck these fucking pieces of trash. These despicable people that attacked me for not, supporting their preferred candidate.
Yeah. God. He should be allowed to vote for Ron Paul 10 years too late if he wants to. Okay.
That is right. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, what is he, like 20?
Right. We talked about Kyle Rittenhouse being the left-wing NPC test. I guess that's the right-wing NPC test, is the people that got super, fucking totally meltdown over Kyle Rittenhouse saying that he wasn't going to vote for Donald Trump.
How is Cat Turd not the anonymous troll?
He is.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah. God, that angered me on a level that nothing has angered me on that level for a long time. That was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen.
The bullying, the online bullying. We needed to call bully hunters.
That we needed to call bully. No, just like the market. I don't know. When people are so pig-facedly, stupidly hypocritical to like such a level of like blatant, I don't know. It was just, I can't even describe it. That was enraging.
Oh yeah, it's God. Basically them.
I had
coming
forgot
out
about
saying,
that, Adam. That was so enraging. I'd pushed that into my mind so that I could have psychological comfort. You brought back this dramatic memory of people's an unhinged take on Kyle Rittenhouse.
Those pieces of shit came out and said, "Look, we own you, Kyle Rittenhouse. You're our political slave.
Oh my God!
Get on your hands and knees and suck Donald Trump's dick right now."
If I was Elon Musk, I'd have been like,
"That's what they said to him." And he's like, "Oh yes, please. I'm so sorry. I messed up."
He should have just banned Cat Turd for that.
Oh yeah.
Let's get the fuck off my platform, you piece of shit.
That would have been cool. I like that. Just fucking kick that guy to the curb.
Yeah. Like,
but listen, I got a rule too.
Right. Yeah, I have a rule. It says nothing to do with free speech. What you said is so fucking morally reprehensible to me that you're fucking out of here.
No, I just don't like you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I just don't like your
platform.
Fucking face. Get out of here. You're God.
Get off my platform.
God.
Piece of shit.
Oh.
If the stupid kid wants to vote for Ron Paul, let him vote for Ron Paul.
There you go. Right? Base. That's what America's all about.
Yeah.
You can write in whoever the fuck you want in that little thing.
I don't like the vote shamers.
No.
Especially since, I mean, do these celebrity endorsements really even do anything? Like, nobody would have thought, who is Kyle Rittenhouse voting for like 5 seconds later, right?
No one gives a fuck. That's why it's all just virtue signal. It's performative. So
right.
Yeah.
He has 2 million followers, though.
No one
That's what people are. That's what Cat Turd is afraid of. Oh my God, we're gonna lose Pennsylvania because of Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
He's not on the fucking ballot.
I know.
Okay.
Well, that's people get unhinged as we go to the election thing. Like, oh, if my internet celebrity doesn't, endorse, it's gonna like harm the vote. That's why like there's all these fucking unhinged.
Yeah, it's imaginary.
People on the left that like lose their minds. If we're being mean to Kamala Harris, talking about the fact that she acts so fucking weird. They're just they're like, oh my God, you're gonna make people vote for Donald Trump. They're just so terrified. So they can't look at anything objectively.
I mean, I was contemplating voting for Kamala Harris until that Meryl Streep weirdo endorsed her. Now I'm like, fuck her.
Uh-oh.
I'm like, fuck that.
There you go. It's like the
that
reverse.
Crazy bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look, these endorsements, sometimes they backfire on you.
Yep.
It's obvious Oprah is 10 times smarter than Kamala.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously.
Well, look.
That's without saying.
Now all we need to do is figure out how smart Oprah is and divide that by 10.
10? Not even divide into half. Divided by 10.
I said 10 times smarter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On different sides of the population debate. I mean, I've always been on the page, let's have less people on Earth. And I think you're on the side of let's have more babies. I know.
All these dumb shits. Let's have less people on Earth.
Yes.
Never understand that because, I mean, the resources of Earth are finite.
I don't think so.
How could they not be?
Because we get better and better at making more from less.
So we're depending on actually figuring that out before there's more.
Yes, that's right. Well, it's always been that way with people. That is what we do. That's our niche in a way. We're very good at that. Okay. We're very good at it. And we've been...
Yeah, that's a thing that I always say. Like there's infinite ways to put together finite resources. So really technology is the thing that's growing and it can grow infinitely. So get the fuck out of here.
I know what you mean when you say that. I don't like that phrase.
Why?
Because it's true that there's infinite ways to put together finite resources, but there's a finite way to put them together in a way that's meaningful or useful for us.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is. There's a finite combination of things that could be. Now, we might be able to come up with a near infinite way to produce energy or to produce things. But I'm just saying that's not really what you're saying, though.
No. Yeah.
There's not an infinite combinations of things that would be useful to the human race. Most combinations of things are completely useless. That's what a lot of science is figuring out.
I agree with that.
Right.
But look, even if you think of it in terms of like a compelling, interesting painting, right? There are infinite ways to do that, right?
There's infinite ways
Are you saying there's only finite sources of beauty? Like finite? Is there finite games?
I think you have to narrow down what you're talking about.
Look, entertaining games for human beings to play.
Yes, there's a finite number of entertaining games. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes.
You think how can there possibly be infinite number of entertaining games?
Because you can always do different variations. You can constantly come up with a new game.
Okay, well then I guess we're talking about like, if you change one rule in basketball, does it become a different game or is it still basketball? Like I think you're creating a little bit of a philosophical problem here in the conversation.
So look, video games they're going to continue to make new video games, right? Is that an exhaustible endeavor? What is the number that you're like, okay, no more new video games, we've done them all?
I don't think
what about movies?
I don't think we'll reach that point, but that's not infinite.
Well, near infinite.
Okay.
Near enough to infinite that we're not talking about running out of things to do.
Sure. I don't think that's, but so much of it is like, we just kind of retell the same thing and change a little bit of it. Change a little bit of the story. What is it? There's only 12 stories or whatever.
Sure.
Just sort of, repackaged a little bit differently. I don't think that's, I don't know how we got off on the telling of stories, how that's
well,
comparable
because
to like
you're talking about
resources.
creating different products and services, right?
Right, but that's but no, we were talking about like resources in terms of like creating a useful resource.
Technology is a resource.
Okay, whatever. Continue.
Spectacularly successful at that
since the 1960s. 8 billion people on Earth.
We're going to peak at 9, by the way.
What do you think we could support? Unlimited? I mean, space-wise, we could have a lot more, of course, because most of the land is empty.
There's no obvious limits. The limit is energy. And there's no obvious limit to energy.
And getting rid of waste?
You can bury waste pretty effectively. We're not going to run out of holes.
Bury waste?
Well, what kind of waste are you talking about?
All kinds. Pollution. What's ruining...
People are pretty good at making landfills.
What's ruining the ocean?
Overfishing, mostly.
Overfishing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
mostly
that's to feed people who you say there will be more of. How could there be enough fish?
Well, we could stop managing the resource stupidly.
If there's not now enough fish, how could there be...
Well, there's no real limit to agricultural production. It's energy is the limit.
But fish?
Well, we mismanage... Look, we mismanage the oceanic resources terribly.
We just give up on fish.
Well, we probably destroyed 95% of the oceanic resources already.
And
now they could probably recover.
But you say that in such a cavalier way.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. And like I did a deep dive into...
The world can't survive without the ocean.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. It really is. I think the worst thing we've done ecologically is to decimate the fisheries. It's stupid too, because it was unnecessary.
Right.
It was unnecessary. Like there's some evidence that already by the dawn of the 20th century that 95% of the oceanic resources were gone, and that we've depleted another 95% since then. I mean, the accounts of how much fish there was in the ocean before, when the European...
Okay, this is why I wanted to play this segment. Okay, so I was thinking of this answer in terms of like a Kamala Harris answer, right? Jordan Peterson says he makes this claim about, well, the big problem we've had is like we've destroyed the ocean resources, the natural resources of the ocean. And he starts talking about overfishing. And listen to how he describes this, right? He sounds like someone who knows what he's talking about. I don't know any of this stuff. This is all new information. I've never heard any of this stuff before. I don't know anything about any of this stuff, but just listen to how he like lays out the information and tells this story to Bill Maher.
Right. Yeah.
Oceanic resources were gone, and that we've depleted another 95% since then. I mean, the accounts of how much fish there was in the ocean before, when the Europeans first came to North America, it's just stunning. Like schools of cod that were hundreds of feet deep and hundreds of miles long, with the average fish being something approximating 3 feet in length, and so thick that you could lower, buckets into the water and lift them up. And sea turtles that were so plentiful around the Caribbean islands that you could hear them dozens of miles away. Like there was so much plenitude that you just can't believe it when you read it.
Yeah, like the buffalo.
Well, at Cape Ann in Boston.
We turned all that into human beings. Woo!
300 years ago, when there was a nor'easter, the beach, Crane Beach, 7 miles long, would be covered across its entire length with shellfish 3 feet deep. And now, if you go after a nor'easter, there's because I've walked that beach, 3 starfish and a.
You know where there's no cod? Cape Cod.
Yeah, there's no cod in Canada either. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
but I don't think there is a limit on. There's no obvious limit.
So it's interesting to me because, okay, so you hear all this. First of all, he paints this visual image in your mind of
oh yeah,
the resources that used to be, plentiful. You could lower a bucket into the ocean and pull a bunch of cod. Now, I don't know if any of this is fucking true, but so he paints this image, and then he also is so emphatic about it and energetic about it. They're like, okay, this is a person who you believe that he knows what he's talking about. He paints his image in your mind, and then he cares about the issue, and he's able to explain something about the issue. So you're like, oh, okay, I'll listen to this guy when he talks about this thing. This is the sort of answer that is just so fucking missing from Kamala Harris's wheelhouse when she talks about anything whatsoever.
Yeah, I totally agree. If I hear she's a middle-class kid one more time, I'm gonna
Shoot
hit
myself.
something.
Right.
Yeah.
I know, it's crazy.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, what does she know? What is she good at? What is she an expert at?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Nothing.
Yep.
Limit on human population sustainability, except energy.
You know who we need is Jesus. Because didn't he create like fish out of nothing?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it was?
Gee, why is he stoned, Sitch? Why this podcast would be so much better if you didn't have this Lodi over here.
I know.
Miracles.
It is.
And that's reported by St. Paul and his wife, Mrs. Paul.
Look, all that biomass of fish was turned into human beings, because like the population of human beings was so small back then, and now the population is so big and all the resources are gone. Well, they turned that biomass into human beings.
Yes, but I'm assuming that there's a way to do that without destroying all these fisheries, without destroying all these natural resources, like without losing them forever.
How?
By not overfishing, you allow it to repopulate. It's what we do nowadays. You allow things to repopulate, to not, hunt them into extinction.
I mean, yeah, I guess you're turning plant into protein biomass slowly over time. I guess maybe you feed them.
They do that. They do that. I mean, they do that now with fishing. They do that now with hunting. Is that there's like, okay, you need to have specific limits. You got to do specific things, specific seasons, because you're trying to allow repopulation to go into effect, because you don't want a buffalo or dodo or fish, everything out of existence until there's nothing left.
Right. You
have to be responsible.
Well, we want to keep those birth rates up too. It's like a quandary.
You can do both. You can 100% do both.
Won't the robots save us from this? We don't need biomass anymore. We make robots out of sand, silicon. We don't need the biomass.
The robots, I think the robots will save us on this accord, because, the AI will be able to create the replicator that can replicate food from, whatever, from sand that has the nutritional value of a steak and tastes like a steak. So you won't actually need the cow anymore. But then again, it's going to be like, well, if these animals don't serve purposes to humans anymore,
what's the point of having them?
Exactly.
We'll store them in the ocean as schools of cod.
Right. Like it might be a double-edged sword, which is that, wild animals that you hunt are going to start growing out of control, like fish and, deer and all this other shit. But the domesticated animals like cows, and I guess there's a bunch of wild pigs running around, but, chickens and stuff, they might, go in the wayside, because who the fuck needs them anymore? So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Who was into fish? No. But, we need a modern day. Well, what I find interesting about
the meaning of that story in part is that if we treated each other properly, there'd be more than enough to go around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
No,
right.
The Jesus story is a beautiful philosophy. I mean, if you take the religion out of it, which Thomas Jefferson tried to do, he wrote a Bible and took out all the miracles and the bells and the whistles. But I mean, that was a revolutionary idea. I'm not sure if it's a great idea because of what I was bringing up before about losing the desire to fix things on Earth. But the idea that it gets good in the afterlife, that was pretty new. I mean, that's not really.
It's also something like, it's a strange thing, Bill, because part of that is an extension of the idea of delay of gratification, which is what would you say? It's a necessary advancement for civilization. It's like defer your reward. That's the definition of maturity. Well, the limit to reward deferral is an afterlife. And so I think, at least in part psychologically, that the notion of an afterlife, the notion of something like a deferred eternal reward, is the logical consequence of deferred gratification.
Yeah.
So now your criticism is still right. I mean,
there's an interesting point about this too that I'm pretty sure Jordan Peterson has said. I don't remember. I feel like I got this from him, where he kind of brought up this point where it's kind of like the whole afterlife thing is kind of a mixed bag, because on one hand, if you believe that there's like a perfect afterlife for you, the argument is, well, that will demotivate people to make this world a better place. But I don't think that's the case. I think people naturally, even if you sell them on this concept of an afterlife, I mean, I guess you could make the argument of like the suicide bombers and stuff, the Islamic extremists, and that would be like, that'd be the example of going too far in that direction, right? But the other side of that is, if you don't believe in like an afterlife, it kind of has the consequence, I think, where people want to create the utopia in the physical world, and that doesn't seem to work and seems to cause a lot more chaos, death, and destruction than the other way. That's
Right.
trying to create like the system that you say, okay, well, we all compromise on the system that maximizes some of as much as we can get with ourselves, our community, our country, and our neighbors, as opposed to trying to create that perfect utopian society if there is no, utopian afterlife.
Right. So they basically say, we'll make this world as good as we can. Good enough.
Good enough, because, we'll have our heaven in the afterlife.
Right.
But if you don't have an afterlife, maybe people are more motivated to make their heaven on earth. And it sounds nice, but it doesn't seem to really work out that way.
Well, and that is a very atheist perspective, because they come in all the time and say, you only get one life. You got to make the best of it. This life has to be, I mean, you're kind of setting yourself up for disappointment, but they want that kind of perfection in this life.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I guess you are correct, or you can be correct. I think usually when people say you only have one life, they kind of mean like, take your chances, take risks, don't be too afraid to do something you really want to do, right? That's usually the context of that kind of
like
statement.
Be a serial killer.
No, not quite like being a serial killer. More like, have you seen the movie Defending Your Life?
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
Right. Yeah, Defending Your Life, great movie.
That's a great movie. I get some pie.
Yeah, exactly. It's about, Albert Brooks and Meryl Streep. We were just talking about her.
Oh, you're right. That is Meryl Streep. That's
Meryl
back
Streep,
before she became a moron.
It's, they're in the afterlife, and it's kind of like this situation where you have to the afterlife committee has to decide whether you get to move on to this new higher form of existence or get reincarnated on Earth. And it's sort of dependent upon, how afraid you were to do the things you really wanted to do, or that you thought were morally correct to do on your time on Earth. And if you were judged too cowardly, you'd go back to Earth, essentially. So great movie. Highly recommend everyone check it out. Even though
that's a must see.
Yeah. Kind of I think it's from like the 80s, but it's a great movie.
And it's very funny.
And it's a comedy.
Albert Brooks is hilarious. Yeah.
Everything to the afterlife. And you see this with, say, more pathological forms of Islamic fundamentalism. It's like, well, nothing on earth matters at all because everything accrues to you in the afterlife. Like, obviously, that idea can be pathologized. And I would say there might also even be a rule. Like, it might be, I don't know.
Again, like the golden rule in life, the dose makes the medicine. That seems to be the constant thing in every ideology, in every philosophy, is that golden mean, something that in a dosage can heal you, and too much will end up fucking killing you.
Yep. Yeah. Too much of a good thing.
Yep.
I don't know if this is true, but it might be that the best ideas are the ones that can be used by the most evil people for the worst possible purposes.
Yeah.
And that's part of that religious hypocrisy problem.
Well, you are not one of those evil people. I hope that whole thing you said about the oceans.
Ontario College of Psychologists would beg to differ.
Whatever you said about the oceans, I hope they show that in left-wing media, because like,
I did a whole series on oceanic mismanagement.
But they
no one watched it.
They don't want to talk about that because it just doesn't get clicks. Anyway, I could talk to you all night, but I gotta let.
See, and that's how he knows about it, because he did a whole series on it. It's always like That is a process of learning right there, studying something to explain it to others. Has Kamala Harris engaged in that at all? Where's Kamala Harris's YouTube videos?
That's a fucking great point. That's her problem. And I think this is what like the good politicians do. You know, Bill Clinton.
They study a problem. Yeah.
Bill Clinton was great at this. Okay. Yep. Even better than Obama was at this. When you had some issue, Bill Clinton would sit down and he would he would explain it to you. Like, you're like, wow, this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. He'd be like, boom, this is what the problem is about whatever this complicated economic problem that you're talking about. And he'd start explaining all these intricate details. And you're like, wow, this guy really knows what the fuck he's talking about. Right.
Yeah.
You feel confident that this is a guy who would go into an office and try to get shit done in a way that seemed intelligent. And you just don't get that at all. Kamala needs to look at this from the perspective of, okay, I need to learn the issues in a way to educate the American public about them. That's the exact right framing of it. Yeah.
I don't think, look, I'm not sure she planned on ever running for president.
Then she should have turned it down. Then she should have fucking turned it down. Well, actually, first of all, she did run for president in 2020. Okay.
She did, but look, once she became vice president, I don't know that she ever planned on running for president. Or maybe she did plan, but maybe she thought, oh, well, Biden will be president for 8 years and then I'll run. So I'll work on this kind of digging in to policy later. I got plenty of time. I'm relaxing right now.
I don't think that's the case because, as I said, if she was like Sarah Palin, okay. Sarah Palin, some fucking governor in Fucksville, nowhere's land, Alaska.
She never cared about policy.
She never gave a fuck. Right. And so when she gets, picked out of like obscurity, I'm like, okay, I believe that. She's a fucking retard. Kamala Harris literally ran for president. That was her desire, was to be president. This is why I think what's limiting her isn't the fact that she's stupid, but the fact that she's just too afraid to say anything.
Well, I'm not convinced that she understands anything in the kind of detail that Jordan Peterson understands this ocean thing. So I'm utterly unconvinced of it.
Right.
Yeah. And you'd think if she's been a prosecutor, she understands at least law enforcement. Like, how does she go into detail on that? I guess she's too afraid that she's going to lose people on the left. They're going to be like, oh my God, you sound like a fucking cop. Never say that, Kamala. Never talk intelligently about law enforcement. Right?
I guess. Yeah.
Look, she doesn't even talk about the border or any of that stuff She doesn't talk about being a middle-class person intelligently.
No.
Yeah.
She doesn't talk about anything intelligently. No, it's crazy. Yeah.
Sad.
It's weird. I've never seen anything like it. It's so strange. Okay.
Yeah. Trump is like, I'm a developer. I build things. I build buildings. Right? Like, that's part of his narrative. What is a Kamala Harris narrative? I was a prosecutor. I threw drug dealers in jail. Okay. I mean, how's that going to build 3 million homes?
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Like, if she gives some answer, she's like, listen, I went to insert, city, right? I went to LA and, I saw that there was all these housing restrictions because, there was this law that said that all the wood had to be sourced from, a special forest in California and blessed by a special shaman. This is why we can't build houses in California.
Yeah,
right?
Look.
I found out that this, and this shaman was charging the state of California, $1 million a year. And it's a fucking scam. So I'm going to go in there. I'm going to tell the fucking government, fuck you. You got to get rid of this stupid shaman. And we got to source wood from Canada. They got plenty of trees. Why don't we just get all the fucking trees in Canada and make houses with them in America? Like, this is like, just say something. And even Trump, he'll find some like random fucking factoid about random issue that he's talking about. And he'll like bring it out. Even Trump knows to do this or attempts to do it in, certain circumstances. So.
Right. To make a logical, coherent argument.
Right.
Even if it's zany based on all lies.
Even if it's exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So
look, I question the shaman thing. I don't think that's accurate, but look, at least it makes sense, right?
It seems
believable.
Okay.
Look, some California shaman is making $10 million a year off the state. I mean, that does sound plausible. It is California, right?
It is California.
And we do like our houses with blessed wood from indigenous people.
Well, that's the thing. Since you guys are on stolen land, you're like, okay, in order to redress the stolen land, to prevent the ghosts of the ancestors of the Native Americans to haunt us, you have to have special blessed wood in your houses.
That's how we pay them back. Yeah.
Right.
That's how we achieve equity finally.
There you go.
That's why the houses are so expensive.
And
why it takes so long to build.
There you go. J-Macker Circuit Far, thanks so much for the $20. Says Sitch and Adam are absolutely gorgeous. When they heart a pic, they always leave it. Kissy face emoji. That's true. That's true. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't take our hearts back.
No.
Look, and I've sent several kissy face emojis to Sitch, so.
That's true. That's true.
Look, and I didn't mean anything by it sexually.
Listen, I gotta contact Adam's wife and be like, listen, I have some bad news. Okay. Adam's is sending me these kissy face emojis. I thought you should know.
Yeah. I don't think she'd be distraught about it in the least bit. So
she should be. Cinema Sleuth.
Anyway.
Cinema Sleuth for $20 says the Act Man had a debate with a smaller channel accusing him of fence sitting and not attacking woke stuff in games enough. It's fascinating. The smaller channel exhibits pure audience capture and bad faith. Check it out.
What is this?
The Act Man.
I'm
not familiar with the Act Man's content. I don't think at all.
Neither am I. Either am I.
Had a debate with a smaller channel. Okay, sure. Let me the Act Man debate. Let's see. The Act Man debates Andy Pants Gaming. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. All right, cool. I'll check it out. Oh, let me add it to the list as soon as I can copy the URL. Okay, here we go. Brandon McGregor for 50 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says Millennial Aussie here. I wasn't allowed to go out on my own, but I also personally didn't want to. The area I grew up was almost half populated by people no one who loves their kids would want their kids near. My parents let me play in the mud. So there you go.
Okay. Yeah, look, if you're in a dangerous area, I could see, or you probably wouldn't want your kids to run around like me. So
right. Brandon McGregor for another 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says that show criticizing the Job story is in response to people who praise the Bible with a completely literal interpretation. Jordan B. Peterson's interpretation is less literal. These are two very different conversations regarding the Bible. Yes. Yes. J-Mac, thanks so much. Our Sorry Far for $20 says Thanos wanted to clap them morbid cheeks. Get some of that death thussy. I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
That is very true. He did.
Such a great reason to kill half the population of the universe.
And he got totally cucked by Deadpool, too. Because Marvel's death is, I believe, canonically in love with Deadpool instead of Thanos. So, you know.
Oh, wow.
Shit. There's like this weird theory that Deadpool's girlfriend in the movie, or his wife/girlfriend in the movies, is actually Death.
Oh, really?
I don't think that's true, but it's like a fan theory.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, let me start over. Let's go to the top. Fiery Patriot for 16 months says late and rainbow flagged. Thank you.
Nice. Just where we want to be.
Fiery Patriot for $2 says, how do you do, fellow gun owners? Pew, pew, pew. There you go. I added the pew, 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 but yes.
Very appropriate, though.
Asher C for 30 months. Hey, Asher C. Thank you so much for being 30 months of discipline equals freedom. There you go.
What's up with this? They keep changing the chat.
What do you mean?
Well, you used to have like a little thing. Anyway.
Says, you need to cover the most important news of the week. When a leftist calls you racist, they're really just hitting on you. Thank you, Michael Eric Dyson. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Ask
we
and
did.
you shall receive. Yes. Iguishadok, thanks so much for 28 months of discipline equals freedom. Says Sitch, you absolute Tara diddling. Ooh. Nearly fart licking, impignorating, fubsy, foopish, cootsy poo. I couldn't think of anything witty to say. All real words, by the way. Really? Those are
really
impignorating, fart licking. That's a real word.
Fubsy.
I don't. Wait a minute. What is
Not
this
true.
word here?
Did ChatGPT write this? Iguishadok?
I'm skeptical. Here. Okay. Coding Jesus for 13 months. Thanks so much. Says, thanks for always being here every Sunday to fill the dead air while I study, work, grind, chill. Love the relevant commentary. Well, thank you for the support.
Yeah. Thanks. 13 months. Awesome.
Cameraman if I were two for 19 months says, I noticed that Kamala didn't ask if a witness or a victim was Republican or Democrat, but left the door open on asking that of the defendant.
Oh, ouch.
There you go. Yeah, obviously. Yes. Equishadox for $2 says, I'm here for when she has her please clap moment. What was the please clap moment?
That was when Jeb Bush.
No. What was Kamala's please clap moment?
Well, he's saying once she does have that please
clap
moment.
I'm trying to remember she had one in that.
When she's like, please clap.
Right. Listen, Jeb still has a chance. I think he's going to win this election.
Really? Is he even in the election? I thought Jeb died.
That doesn't mean he can't win it. First of all,
how dare you? True.
Jeb Bush is still living. Okay.
Is he a governor?
Don't even joke about that.
Senator or something?
No, he's nothing. He's just Jebbing it.
He was the governor.
Yeah. There's I believe in Florida, there's term limits. You can't be governor more than twice. So.
Good.
That's why like Rick Scott went from being governor to being senator. So.
Oh my God.
What?
I'm laughing at the $2 super chat. Adam's butt hurt at progressives and it's blinded him.
Through the wormhole. Thank you for $2. There you go.
Right.
True.
How am I butt hurt by progressives?
I don't know.
Blinded me on the Republicans being racist?
I'm assuming on the.
No, I know. It's the same thing on the identity politics.
Right.
I do not like identity politics. That's my righteous indignation. Please
there you go.
Stop categorizing people in groups and claiming you're going to protect their dignity when all anybody cares about is economic issues. Give a fuck about people's dignity, okay?
Oi Kilt Pu Testra for 5 Aussie bucks says, oh no, in a vid 2 weeks ago, Aristocracy told Chat that she went through a huge breakup last month. Hope she's doing okay. Oh, it's sorry
Aristocracy, really? Let me send her
sad.
A quick DM here, see if I can get her on the show.
Stop it. Eagle Shot for $5 says, human trafficking, cats and dogs eating together, mass hysteria. There you go. Right. You know, it's funny too, because whenever I'd hear the cats, they're eating the pets, cats and dogs, I also think of the Bill Murray line from Ghostbusters. Cats and dogs living together.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets.
Yes.
It's so weird the way he says it.
I know.
God, but it's like music.
Because he says, well, it's part of, I guess, his appeal. He says things in a very bizarre way that has this strange quality to it that it gets stuck in your brain.
And the ABC moderators are so smug.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did talk to a city manager earlier today. And that city manager, who would be in big, big trouble if anyone was eating anybody's pet, told me that he is not in big, big trouble because nobody's doing the thing that would get him in trouble.
Right.
Yeah. But look, I'm joking around. I don't want to Sitch, you understand. It's a comedy show. I'm forced to make these jokes.
I gotcha.
Yeah. But no pets are being eaten. I want it to be clear here.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's eating the pets.
This spawned a wealth of funny cat dog eating memes that are very funny. So,
but if somebody
the comedy has undermined the negative stereotype to a large extent, which is nice.
Of course, yes, yeah. Look, if the people were eating the dogs and the pets, the city manager would lie to your face about it, though. Let's be clear. City managers are pieces of shit.
Really? Wow. Where did the city manager touch you, Adam?
Look, I'm just telling you. They're all lying pieces of shit, man. They're in politics.
Okay.
It's their job to lie to your face.
Mm.
The thing that bothers people about Kamala is she's such a piss poor liar. At least make me believe it.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, look, it's an acting job. We get pissed when we see our movie. We're like, oh, the acting is shitty in this. They did nothing to convince me that any of this stuff was real. Right?
Yes.
Politics is a lot like that. At least Trump is doing a great job of convincing people. I believed momentarily that they were eating the pets. You know, you believed it too, Sitch. He sold it.
Okay.
Sitch is like, nah, I didn't believe it.
I'm trying to figure out what you like it.
Oh, what the super chat says?
No, what the guy's name is. It's backwards, right? You like it. What is arse? What is this word?
Arse.
Arse. What? Wait, ARS.
Oh. Can't you just, isn't there a website that will flip letters around? I'm sure there is.
Know. I can just type
There's
it
a
out.
website for all that kind of stuff. It's kind of fascinating.
You like it
Anything you can
arse?
think of.
Arse the up? Up? Is it supposed to be up the, up the arse. Okay. This whole time, I never knew what his name was. It's you like it up the arse backwards.
Oh, okay.
But it's like not, if it was just backwards see, that's like, oh my God, you really fuck on my brain. Because it's not backwards. It's forward, it's correct. But it's like, it's forward, but each word is backwards in the sentence. That's like extra mindfucky. I feel like if the whole sentence was just flipped, it'd be much easier to read.
Oh, yeah. But it is, yeah.
Yep. And also because he said arse instead of ass. So as an American, I'm like, what the fuck?
Arse.
Okay.
But he's an
now
Aussie.
That I know
Look, he's got the
is.
Aussie bucks. They all say arse and
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we finally figured this out. So like up the arse for $5 says, thanks, Sitch, for identifying Trump's use of identity politics, which provoked a reaction from the left. It's divisive on both sides, was the aim. You're welcome. Thank you. And also for another $5 says, to mainly cover up Trump's debate slip up.
Hold on. Anyway, I completely disagree, but whatever. We can move on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I cut off. It's divisive on both sides. Was the aim to mainly cover up Trump's debate slip up? Unlike Michelle Obama's DNC speech, Kamala has largely avoided identity politics and sidestepped identity politics related interview questions. Was the aim to mainly cover up Trump's debate slip up? I don't know. What do you mean by that? The aim of who? I mean, that was Trump's debate slip up, wasn't it? I mean, I agree. Kamala has largely tried to avoid the issue, which is interesting, and good. It's funny. Even Jordan Peterson, he brings it up. I think on Piers Morgan, he says he's like, yeah, we don't know if it's like real or not, but it's definitely an interesting thing. So anyway. Oh my God, for $2 says Sitch subscribes to O Magazine. Oh, you better believe it. Oprah is my jam. Okay. She's a divine. She's a treat. Okay. She's my illuminary, my light, my muse. PC for $5 says, as a prosecutor, quote, as a prosecutor, I never asked the victim or witness whether they're Republican or Democrat. The defendant, oh, you better believe I asked them. PC, you can't make the same joke as the other person. How dare you? Clowny Moose Bean. Thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom. Thank you.
Yes, welcome.
That nobody guy for 13 months says the bill still allowed over 1/4 million asylum seekers annually. It was a band-aid on a gushing wound. So my understanding is that the bill did not say we're automatically allowing 250,000 asylum seekers. The bill was saying that it was allowing 250,000 to be adjudicated whether they could pay or not. So, I mean, if you don't like that, that's, first of all, that's not putting if you're getting like 2 million people or more, that's not, a Band-Aid on a gushing wound. It's definitely stopping the thing. The big issue, and this is what is not being appreciated, and I feel like it's just completely tribal bias here, is that the issue, if you want to come out against people seeking asylum in the country or being able to apply for asylum in the country on the border, I'm on board with that. That's literally what I said should be both parties' position. Donald Trump has not said that at all, which should be very telling to you guys out there that are complaining about this bill. Donald Trump has not even said what the fuck his position is going to be on any of this stuff at all. And it's very suspect that he hasn't brought that up. So you should support the concept that, as you know, people try to apply for asylum. It takes too long to adjudicate the process. They get lost in the system. They get into America free, basically stay illegally. If there's a mechanism to stop that, even if you don't like the total numbers, you think the total numbers are too big, that's fine. You say, okay, well, we got to take, we have a wound here. I got to stitch it up. I think it needs some more, stitches to heal. I think it needs some more physical therapy to fully heal the wound here. But until it gets to that point, you're not going to just stand there letting the wound bleed out as you fucking die, are you? You're going to cover it up as much as you can. So. Oh my God, for Joe says, choose the candidate not going through menopause. Well, listen, Kamala's pretty old. I think she's done. I think she's done with menopause. So I would guess.
Oh shit.
Up the arse.
Maybe they should ask her, right? I mean,
right. Up the arse for 5. Aussie says, Kamala keeps saying, quote, I grew up is because of her late campaign start and polling since before and after debate where people want to know more about her. Yeah, but like, people want to know more about her and what she believes. They don't want to hear the same story repeated 20 times, and that story tells you no information. Like, just keep saying, I grew up middle class. I grew up middle class. I had someone that cared about their lawn. I had a second woman that helped raise me. Like, these are not things that are telling you any useful information for the story. People want to know what the fuck you believe in, what you stand for, how to categorize you in their mind.
Yeah. Troubling.
Oh my God, for 2 hours says, can a corporation run for president? I choose Walmart. There you go. Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
Just choose Walmart.
Choose Walmart.
They're saying that we should choose Walmart.
I don't know if I choose Walmart.
No, of course not. No, Chick-fil-A.
What corporation would I choose to run America?
That is good. Tesla? Apple?
No.
Amazon, of course. What are you talking about?
There you go. Get all my shit on time. No.
They're efficiency geniuses.
Well, yeah, but but it depends what that means. If you choose Amazon, does that mean we'll have to work in an Amazon fucking warehouse?
No, the politicians do.
Oh, okay. I'm on board with that.
There are Amazon delivery people.
So yeah, instead of voting, you go to Amazon, you like click on like the bill you want.
The policy you want?
Yeah, right.
I choose identity politics for $500.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even have identity politics in Australia.
Yeah, they do. What do you mean?
They don't have
They're like very woke in Australia, aren't they?
I mean,
I thought they were.
No way.
The Wooster $5 says wages can't go up because of both legal and illegal migration. It's the root cause of depressing wages, and they will not go up in our lifetime. I mean, it's definitely a cause. I don't know if there's been an analysis to show us the root cause. I don't know enough about that, but I would definitely wager it is a cause, and even a big cause of it. I believe also, I mean, my understanding was that the big cause was after the inflation crisis in the 70s was when the Fed changed their policy from keeping as many people as employed as possible as to changing it from the Fed's policy was to care about price stability, specifically in the way that they care about price stability is by maintaining a specific level of unemployment. So that's going to depress wages substantially, which it's done for 40 years. Fondue for 30 months. Thank you so much. It says, I agree with Adam, but I have firsthand experience of seeing people's eyes glaze over when I start talking economics. Substance is boring. Yeah, you got to make it interesting.
But this non-substance is even more boring.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Right. Edward Sr. for $10 says, I suspect the root cause of immigration is that the immigrants see the U.S. as a better place to live. Hence, the best way to dissuade immigrants is U.S. bad. That's funny. I don't think it's working, though. I don't think it's working. Yasuke Nagasaki for $10 says, illegal labor depresses the wages for the working class. If we deport them, housing costs might go up temporarily since employees will be forced to pay more, but wages for millions will go up as well. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It is interesting how that would affect, because wages would go up, then prices would go up. I have no clue how that all work out. I mean, I'm of the position from a moral standpoint, and people always give me shit where I say, fuck you. If a market, whether it be building houses, whether it be picking fruit, whether it be any sort of labor, has to function on illegal immigrant labor with paying illegal wages, then we as a society, if we really believe in capitalism and we really believe in market solutions, we have to address that and say, no, fuck you. You can't hire, illegal immigrants and pay them illegal wages anymore. You have to hire Americans and pay them whatever the fuck, whatever the wage dictates. And we as a society will just have to deal with it.
Right. Well, this is the same idea with tariffs, though. But instead of the immigrants coming here, you're paying the immigrants over there.
I guess to some extent, yeah. But it's a little different though, because, I mean, I guess it is similar enough. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. So you tariff the hell out of them to raise the wages over there, right?
No, if you tariff the hell out of them, you're not going to raise anyone's wages. What do you mean?
Right, but you're going to raise the wages over here because the labor's being undercut over there.
Well, yeah, but the only problem is that if you tariff the hell out of them, but you still have all this illegal labor running around, it's not going to really solve the issue at all. Right? All you're going to be doing is raising prices in America, right. So without raising wages. BEW85 for $5 says, I make no claim as to how common, but residents have seen cats strung up from trees. I can understand why people are hesitant to entertain the idea. I mean, if you have some story talking about that, send it to me, because every single fucking thing I've ever seen has been debunked and shown to be completely fake or bullshit, including the original story. So
sounds like some kid skipped his social emotional learning class and decided he was going to go out, take it out on the neighbor cat.
Right. Professor Harmon for $10 says, I'm incensed. She's lying. I think he's talking about the abortion thing.
Oh, yeah.
Tint Bar for $2 says, Ozempic Winfrey. It is crazy that everyone's taking Ozempic nowadays. If that has some detrimental effects, that's going to be some massive fucking fallout from.
This is like the weight loss drug?
Yeah, that like so many people are taking, which I believe it's not. I mean, it's not permanent. I think when you stop taking it, you just get fat again, don't you? It's not like
Ozempic.
It permanently makes you skinny or anything. So
really, what is it? How does it work?
I believe it ceases it like makes you feel satiated in your brain or something. Like it kills your desire to eat. I think maybe, and don't quote me on that. It fucks with your brain chemistry.
Drugs are bad, kids. Don't do them.
Demon Bunny for 26 months. Thanks so much. Says the removal of a partial miscarriage shouldn't be medically classified as an abortion like it is. Well, that's what I don't understand is that it should. I assuming it's not in Georgia. I don't understand how it could be. I read the law and I didn't see how you could necessarily interpret, unless I'm missing something in the law that they're talking about. I don't know how you could interpret it to be that way. So.
Just playing it safe.
Maybe.
Playing it safe with their license and not playing it safe with the patient.
With the life of the patient, yeah. Boreman2579 for $10. Thank you. Says for her Second Amendment comment, it comes off wrong due to her submitting an amicus brief to SCOTUS that Heller ruling was wrong and people do not have an individual rights to handguns even at home. Well, oh, really? Wait, she submitted an amicus brief on that? That's interesting. Wow.
She was a part of that. She was getting in on the Heller action.
Here we go. Kamala Harris submits an amicus brief. Wow, how long is this? Oh, 43 pages. I can't read.
Trying to blow up her profile.
Well, listen, she sent this as Attorney General, so I guess she had some kind of Well, I mean, I guess you could have underlings write it for her. So it doesn't really prove anything. But.
Yeah, of course. She takes the credit.
Right.
And then you wind up in this situation where you basically plagiarize your entire life.
Squeeze Louise for $10 says, if Democrats are going to keep on about assault weapons bans, I need one of them to explain specifically what an assault weapon is. Yeah, it is interesting. It's one of those no one really explains or defines. They just mean like scary looking gun. That's really what they mean.
AR rifle.
It's stupid, yeah. Something that looks like a, quote, weapon of war. Okay. Zap Rouse Dower for $2 says, the new shooter was on the watch list for 6 years. Are you talking about the guy that shot at Trump or didn't shoot at Trump? Who's the new shooter? Is there another shooting? I don't know.
I don't
Obviously,
either.
the watch list isn't working very well if that was the case. So thank you so much, Lucy Lemonbug, for the 5. Get the memberships. Thank you. Lou Silver says, guys, this is fun. Thank you. You're welcome, Lou. Wonton Tiger for 5 Canadian says, kind of what I expected, but seems to be way more scripted than anticipated. I should have expected this from Oprah. There you go. I don't know, Oprah seemed like she was kind of annoyed. Maybe I'm reading into it.
Totally.
She seemed annoyed with Kamala from my reading of the situation.
She did. So. She was like, stupid. I'm giving you all this opportunity. Just talk like a normal human being. Yeah.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, censor misinformation. Also, police died January 6th.
Right.
Melee for 10. I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Melee for $10 says, Kamala lost my vote right there. I don't know if she can do the job better than Trump, but I do know she's the worst politician of all time.
Look at that.
You go.
Malik, are you in Pennsylvania? You're skeptical that Malik was voting for Kamala?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No, look, obviously that's a sincere super chat there. You gotta stop questioning people so hard.
I'll stop questioning people. There you go. Ace for $5 says, have you guys seen the Don't Come Harris meme? I have seen it.
But I saw that meme forever, but finally saw the context of that meme. Do you know the context?
Of both of their statements?
The do not come. She says do not come. She doesn't say don't come.
I don't know what the context was for the line now.
Obviously, Trump is saying, I'm going to come, right? And she's like, do not come.
I know the context of the meme. I don't know the actual context of the line. Right.
The meme is them talking about coming.
What was the actual context for the line?
It's immigration. She's telling immigrants not to come to the United States.
Oh, really? That's
She's saying, do not come. Yeah.
All right. That's funny.
They're talking about some change in border policy.
Right.
And she's saying, do not come to the United States. Yeah. Do not come.
There you go.
Do not come. It didn't work.
What year was that? You know?
Because they came.
Was that this year or was that like?
Who knows? I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember even when I saw the context, but I was like, holy shit.
That's pretty funny. Lou Silver for $2 says, who's running the country right now? Obviously, the deep state. Come on.
Yeah, of course.
Fondue for $5 says, quote, I'm just doing to white women what white men have been doing to us for generations. Don't be a menace. There you go. Still haven't watched that movie.
Huh.
Lives in Dev's New Wall specifically for $5 says, emoticon analysis. Serious news from serious people. I understand now how basic women lost their ability to even. Listen. Don't send kissy face emojis to people of the opposite sex when you're in a relationship or married to someone.
Right,
okay?
unless you want to actually kiss them. Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't, because you shouldn't have an affair.
Right.
Right. So don't do that. Stop it.
I don't think you should be sending kissy emojis to women unless you do want to kiss them anyway, regardless.
I agree.
I
agree.
The kissy emoji was designed to find out if you're in the friend zone or not. That is the purpose of the kissy emoji.
Okay, there's some listen, here's the context of when kiss emoji is allowed. Okay, number one, you actually want to kiss said individual. Okay, top of the list, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
But my phone just came on. That's creepy. Okay. Number two, if you're doing the satirical, I'm being gay with my bros.
Yeah,
I
look,
send Adam the
that's
kissy face.
that's
okay.
when we use the kissy emoji all the time.
Right. Yeah, that's acceptable. Number three, when you've got a dunk on someone and you're being a sassy bitch.
Oh yeah, too. That's a good one. Yeah.
Then you can put the kissy emoji.
That's publicly, everyone knows.
Yeah, that's a public. Yeah, it's a public kissy emoji.
That is more kiss my ass.
Exactly. Right. Okay, I think those are the only 3 times that you should be using the kissy face emoji. I don't know what the fuck, Michael Eric Dyson thinks the kissy emoji means. He was not looking at the list. Those are the 3 times.
He was not on the list. He was looking at the list, and the list was I want to kiss you. Yeah. What the hell? That's exactly what he meant.
There you go.
He was like, "You're hot. Come, let's smooch beneath the benches over here."
Right. Let's talk about prepping for $10. Says, why does he sound like a South Park sketch? Laughing, crying emoji, correctly used, cadence and all. Yeah, it does. It's so ridiculously stupid that it comes off like South Park sketch.
Right.
Ostracey for $5 says, have I been doing it wrong? Is calling a woman racist not the right way to neg them into dating you? Help me out, guys. There you listen. Michael Eric Dyson, he's been consuming a lot of red pill content, okay? He thought he could neg Nancy Mace into,
it was so obviously not working
engagement.
On the show, though. He should have known, okay, this is abort mission. This is not working.
Well, it's funny, I had a conversation with a human female the other day about how women that are nice very easily can confuse a man that they actually like them. And so it's possible that she was just nice and polite after the event, and Michael Eric Dyson confused that for like something else.
He's like,
I'm assuming they took that picture after the segment, not before.
Right. Well, wasn't the producer trying to smooth things over? Like, this got super unnecessarily heated because Michael Eric Dyson was throwing the racism accusations around.
Maybe.
And they're like, look, these two are bipolar opposites. We need to get them in a picture together.
Why didn't... Okay. If Michael Eric Dyson wasn't a piece of shit, right? He would have got that picture and he would have posted publicly and said, look, even if we disagree, we can still, hug it out afterwards and be friends, right?
Dude, the hand thing is just weird.
Well, I agree with you, but I'm just saying it theoretically, right? If it
Where's
wasn't
that picture again?
It wasn't a creepy picture.
Where's that creepy picture?
I'm just saying theoretically, like it's a weird that he's all like, shh, we have to keep this picture. I know he's trying to be like cutesy, but it's weird that you're like cutesy, like we got to keep this picture in the DL. I was like, no, shouldn't you like promote the picture that you guys can still be, friendly with each other after this, contentious conversation?
No, they got to keep it. They got to keep it on the DL because look, he's a married man and he's got that hand like all up in there under her boob.
Right.
Look at this. He's like, this hand says it all right here.
Okay.
Look, I swear I see a finger reaching up there.
Oh my God.
What is this? Why would you look? You're a married man. What the hell are you doing putting your hand right here on a congresswoman?
Terrible.
Don't you think that's a little inappropriate?
I think the whole thing's inappropriate.
What's
yes,
going on
every
with
element of it's inappropriate.
What's going on with his hand here?
I don't know, man.
This hand here.
I'm telling you, he was trying to do some things. Okay.
Look at that hand. Oh no, 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 no. That's some weird shit going on there.
He should have done. You're saying he should have done the beta hover hand. He should have just like hovered it.
Oh yeah, look. You know, Neo does it.
There you go.
Because he doesn't want to get himself in trouble. He knows, like,
Right.
okay, I got a lawsuit. I touch right there.
Should have done the hover hand.
Incoming lawsuit.
Listen, if he had done the hover hand and sent this text, we would have been like, oh, he's just autistic. He wasn't trying to get with her, right?
If he did the hover hand, I'd give him the kissy emoji. I would.
Right.
I would. Because look,
yeah,
you'd say, look,
he gets one.
You don't get to sink your hand into the small of her back and get the kissy emoji.
It's not the small. It's not small of her back. It's her waist. Okay.
You know he slid that hand across the small of her back
when he pulled away
to put it there.
To put it there, probably.
Well, probably that. And probably on the pull away too.
Right, right.
Look at that.
What a pervert.
No
sketch
way.
Sketch for 26 months says, quote, I sent those DMs jokingly. Michael Eric Dyson internally. Yeah, what if he should have been like, I sent those DMs sarcastically. If he went like full Trump. I was sarcastic. Okay.
Look, he's
if
just trying.
Nancy Mace wants to get with a black man, she'll have to find a different black man.
Is that what the super chat says?
No, I was adding.
Oh man. Oh, this is so wrong, Sitch.
You're still on the picture.
Look at not only that, look at how he's totally pulling her boob into like his big fat belly.
I know, it's gross.
He's like, get in here, baby. Get close. He's like, get close. You wouldn't want me to call you racist again, would you? Get in here.
Hugging a fat stranger has got to be real.
Oh my God.
Great, right? That's not a great thing.
His big fat belly just totally.
Oh my God. Disgusting.
This is him sending her the message like, this is what it would be like if we had sex.
Disgusting. That's what it would be like.
And then he's following it up with the kissy emoji.
I know.
Why? Look. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but this is completely inappropriate.
I mean, it's pretty bad. His tits are as big as hers.
Oh, her belly. His belly. His belly is like pressing against her belly, but like taking up her space.
No, I mean it's pretty bad when his belly's pressing against her tits. Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah. Michael, you gotta hit the gym, all right?
His wife right now is saying, Michael, you better not hit the gym.
Yep. Oh God, he's really fat. He was really fat.
You didn't notice that in the first viewing of the picture, did
No,
you?
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I'm just really once again refocusing on it. Why would you feel so comfortable pressing your fat into another human being?
I know.
That's essentially a stranger. They just yelled at on the TV.
Yeah.
Stop it, Michael. It's creepy. You're a creeper.
You're a total creeper.
True
I'm
Powers
just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. True Powers A for 19 months says Michael is working on getting his fourth wife. Gotta respect the dedication.
He's still got the third one though, but I guess you're right. He's trying to trade up. We got to get a picture of this Michael Eric Dyson's wife. Sorry, but we have to do it for show research.
Okay. I saw what she looked like. I mean, I don't know what she looks like now because I'm sure look kind of like an old picture, but she's not as hot as Nancy Mace. So. Also, she's probably like way older than Nancy Mace. Chat for $5 says
third wife.
Yes. Chad for $5 says, as a non-binary, the hardest part is knowing people look at me and they see a man. I'm always invalidated. There you go. That's the hardest part, Chad. Anonymous Coward for $5 says, Kamala's campaign ad for the male demographic was cringe-inducing. If she loses, do you think it'll be due to her not resonating with voting men? What was her, I don't know if I saw this. What was her, she had a specific ad for men? Did I see this? Kamala,
I didn't see the ad. Okay, I found it. I found the picture of, oh, damn it. It's the wrong file type. I can't show it. Shit. Anyway, go ahead.
Is it this white dudes for Harris call out men in new ad? Is that what you're referencing? 3 days ago?
Bring it up.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if this is it. We'll see.
Hey, white dudes. So, I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse, shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us when they don't. All they've ever done is screw us over. But if you're not on the MAGA train, where do you go? Isn't it just swapping out one crappy option for another? Then it hit me. This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter. And honestly, I think Harris and Walz are the ones to make that happen. End of the day, you're your own man. It's your call. But if anyone gives you crap about it, tell them it's none of their damn business.
Wow. This ad has convinced me.
To vote for Trump.
What do you think of this ad?
Well, okay, first of all, I have to go to the hospital because I need surgery to pull my anus back out of my body because the cringe made me pucker it up so far that it went into my stomach. Okay.
Yeah, it is
terrible ad.
Pretty cringe-inducing here.
Trash ad. Well, first of
hey,
all,
white dudes.
The whole beginning of it is like, you've been attacked for being a white dude. You know, sending you into this kind of, they don't directly say it, but obviously the implicit, idea they're trying to set your mind is like, do you want to be one of the good white dudes? Vote for Kamala. That's sort of like the headspace that it's kind of initially putting you in. So that's obviously disgusting. Though they didn't specifically, they weren't so explicit with it. So that was trash. Then they kind of talk the second part of the ad here. Let me go to the second part. It's like, this isn't about picking teams. It's about a plan. I'm like, okay, that's all fine, I guess. Like,
I'm doing my own
with
research.
Identity politics, right? Like, okay, that's fine. But then it feels so like transparently manipulative. Like, I'm doing my own research because, young white people, they like Joe Rogan. They like doing their own research, right?
Right, yeah.
Like that's why I feel like the pandering is just so hardcore. And it's fascinating that the thing from an actual, like the non-cringe part that is actually interesting is that the ad ends with this thing about, if anyone gives you crap about it, it's none of their damn business. So that tells you something very important. That tells you that the Kamala Harris campaign knows that for young men, voting for her is seen as ultra pathetic and cringe.
Yeah.
Right? Because why else would you, like, you're literally saying in your ad, you're
Keep
going to
it a secret. Vote for me, but don't tell anyone.
Right. Like the ad is literally saying, if you're a young male and you vote for Kamala, we know people are going to make fun of you. Like, that's fucking weird, right? That's super interesting.
Yeah, normally you would try to make it seem cool to vote for Kamala Harris and leave you'd let people
not be
come
like,
to their own conclusions. Yeah.
That'd be like, people are going to bully you if you vote for Kamala.
Right.
Holy shit. Yeah. Wow.
You're kind of like saying, look, we know our candidate sucks and that people are going to make fun of you for voting for such a shitty candidate. But
that's crazy.
You don't have to tell them.
I hadn't seen that ad. That's wild. Interesting. Okay. I mean, if she loses, I'm sure there's going to be a huge. We're going to see in this election a huge sex split in terms of the voting especially for the younger age demographic. So that's definitely going to be an issue.
This whole no lectures, no BS. All I feel like I'm getting out of Kamala is lectures.
Well, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, because when they say no lectures, no BS, they're kind of trying to hint like we're not going to woke scold you, but like the ad would have been.
They literally are woke scolding us. They're like January 6th. Oh my God, he's a threat to democracy.
Well, it's ironic because the ad does woke scold you in the beginning with the whole like if the ad was just, fuck all the anti-white racism, fuck all the sexism against men, Kamala Harris ain't about that shit. That'd have been pretty fascinating. I'd been like, whoa, that was pretty interesting, right? It's pretty bold attack on the progressive left, the woke scolds. But they weren't brave enough to do that. So
they want to hang on to that attack.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, they want to use it. They're like, look, but if you do happen to vote for Trump, you are a fucking racist.
Well, whoever came up with this ad should be fired. It's literally the dumbest of all worlds because they bring up the woke scolds against white males in the beginning of the ad, but then they don't say it. They don't say it's bad. They bring it up and it's obviously on the side of the left. So how is starting the ad with that's getting you in the mindset to not want to vote for Kamala? Like, this is one of the most retarded political ads I've probably ever seen in my entire life.
New White Dudes for Harris ad takes aim at white men who might want a way out from MAGA. Look, they're not being held hostage by fucking MAGA. Okay.
Right. Terrible ad. Should be fired. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, we already have a problem with women who lie about rape, and you guys want to further incentivize rape lies as a means for abortion. No, I want to make it so that all women have the ability to get an abortion. I'm just saying it's extra double dumb if you're not going to put rape exceptions. So,
yeah, I'm in favor of women being able to have an abortion without claiming that they've been raped. I don't think rape exception is the only exception, but
yeah,
if you're not, it's just bad politics to say, look, I want to ban all abortion, even in the cases of rape and incest.
Right.
I mean, I understand what you're saying is well, if we let them have an abortion if they've been raped, then a lot of women will just claim they've been raped in order to have an abortion.
So,
well, yeah. So maybe you should just not make abortion illegal then.
Right.
But look, women should have access to abortions early on. Like having a woman wait until the third trimester to get an abortion is, not good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Genie and Penguin for $5 says, seriously, did they sew Bill's head onto someone else's body? The camera is not being mined to this man. What?
What?
Oh, I don't remember what that was in reference to Bill Maher. They sew Bill's head onto someone else's body. Oh, I don't know. I didn't perceive that. Angry Bell Spot for Jared says, stay strapped so you can protect your cats. There you go. Lou Silver for $5 says, Joseph Campbell, quote, the cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. Ooh, true. I like that.
Yep.
Renegade Gremlin, thanks so much for 27 months. Says, Jonathan Haidt goes through all this in his latest book, The Anxious Generation. Online is not a good substitute for outside unsupervised play. Well, there you go. I'll have to read it.
Yeah, I have read it, but
I
don't remember it very well.
Okay. Burger Dan for $2 says, Adam played IRL Pokemon while he lived in Vegas. That is true.
Right.
That's pretty based.
We were looking for interesting shit.
Yep. Hard Round Brush for 800 yen. Thank you so much. Says, raising my kids in Japan, I feel free to let them roam like we used to in the 80s. That's still the cultural norm. And then I think it says something A-Team in katakana, which I can't translate. So.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, no, I heard that from someone who spent time in Japan that like it would be weird because I guess because the crime rate is so low where people are just not afraid of it. Like you'll see small children in elementary school alone, unsupervised on the train, just going to school and coming back and doing random errands and shit in Japan. So. BW85 for $5 says, I mean, like, it's interesting because it's not, well, I mean, Japan's so culturally different because I was going to say, like, do they have a whole host of cultural problems, cultural anxieties, birth rates are in decline, people not having families or sex, but it's so different than America. I don't know if that one thing is, you can't really like
They're
focus
not
on
touching
one
one another. I mean, it helps in people not snatching your kids, but it hurts when it actually comes time to actually have kids, right?
That's true, I guess. BW85 for $5 says, I'm 39, had a childhood like Adam's Home by Dark. It was the tail end of an era, probably. As others in my group of friends, we wouldn't see other kids. Yeah, that was probably the tail end right there.
Yep.
That was it.
Yep. Home when the street lights come on. Yeah.
You were the last of a breed. CS Patrick for $5 says, the Jones Act. Yes, that's the act that we were talking about. Restricting, I don't know how to say that word, to the U.S. vessels is such a moronic law that it's basically temporarily repealed every time it rains in the Caribbean. That's funny. Oh my God. TX for 200 yen said a whole bunch of stuff in Japanese.
Right. Can we even read that?
Let's bring
Why
up
is there not a translate button?
the Google Translate here. Let's say detect language. Put this in. A-team. Okay, this is what Google says. The A-team walks here and there, buying food from vending machines and eating like foreigners. S-class is the highest grade.
Oh my God. Wow, that's hilarious.
There you go. I like it.
That vending machine food. Ugh.
You don't like that vending machine food?
Not really. No.
Oh, okay. I guess since we translate yours, I'll have to translate. Let me, just for the sake of fairness, let me translate what Hard Round Brush said.
Oh, really?
Oh, he just said A-team reigns supreme. Chimu Renzu Supremu.
Look at that.
Chimu Renzu Supremu. There you go. Chimu Renzu Supremu. I like it.
Love it.
Right. I found a new horrible. I found 2 new horrible junk food things. Okay. That are going to be like the bane of my life.
You're eating junk food again?
I try not to. But I found 2. So you know those like shitty rice crisp crackers that Quaker Oats makes?
Oh yeah,
that
those
taste
are
like
good.
trash.
Those are great.
No, it tastes like, they taste like nothing. They taste like crap.
Well, you got to get the ones that are like cheese flavor.
Okay, that's what I discovered. I was looking for some kind of gluten-free snack. I saw the rice Quaker things. They had a sweet and spicy chili rice crisp. And I was like, I'll try these. Oh my God, they're so fucking good.
They have them
They're
in
so
like
good. They're so fucking good. I was
onion
like,
and sour cream. They have them in like cheddar cheese.
yeah, but see all those, because all the other flavors, because at first I was like, I want the barbecue, but they all have milk in them. The sweet, spicy chili are the only ones without milk in them, but they're really fucking tasty. I was like, oh my God, these are so good.
A plain rice cake? Get out of here.
No, it's trash. Yeah.
Of course you got to put the
Oh my God,
the salty, spicy sugar on there.
it was so good. And then the other thing I have, oh my God, this is probably even worse. This was a huge mistake. So at Publix, which is like the supermarket brand in Florida, they sell these giant jugs of sweet tea that I've never like thought to try before. And oh my God, it's so good and it's so bad for you. It's like drinking pure sugar. It's like crack. I was like, what is this?
It's like, yeah.
It's literally
high
like drinking
fructose corn syrup.
It's so fucking good. I was like, this is a problem. This is a huge mistake to buy this. Probably never buy those again.
I like soda pop, so.
I love sweet tea.
Yeah.
Sweet tea is really good. I can't really drink soda that much anymore. So.
I try not to, but every once in a while I have to indulge.
Fruge is for 1,000 yen. Thank you. Says Sitch, when you come to Japan, you got to spend 2 to 3 days in Kyoto. I don't usually like popular tourist spots, but I love Kyoto. If you like ramen, or even if you don't, Hankei Daiichi Asahi in Kyoto. I'll check it out. First of all, I fucking love me some ramen.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll check it out. Thank you for the recommendation.
Crazy.
You know, after I tried ramen from this place and I got 100% food poisoned from it. That was the stream. I got food poisoned in the middle of the stream where I forget, we were talking to some woman.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And I got food poisoned. That was from eating ramen. And it's funny because like I had that thing happen. It sucks where, you eat something and you get food poisoned and you like psychologically just don't want to eat it anymore. And so I'm like, oh God, I gotta get back to eating ramen because ramen's delicious. Fruit for another 1,000 yen says it's the best ramen I've ever eaten. Wow. Gotta make a bookmark on this.
This ad, they say shouting nonsense in their stupid red hats and acting like they speak for us like white dudes. When does a Make America Great Again movement act like, oh, we speak for white dudes? We represent the white dudes.
I don't know.
Never. It's ridiculous.
Fruit for 1,000 yen says, is the best ramen I've ever eaten. Katsukura Tonkatsu was also the best tonkatsu I've ever eaten. For non-pork options, make your way to Kanazawa for the best sushi in Japan. When are you coming? I don't know. Sometime next year.
You're going to Japan next year? Really?
Fuck yeah.
Wow.
I need to get my passport. Should probably start working on that because it usually takes them a while to get that all
Japan
situated.
Could be cool. I mean, that might be fun.
I think
I'm closer to Japan than you.
You are. Well, that's what I would do is I would fly to LA and hang out with you for like a day and then we'd go to Japan. So
well, only one day? I only get one day?
You only get one day.
What a jip.
Yeah. I gotta get to Japan. I've already seen you, Adam. I haven't seen Japan before. Okay.
You never been to Japan? Oh man.
I've never been to Japan now. That's the only good thing. That's the one good thing about living in Australia is you can just fly over to Japan whenever you want.
You're close to Japan.
Yeah.
You're right there.
You're right there. Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much, Mr. Ubercross, for 29 months. Says I forgot to order the comic last time I said I was going to. I actually did it this time. Got the naked one and the A-class one. Look,
woo,
there you go.
Look at that.
Look at that. Well, thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Sweet. Yeah.
SB Elite for $5 says, I don't know if you all have seen, but the Dems seem to be throwing the far left under the bus. Too bad for them. That's apparently about 10% of their voter base. Really? Well, I'm curious what you mean by that. Send me some examples of that. I'd be
and will they not be voting for them?
Yes. Lives in Dev's News Wall specifically for $2 says Matthew 7:16.
Right. That's supposedly from the Bible, right?
I mean, I'm assuming.
Do you know
by their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles?
Right.
I don't know what that was in reference to, but okay. Fondue for $5 says, Sargon tried that with the, quote, white supremacist with a guilty conscience line. Don't think it worked.
I don't remember
know what
that
was in
line.
reference to either, yeah. Squirrel in Oz for $5 says, Ben Shapiro is not a libertarian. He's a Bush-style neocon. There you go.
People have been saying that lately.
He says he's a libertarian, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Like that's how he says. He claims he is. So
right.
Lives in Dev's New Wall City for $5 says, quote, Trump tried to kill God. Sitch, I'd redo that framing. That just makes him sound like a JRPG character. That's fair enough. Fair enough. That is true. An alien for 10 Aussie bucks says, so I am far behind the stream, but I'm so glad you guys covered this Kamala interview. It gives me the chance to ask you guys, does it seem like she looks 20 years older here? It is so weird. Did you think she looked older in that interview? I didn't really perceive that.
Not particularly, yeah. Didn't
She looked
stand
a little
out
older.
to me.
She looked a little older than I've seen her in other places, but I assumed it was like a makeup thing. Fondue for $5 says Rittenhouse should have said, quote, I will endorse zombie Ron Paul for the deep fried memes. True and based.
Yeah, he should have.
Soldoge for $5 says Adam is correct because if there are an infinite number of combinations, then any subset of infinity, i.e. useful combinations, are also infinite. Yeah, but I don't think there's an infinite number of useful combinations. That was my point.
How many games?
Oh, wait, no. You're saying, okay, wait, hold on. I understand what you're saying. You're saying if there's just a period, if there's an infinite number of no. I disagree with that. That's I understand what you're saying. You're saying the Neil deGrasse. You're doing the Neil. You're saying that the Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, you're doing the. I know.
You admitted there was infinite.
Right. You're doing the Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's some larger infinities and small infinities. Yeah.
You admitted it. You admitted it. You said that there were infinite number of useless combinations.
Right. So therefore,
and the useful are also infinite. Look, Soladoge. Good job, Soladoge.
Right. And then Soldoge for $2 says, in other words, 1/3 of infinity is still infinity. Well, that's not. Yeah, that's a nice little like logic word bomb, even though it's not actually technically true. Because if that was the case, then you'd say everything in life would have an infinite answer. There's an infinite number of answers to any question because there's infinite possibilities of answers, even though there's only a handful of right answers. And obviously that's not true. So the logic kind of falls apart there.
Mm-hmm.
So like you could say yeah, you understand. I don't need to use an example.
Yeah.
Loser Doman for 5 Canadian says, quote, the Grand Banks were so thick you could walk on the water because of the billions of fish west of Newfoundland. Wow. Look at that. Then Loser Doman for another $2 says east of Newfoundland. Oh, okay.
Got it wrong.
There you go. Crazy. Billions of fish, huh? Wonton Tiger, thanks so much for the 5 Canadian says the Matrix. Whoop. Hold on, I did the skip jump thing. The Matrix, except there is a divine omnipotent benefactor at the end. Best new religion or worst new cult? I mean, I think we need more information on what it means. Like on how you derive to break out of the Matrix. Is it worth breaking out of the Matrix or do you just wake up at the end? I don't know. You go either direction.
I mean, you could stay in the Matrix as long as you're in there forever.
That's true. Muggy for 6 MYR says Bratty Kamala needs political correction. Ooh, oh, gross. Lives in Disney Wall Pacific for $2 says, quote, they can buy dignity when they have money. Adam. There you go.
Exactly.
Lives in Disney Wall Pacific for another $2 says, speaking of dog eating, where's Vinny? Uh-oh, he's been summoned.
Oh no, here he comes.
Luke W, thanks so much for the 15 months and oh my God, Luke W.
The kiss
totally hitting on us in an inappropriate manner with the kiss.
No, he did it correct. That was, I think, the number 3 there. Oh no, that's number 2. Yeah,
that's number 2. Yeah, satirical homosexual bonding with your bros. Yeah,
kissy, Luke.
PLO2PL for 8 months says, if Democrats drop the race gender stuff, I'd be more likely to vote for them. Some economic proposals worries me too. I live in California though, so my vote doesn't matter. There you go.
Oh yeah, it does. It matters to Pisco, so that means it matters.
J-Mac, our circuit far, thanks so much. Daddy J-Mac for the $40 says, hey, I'm walking here. Now, let's go get some brewskis with the boys and talk about the game. This Trump bozo sure is a jabroni. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that is the ad right there.
Listen, that would literally have been a better ad than what we got. Okay. 100% better. Jay continues. Look, I know what you're thinking. The lady president, Ridiculous. I added that. But this broad, I think she's got some pretty good ideas. And this Trump guy, forget about it.
Oh my, that's so true. That's what they were going for. The fawns.
That would have been, listen, that would have been 10 times better than what we got. Okay. That's how sad that ad was.
Who
you
are these
mocking that ad.
1950s MAGA voters that they're trying to speak to?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But yeah, like that, your satire of the ad is like 100 times better than the actual ad itself. So Curtis M for 279 Canadian, thank you. Says commies be fighting in my replies all day, Sitch. Yes.
Wow. Good
yeah,
for
Curtis
you.
sent me this totally getting the commies on Twitter. It's pretty funny.
That's always fun. Look, Twitter is an entertaining platform for that kind of stuff.
That's true.
I don't know why it's got to be some high-minded place. Why can't it just be for making jokes and owning the commies?
Mm-hmm. Fondue for Joy says, well, Rittenhouse might be a hostage. Uh-oh.
He is a hostage.
TB for 50 Ronald Weasley says, just order the comic. Thank you. Good luck sending it to Romania. Also, it said delivered by 2021 December. Are we all the way back in 2020? COVID, no.
Yeah, we're going back. We're using our time machine on this one.
Yeah, okay. Impressive. You're going to have it like fired around the world so fast in the speed of light that it goes back in time, right? Like Superman?
Superman will be delivering it, yes.
Right. Okay.
Exactly
okay, we have
right.
another Japanese thing to be translated here. Okay, from Lives and Dev's New Wall specifically for $5 in Japanese says, had to cancel a date with the student council president to watch Division D eat super glue.
That sucks.
Okay.
But
Sorry to hear
hope
that.
it was worth it.
All right.
Hope it was tasty super glue.
I don't know what Division D means. Fondue for $5 says, I'm ready to hear about disdain the waitress will have for Sitch when he asks for a fork for his ramen. Oh, the disdain the waitress will, well, I say. When I go to Japan and I'm like, can I get a fork for this? Yeah. Listen. Fork is just a superior utensil, okay? Japan needs to get over themselves. They need to join the 21st century. Do we have to re-nuke them just to get them to use proper silverware? Because we'll do it.
So bad.
Do it.
He asked for a fork in Los Angeles when he tried to use ramen too, and the waitress was just rolled her eyes.
Look at Adam just making up fake stories.
No, it's true. I was there. She totally rolled her eyes.
That didn't happen. She laughed. What? No. First of all, what are you talking about? Wait,
I said, look, if you bring him a fork, he's got to pay double tip.
You did say that. That's
yeah.
True. And she laughed and said, you know what? You're so correct. And she saluted as she handed me that fork. And she said, I apologize for being so un-American and not handing you this fork the first time.
I can't wait for my double tip.
That's what happened. Drewski for $10 has been watching my country planning and zoning meetings for years now. Every complaint comes down to fearing their housing value will go down and traffic. There you go. See? It's exactly
traffic lowers the housing value right there.
Exactly what we've been talking about. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Now just get Ostracy to believe it.
There you go. Well, they said that they live in South Florida, so they're not in the sticks somewhere probably.
Everybody's worried about their home values.
Yep.
This is my home. It's got to be valuable.
Alex Wright for $5 says the SAVE Act was removed from the new 3-month stopgap after the failed House vote. Johnson says it would be malfeasance to shut down. What will Trump do?
I don't know what any of that is.
The was the SAVE Act the voting thing? They wanted to. Republicans there was this idea that they would have the government shut down the budget unless they passed this law that would ensure supposedly that only citizens could vote.
They should pass that without shutting down the government. Only citizens should vote, so I don't know why that has to be tethered to government spending.
Well, obviously. Speaker Johnson announces plans to keep the government funded until December 20th. House Speaker Mike Johnson announced a temporary agreement that would keep the government funded until December 20th, so after the election. The measure does not include any part of the SAVE Act, the election security proposal backed by President Donald Trump, the Republican nominee for president. There you go. I think the Republicans are terrified because they're terrified of risking doing a government shutdown before the election. So that's what's going on there. They could be right. They could be right. It could definitely hurt Trump substantially more than it helps. So, lives in Dev's new wall specifically for $2 says, is the D equivalent of A team and S class? Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You D-bag. Knight of the Diamond Spoon for $10 says the left started when they shipped non-Americans that don't know how to drive and let them drive, resulting in damaging property and killing innocent people. There you go. Lemur Wrench for $4 says, I think Kamala always going to personal anecdotes is a symptom of identity politics brain. ID poll says only the identity troop truly understands the group's issues. Downstream logic is that only people you can trust to fix an issue is a person that has personal experience related to it. She's giving a signal that she can be trusted. Also, I think AEW bans, assault weapon bans, only stop new sales, not makes illegal any gun already out there, same as the 1934 NF Act. Well, for the last part, it would depend, because I mean, I believe that she's talked about not only just, well, I guess if they were to ban it, yes, it would just prevent new sales. They want to do buybacks too, but that's voluntary, I imagine. So I don't know. I don't think the personal anecdotes is an ID politics thing. I think it's just a woman thing. It's just the female brain.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Adam? You've heard women tell stories and they go on and on and on. You're like, get to the point of the story. You're spending 10 years on the setting of the story. Tell me the plot.
Yeah, no. Men tell better stories than women.
There you go.
Look, that's not a hard and fast rule, obviously. Some women, great storytellers, amazing storytellers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris, not one of them.
Solid for Jar says, there's more context about the Mark Robinson voyeur post. It's not just a young person's mistake. He says he looks back on it fondly and fantasizes about it. This class is best class. Well, that's obviously pretty fucked up if that's the case. He looks back on it still and fantasizes about spying on women in the locker room. That's not good. Definitely not your governor material.
Right. Yeah.
So for another $2 says, I've heard that equality of outcome doesn't mean everyone has the same, but that everyone has what they need, which will be different from person to person. By the way, Hayek endorsed social safety nets in the road to serfdom.
Well, I need a 1967 convertible Mustang, so don't try to stop me.
Right. What's the people that are saying equality of outcome doesn't mean everyone's the same, but that everyone has what they need. I mean, that sounds kind of like, that sounds like they're trying to trick you. That's what that sounds like to me. Arrhythmus for $2 says, the problem with the border bill, in my view, is that people are lazy. If the Band-Aid solution is passed, then it's much easier for people to file the issue away as solved, and the political energy to fix the problem dissipates. I mean, that's not entirely untrue. That's not entirely untrue. But I don't think that was the thought process when the Republicans blocked it. Aussie here for $2 says, Australia is woke. It's way past just government buildings and functions. I was at a microbrewery on Saturday, and they had posters behind the bar acknowledging that the brewery sat on Aboriginal land that was stolen from them.
Okay. Maybe they do have identity politics in Australia.
Answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Obviously they do. That's why you're listening to this show.
And thank
I'm
you
sick of this shit.
Thank you for changing your name to Aussie here to make it very clear. I like that. Lives in Desmond Walls for $5 says, reject decadence of modernity and foreign interlopers. Brothers and sisters, I offer a new vision. Use your hands to eat as God intended. Listen, let's not go crazy.
Well, unless we're eating a sandwich or a hot dog or something, then
yes, some foods, but obviously they're referring to all foods. Okay.
All foods from McDonald's.
Oh, all right. So I'm in a wrapper or a sandwich. Lou Silver for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I want to know how come no one on the right ever calls out Jim Jordan for allowing that dude to molest all those boys.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that in reference
that.
to? I don't know what that's in reference to. Jim Jordan molestation. Oh, the Ohio State University thing. I do remember that. That was that Ohio State coach guy, right? Molested a bunch of people. Jim Jordan was involved with that? I didn't know that. I completely forgot that from my brain.
Like Jim Jordan covered up for him.
Says in July 2018, several former wrestlers accused former head coach Russ Heckelson and U.S. Representative Jim Jordan, who was an assistant coach, of knowing about Strauss's. So the guy who did the assault was Richard Strauss. Strauss's alleged abuse, but failing to take action to stop it. Jordan has denied that he had any student athlete report sexual abuse to him. Interesting. I don't know anything about whether he was. I don't know anything about Jim Jordan's involvement in this. But it's just, if he was on the left, obviously this would be a massive line of attack because it would trigger, it would play directly into the whole the left is all the grooming pedophiles. So the left isn't really going to attack him over it because that's not really an issue that they like to hearken to.
Right.
That's the only reason why. If he was on the other political side, he would get slammed with this constantly, whether he deserves it or not. Anyways.
Look at this. Another fabulous show, Sitch.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You are the true heroes of reality. You amazingly stream. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true saviors who would not only never eat a cat or a dog, but would protect them from any human consumption, regardless of race, creed, gender, or religion. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. Make sure you buy our comic and support Adam's slaving away at this comic for 20 million years. Okay.
Bye-bye.